Gygax to talk about the legacy of his father, what it was like to grow up in that house while D&D was being created.
I see my father as the driving force behind a revolutionary game and genre that impacted and changed our culture. And I don't think that many people know that. And I want to make sure that this amazingly expanding new audience of gamers who are attracted to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons because it's so great and playable, that they know about the roots and history of our game and the way my father, as well as all the other folks who were involved in the beginning, whether that's the three Daves, Dave Arneson, Dave Wesley, Dave McGarry, and Jeff Perrin, who were all collaborators in that zeitgeist that kind of brought all the ingredients together. And my dad gathered them up, packaged them, and transmitted that idea to other people so they could replicate it in those first 3 little booklets of original Dungeons and Dragons. I just don't want people to. I want people to be able to trace their roots, their game, back to those origins and understand it a little bit better and gain a little bit of appreciation.
Why do you think D&D had such a massive impact, not only on the game industry but also pop culture at the time?
Well, it caught on at the right time. It's the Vietnam War is just ending. There's a lot of malaise, and what better than to escape from the world into a world of fantasy where you can be a hero and you can change the world that way, and that's exciting. So I think there was something there in that. But what's the critical factors for Dungeons and Dragons is that it was a totally different game. Role-playing games didn't exist. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was a fantasy war game played with miniatures. They didn't even know what the title they were going to call it, and it broke the mold. If you were going to play a war game, it was you're looking back in time on a historical situation generally, and it's prescribed. These are the forces that are there. Here's your commanders. It's not a person that you're playing. You're playing units. Or even if you're playing something, it's a fixed character. You're the shoe in the Monopoly board going around. What Dungeons and Dragons did is it said, okay, well, we don't have a board. We don't have a beginning and an end. And oh, by the way, you're going to play a character, and the game can go on one session. You could just have one session, or you could have a game that goes on years. And there's the idea of this referee who later becomes the dungeon master is building this world. They're bringing their own fantasy world together. There's these guidelines that are here, but really it's coming from the dungeon master, the referee at that time. That person is going to create this world, and then the other people who are players get to contribute to it, and you kind of weave this fabric of a story that becomes the campaign, that becomes this world that you play in and you share. And I think that was very unique. There's no boundaries, there's no board, there's not a set beginning and ending. What other game had that? I think that's the revolution. I think that's why it appealed to people. And it still does today.
What kind of dungeon master was your dad?
He was a good dungeon master, but I think he was more earlier. He was definitely more. Let's get to the all right. You're down. You're at the beginning of the dungeon. Let's go. And I'm gonna describe things to you. You definitely. Well, I guess I'm taking all this sort of stuff is for granted that this is how everybody did it. I remember reading through B2 recently when I wrote one of the forewords for it for Goodman Games, and they redid it. And I remember reading the instructions on how to run the dungeon was like listening to my dad talk, because I was like, well, wait, this is exactly how he did things. I think he gave advice like, don't let them see the map. Be somewhat vague if they don't know the exact measurements. Keep in mind there could be various things like that. So when you were down there, it was up to you. Part of the game was the exploration portion of it. So you had to figure out this dungeon the design of it, find any areas that looked suspicious. Like maybe, well, why is there this 60 by 60 area that there's no apparent entrance to, but there's a whole bunch of passages all over everywhere else. This kind of stands out. This is atypical. You would have to figure that out and go, okay, maybe there's a secret door there, or, you have to do a little bit of the exploration of the unknown, figure out kind of the puzzle or the rhyme or reason to it, what's hidden down here, because there's going to be things hidden. So that was part of the game. And also, not just throwing the dice, but talking about what you're going to do and describing a technique or a tactic, because there wasn't skills that you could fall back on. So if you wanted to do something, you kind of had to say, well, this is what we're going to do, or you don't really have a you don't really have a skill in this area, but if you can tell me what you're going to do, maybe I'll give you a little bit of a bonus to figure it out. So I think those were some of the parameters that were the expectations that he would have when you were playing. You had to be thinking, you had to be on your toes. You couldn't, you just had to be aware of your surroundings and everything that was going on when you were there. So typically, if you're in a dungeon adventure, you'd be like, okay, you descend down the stairs and you you force open the door because you had to roll to open doors because they're all swollen dungeon doors. And then you go, you step out into a 10-foot wide corridor to the east and west. Your torchlight sheds, 20 feet down the passageway in each direction, and you could look around and describe it, but then it would be 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, door to the south, passage continues, west, or whatever the case may be. And you're mapping and figuring it out, and when you defeated a creature, you had to look for the treasure. It wasn't always just, it has, this magic item there. You had to be, it was an investigation. It's the problem solving. It's puzzle. It's solving a puzzle. So that was the expectation. There wasn't a lot of freebies. I guess he was a parsimonious dungeon master. So yeah, when you earned it, when you got something when you were playing with my dad, you earned it. And it felt good. And to lose those items or use them frivolously, you thought about that because you weren't sure if you were going to get just anywhere a potion of whatever it may be, extra healing or flying. You couldn't go buy that stuff. There was no buying magic items. If you wanted to sell magic items, people would buy them from you, and then they'd go disappear. You'd never see them again, right? But yeah, there was no magic store and things like that. So I guess there's old school in that sense a lot of times. Later on, when he was writing for other things other than Dungeons and Dragons things, and the expectation had changed, that folks wanted more a setting and descriptions and things like that. Well, sure, he did that, and he would. It wasn't always my most fun playtests when we were playtesting all the various shops in the bazaar or something like that. It's like, can we get to the no, you got to check out this part of the merchant sector. Like, oh man, okay, but it adds those more layers and a little bit more of the folks who want the interactions and the shopping and some more of the role playing and talking between the dungeon master and discovering things that way, that sort of stuff. So it evolved over time, but in the early days going through Greyhawk, it was more puzzle solving, problem solving, strategy, figuring it out.
What was it like? What was it like for you to share that with your father? To watch D&D evolve and also to have a one-on-one D&D campaign, as opposed to how a lot of people play, which is in a group. But I actually I run a game for my wife, and that's incredibly fun, and a lot gets done very quickly. Yeah. What was that like growing up?
Well, for me it was normal because that was what my dad did. So I thought it was unusual when I'd go to someone's house and their dad didn't play games and maybe was gruff and was working in the wood shop or downstairs with tools and stuff. I never did any of that. My dad was not a handyman, so that was unusual to me. But it was pretty neat. My dad was my best friend, so I would when I got home from school, sometimes he often worked from the house and was doing writing or whatever, or he'd come home and he'd continue to work. He had pretty solid work ethic. He was always writing. He'd be up in the morning, probably about 6 o'clock, grab a cup of coffee, and a lot of times he'd go and start writing on his typewriter, tick, typing away, and then kind of take a break a little bit later and then come back to it, or if he had to go to the office or whatever it was. But I think he was, I think he'd wake up and he'd have some ideas that he'd want to write. And same thing when he'd get back from the office, or if he was there, and I would sit in our study, and it was the 70s, so it was a wood-paneled study with leather-bound books and some comfy overstuffed leather chairs and his desk that he's working at. And I'd be flipping through the Monster Manual or whatever, Fiend Folio maybe even is those things, and or reading the Dungeon Master's Guide and looking at the pictures and reading through, and I'd have a question. Maybe I didn't understand something, and I would ask him a question, and he's typing, and he would ignore me, I would think, and then like 5 minutes later, he would answer my question. I'd be like, "What?" It's like, "Well, you asked me, this specific question. Here's the answer." It was just his train of thought. He was very focused, he's like laser focused, but he kept that question over here, didn't let it distract him, and then he would answer. But I would sit there for hours pretty much every night, looking through stuff and just hanging out, and then sometimes we'd play games. But I did play in larger groups, and we play tested things. They would oftentimes be at our home, like Sajkanth, the Lost Caverns of Sajkanth, S4, I believe. That was fantastic. So that was so big, I did some solo adventure through it, and then with various other people in there. And that was fantastic. We had my friend Jerry Savage. I knew him as Sonny Savage because his dad was also Jerry, but he goes by Jerry now. So Jerry Savage, who's a retired Army officer, ended up it's kind of my inspiration to join the Army, was Sonny. And then now he's a woodworker, and he does all sorts of neat woodwork and special stuff for GaryCon's neat items. But David Koontz and Richard Koontz, local guys. Jeff Dolphin, who was just a neighbor kid. So my dad would and sometimes Jim Ward or Francois Frodeval from France, who did the French D&D stuff. Whoever was visiting, he'd bring us all in, and we'd have this diverse group, and we'd go and we'd play test it, and it was a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, I had a great childhood. Now that I reflect upon it a little bit more, and answering questions like that makes me think about it. But yeah, it was pretty cool. But that was kind of the way it was. So I didn't really know that at the time. That was just my childhood.
Not only growing up in the 80s and seeing that massive popularity of D&D, but now you see this resurgence that's happening right now. What has this experience been like for you? You're like proud of your dad. How would have your dad reacted to all of this?
I'm very proud of my father, and it's I always have been. He was kind of the guy I wanted to. I idolized him a little bit, and I think many children idolize their parents. But I certainly wanted to live up to those things that he'd done. And then you struggle through the teenage years, and it's a little difficult to be the child of somebody who's known for something or very good at something. It can be challenging. So I had to wrestle with those things. And I went and did my own activities, and I've kind of come back to gaming later on after he passed away. I realized I'd done a little bit. I've done the Lost City of Gaxmore and a few modules and some small activities in the gaming arena, but I hadn't really done much. But I realized that's something I wanted to do. It's something I think my dad wanted me to do. So I run GaryCon every year in his honor and his memory, and bring people together and my family, and we celebrate his life. And it's a great way to remember him and to make a time that would normally be sad into a time we look forward to and gathering together and sharing camaraderie with people. And so that's been very positive. And I use that, and I write modules for GaryCon, but I don't really publish them. I sell them at GaryCon, but that's a very small distribution of a few hundred. So it's not for financial, it's not a commercial use, but it's more something that he wanted me to write. And I figured, okay, well, I'll write. I'll do that, and we'll do it at GaryCon. So I'm very proud of my father, and I think that he would be very happy to see that his game that he created all those years ago, the game that he was so driven to create, that he believed in so much, that he got together with his best friend Don Kay, who took a loan against his life insurance for $1,000 in order to have the money to publish Dungeons and Dragons. that game is still going over 40 years later, and it doesn't just have. He didn't sell 10,000 copies, which he was pretty excited about. Like, hey, I might sell 10,000 copies of this. This is a great game. It sold millions and has brought endless hours of joy to people, and I think had a positive impact on thousands and thousands of people throughout the world. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thank you, Luke, for being on D&D Beyond. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you so much for watching. For those that do not know, and they crack open these books, and we've discussed this before, but it's kind of unique to, you've got a character that's very famous, Melf, who has several spells named after this character for some very specific reasons. And we also have Mordenkainen. Is it true that Mordenkainen is effectively your father's character?
Yes, Mordenkainen was my dad's character. He named him after Väinämöinen from Finnish mythology as a wizard, and that's how he came up with that. So most people were playing fighters, and my dad wanted to be a wizard and cast, weave arcane magics and control the world that way. So instead of being Conan.
Did you ever get to play as Melf with your father playing Mordenkainen?
Mordenkainen was an NPC that I interacted with a whole bunch because Melf worked for as a member of the Red Rampart Guard. He was worked for Mordenkainen, helping him. Even though Melf is goodly and Mordenkainen was neutral, he believed in maintaining the balance, and so I could see the utility of that. And in a world such as Greyhawk, where evil had advantage in many areas, the people who were seeking a balance were often working on the side of good. So I found a way to be able to ally with Mordenkainen and advance his efforts, as long as they aligned with where Melf was going with being good. Melf was really a goody two shoes, and he felt very self-important about advancing good and how important he was to this cause. So he had a big ego.
I mean, Mordenkainen kind of strikes me as very much the dungeon master NPC, right? This is someone who's sort of neutral, but causing you to get into trouble. The quest giver, right?
Yes.
And Melf being the hero in all of this. What has it been like for Melf to show up and you can continue to play this character for almost 45 years with celebrities, friends, people you would never think you would have maybe ever met, and for you have this so many years invested in a single character? What is that like? You have spells and
it's really an honor.
Very smart reason for those spells, by the way.
yeah, we have talked about those before. But yeah, that's playing Melf is just he was my home character with my dad, so it's a lot of great memories, there, and I have learned to appreciate Melf and capabilities in different ways as I have matured. Right, I started playing him as a kid, right? So now as an adult, I see different facets and different ways to implement his skill sets, and maybe not always be neutral greedy, instead of NG, my abbreviation was neutral greedy. I was I was definitely a treasure seeker. I wanted to get that power so I could defeat bad guys more. So it's a little bit more nuanced play, but what an honor to be able to sit at the table with, all these folks and help create some really wonderful adventures, some super high quality DMs and just great story arcs. So I've enjoyed the ride, and I hope I get to continue doing so for many years to come.
Thank you, Luke Gygax, for being on the show. We have more interviews with him coming up later. If you'd like to support more D&D videos like this, go to my Patreon page or just subscribe on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching. Gary Gygax had such an amazing impact on so many people's lives. So I talked to Luke Gygax about Founders Day and what it's about.
Oh, this day for me is about, for me personally, it's about celebrating my dad's life and accomplishments and the history of Dungeons and Dragons. So I see my father as the driving force behind a revolutionary game and genre that impacted and changed our culture. And I don't think that many people know that. And I want to make sure that this amazingly expanding new audience of gamers who are attracted to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons because it's so great and playable, that they know about the roots and history of our game and the way my father, as well as all the other folks who were involved in the beginning, whether that's the three Daves, Dave Arneson, Dave Wesley, Dave McGarry, and Jeff Perrin, who were all collaborators in that zeitgeist that kind of brought all the ingredients together. And my dad gathered them up, packaged them, and transmitted that idea to other people so they could replicate it in those first 3 little booklets of original Dungeons and Dragons. I just don't want people to. I want people to be able to trace their roots, their game, back to those origins and understand it a little bit better and gain a little bit of appreciation.
Why do you think D&D had such a massive impact, not only on the game industry but also pop culture at the time?
Well, it caught on at the right time. It's the Vietnam War is just ending. There's a lot of malaise, and what better than to escape from the world into a world of fantasy where you can be a hero and you can change the world that way, and that's exciting. So I think there was something there in that. But what's the critical factors for Dungeons and Dragons is that it was a totally different game. Role-playing games didn't exist. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was a fantasy war game played with miniatures. They didn't even know what the title they were going to call it, and it broke the mold. If you were going to play a war game, it was you're looking back in time on a historical situation generally, and it's prescribed. These are the forces that are there. Here's your commanders. It's not a person that you're playing. You're playing units. Or even if you're playing something, it's a fixed character. You're the shoe in the Monopoly board going around. What Dungeons and Dragons did is it said, okay, well, we don't have a board. We don't have a beginning and an end. And oh, by the way, you're going to play a character, and the game can go on one session. You could just have one session, or you could have a game that goes on years. And there's the idea of this referee who later becomes the dungeon master is building this world. They're bringing their own fantasy world together. There's these guidelines that are here, but really it's coming from the dungeon master, the referee at that time. That person is going to create this world, and then the other people who are players get to contribute to it, and you kind of weave this fabric of a story that becomes the campaign, that becomes this world that you play in and you share. And I think that was very unique. There's no boundaries, there's no board, there's not a set beginning and ending. What other game had that? I think that's the revolution. I think that's why it appealed to people. And it still does today.
What was your first experience?
My first experience with playing D&D, I was very young. So my father wrote it in 1973 and published it in 1974. I think I played probably in 75. I don't think it was as early as 74 because I would have been 3 years old at that time. But I do remember we were a group around our living room table in 330 Center Street, which is where I grew up and where Dungeons and Dragons was written. And in the basement, they played on the sand table, chainmail, and all those things. And my dad said, okay, yeah, you want to play? Because, of course, I'm a kid. Dad, I want to play. So he said, hey, shake the dice here. You're going to be one of the man-at-arms that are here. And this party of brave adventurers was going to go check out some abandoned fortress on the edge of a town called Hamlet. And I think this was a very early prototype of T1. And sure enough, my character, he told me, hey, you really are a little bit better. You're not just a man-at-arms, but you're going to pretend to be, kind of stupid, and you're just slow. And my name was Otis, and that became my character, Otis the Ranger. He was actually a ranger. He was a first-level ranger who worked for the druid in the woods and was just spying on the party to make sure that they weren't servants of evil. And of course they weren't. They were a good party, and I ended up joining with them and going on many adventures, including against the giants and descent into the, fight the drow and those sorts of things.
You also had a few other characters. One of them was Melf, right?
Yes, that's
Very famous character. You had like multiple spells named after that character. Can you tell me a little bit about that character?
Sure. Well, Otis came to an ignoble end, which is a story. It's another story.
Very common in D&D.
Yeah, yeah. And he's a ranger lord, and the way he died was, the way he retired from adventuring was unique. But it wasn't unique. It's actually shared probably by a lot of people. I went through the Tomb of Horrors, and it didn't turn out so well for me. It was a good story. Anyway, I digress. Melf, I played Melf after Otis. He was, I kind of rolled him up to be a henchman for an NPC a character I was going to run through Barrier Peaks, but I ended up not doing that, and I just played Melf, instead going through Greyhawk Dungeons, just pretty much solo with my dad, adventuring around and just trying to figure things out, and gained a few levels, and I was just having a good time doing pretty much straight dungeon exploring the lower levels as a lower level character. And I remember I made it to 5th level magic user. Well, I was pretty excited because that meant fireball, right? We all want fireball. And I had to study for my spells. I had to spend the gold to train. And sure enough, I was able to find somebody with fireball, pay them. And I made the roll. Yes, I could memorize it. I could learn fireball. Yes, all right. So I go down to the dungeon, and I kick open the door, and sure, I can't remember what was in there, ogres or something. But I was like, yes. And I said, the room's about 30 by 30. Great. I throw a fireball right in this, just back a little bit from the center. Well, I learned about volume. I learned about area versus volume that day because the ceiling was not 30 feet high. So, of course, there was some backwash of fire that came shooting down the tunnel, and I had to make a saving throw, and I think I blew it, and I didn't get killed, but I lost some of my items, and I was like, man, this is not good. I need to figure something out. So I said, why can't I make them smaller into smaller fireballs? My dad's like, well, maybe you can, but you're going to have to go, research how that's going to be done and spend some time, So I had to take myself out of game for a few weeks, spend a certain amount of gold, describe what the effects that I wanted and these sorts of things, make a few dice rolls, and then we came up with Melf's Minute Meteors. So I thought that was a great spell, and you could use it, and that way you're not, even if you're in a confined space, you have something that can bring some good damage, but you're not getting yourself caught in the blast.
That's excellent. You also had Melf's Acid Arrow.
Right. Yes. So one thing I noticed, and this is a very common tactic, the monsters were not stupid when my dad was playing. Some of them, if they actually had low intelligence, they might be played that way. But a lot of them were cunning. They were savvy. Even kobolds, they weren't going to make it unless they were cunning. So they would employ tactics. They would try to fool you. They would set traps and ambushes. And a very common technique for maybe a spellcaster, whether it's a human mage or cleric that has some evil henchmen who are orcs or whatever the case may be, or even just brigands, they're going to put the meat shields up front and cast from the back. And I was playing solo a lot of times, or maybe with one or two other people. So because at home I was the youngest kid, I was home, so I'd bug my dad and I'd play. So I was thinking to myself, man, I'm a fighter magic user, but I can't use my spells because I'm in combat, and if you get hit, you lose your spell, and then it's gone. If I didn't get initiative. So I was thinking, man, and these guys are just beating me up with spells from the back. So I decided, well, what would be a way, if they were taking damage, then they couldn't cast either. They couldn't concentrate and cast, and then I would have a chance to kill the relatively easy fodder in front of me. Just takes a few melee rounds to cut through them, and then I could get to them, and then they'd be in big trouble. So I thought, what if I am an elf, I have a longbow, I'm pretty good with it. I could shoot them and have some sort of continuous damage, So I thought about that and kind of, okay, like maybe if I had acid all over, so well, it's gonna have maybe magical acid, like a snake bite or something, like almost like shooting a snake through the air or something. So I got this acid that's gonna come out of there If I can hit them, then they'll take continuous damage, disrupt their spell casting. I kill the guys in front, and before they're ready to, really be effective, I'm in there hand to hand with them. So that was my technique to, without a whole lot of party members, how I could kind of even that advantage or take away that tactic.
What kind of dungeon master was your dad?
You know, he was a good dungeon master, but I think he was more earlier. He was definitely more. Let's get to the, all right, you're down, you're at the beginning of the dungeon. Let's go, and I'm gonna describe things to you. You definitely. Well, I guess I'm taking all this sort of stuff is for granted that this is how everybody did it. I remember reading through B2 recently when I wrote one of the forewords for it for Goodman Games, and they redid it. And I remember reading the instructions on how to run the dungeon was like listening to my dad talk, because I was like, well, wait, this is exactly how he did things. I think he gave advice like, don't let them see the map. Be somewhat vague if they don't know the exact measurements. Keep in mind there could be various things like that. So when you were down there, it was up to you. Part of the game was the exploration portion of it. So you had to figure out this dungeon, the design of it, find any areas that looked suspicious. Like maybe, well, why is there this 60 by 60 area that there's no apparent entrance to, but there's a whole bunch of passages all over everywhere else. This kind of stands out. This is atypical. You would have to figure that out and go, okay, maybe there's a secret door there, or, you have to do a little bit of the exploration of the unknown, figure out kind of the puzzle or the rhyme or reason to it, what's hidden down here, because there's going to be things hidden. So that was part of the game. And also, not just throwing the dice, but talking about what you're going to do and describing a technique or a tactic, because there wasn't skills that you could fall back on. So if you wanted to do something, you kind of had to say, well, this is what we're going to do, or you don't really have a skill in this area, but if you can tell me what you're going to do, maybe I'll give you a little bit of a bonus to figure it out. So I think those were some of the parameters that were the expectations that you would have when you were playing. You had to be thinking, you had to be on your toes. You couldn't, you just had to be aware of your surroundings and everything that was going on when you were there. So typically, if you're in a dungeon adventure, you'd be like, okay, you descend down the stairs and you open, you force open the door because you had to roll to open doors because they're all swollen dungeon doors. And then you go, you step out into a 10-foot wide corridor to the east and west. Your torchlight sheds, 20 feet down the passageway in each direction, and you could look around and describe it, but then it would be 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, door to the south, passage continues, west, or whatever the case may be. And you're mapping and figuring it out, and when you defeated a creature, you had to look for the treasure. It wasn't always just, it has, this magic item there. You had to be, it was an investigation. It's the problem solving. It's puzzle. It's solving a puzzle. So that was the expectation. There wasn't a lot of freebies. I guess he was a parsimonious dungeon master. So yeah, when you earned it, when you got something when you were playing with my dad, you earned it. And it felt good. And to lose those items or use them frivolously, you thought about that because you weren't sure if you were going to get just anywhere a potion of whatever it may be, extra healing or flying. You couldn't go buy that stuff. There was no buying magic items. If you wanted to sell magic items, people would buy them from you, and then they'd go disappear and you'd never see them again, right? But yeah, there was no magic store and things like that. So I guess there's old school in that sense a lot of times. Later on, when he was writing for other things other than Dungeons & Dragons things, and the expectation had changed, that folks wanted more a setting and descriptions and things like that. Well, sure, he did that, and he would. It wasn't always my most fun playtests when we were playtesting all the various shops in the bazaar or something like that. It's like, can we get to the no, you got to check out this part of the merchant sector. Like, oh man, okay, but it adds that those more layers and a little bit more of the folks who want the interactions and the shopping and some more of the role playing and talking between the dungeon master and discovering things that way, that sort of stuff. So it evolved over time, but in the early days going through Greyhawk, it was more puzzle solving, problem solving, strategy, figuring it out.
What was it like? What was it like for you to share that with your father? To watch D&D evolve and also to have a one-on-one D&D campaign, as opposed to how like a lot of people play, which is in a group. But I run a game for my wife, and that's like incredibly fun, and a lot gets done very quickly. Yeah. What was that like growing up?
Well, for me it was normal because that was what my dad did. So I thought it was unusual when I'd go to someone's house and their dad didn't play games and maybe was gruff and was working in the wood shop or downstairs with tools and stuff. I never did any of that. My dad was not a handyman, so that was unusual to me. But it was pretty neat. My dad was my best friend, so I would when I got home from school, sometimes he often worked from the house and was doing writing or whatever, or he'd come home and he'd continue to work. He had pretty solid work ethic. He was always writing. He'd be up in the morning, probably about 6 o'clock, grab a cup of coffee, and a lot of times he'd go and start writing on his typewriter, tick, typing away, and then kind of take a break a little bit later and then come back to it, or if he had to go to the office or whatever it was. But I think he was, I think he'd wake up and he'd have some ideas that he'd want to write. And same thing when he'd get back from the office, or if he was there, and I would sit in our study, and it was the 70s, so it was a wood-paneled study with leather-bound books and some comfy overstuffed leather chairs and his desk that he's working at. And I'd be flipping through the Monster Manual or whatever, Fiend Folio maybe even is those things, and or reading the Dungeon Master's Guide and looking at the pictures and reading through, and I'd have a question. Maybe I didn't understand something, and I would ask him a question, and he's typing, and he would ignore me, I would think, and then like 5 minutes later, he would answer my question. I'd be like, "What?" He's like, "Well, you asked me, this specific question. Here's the answer." It was just his train of thought. He was very focused, like laser focused, but he kept that question over here, didn't let it distract him, and then he would answer. But I would sit there for hours pretty much every night looking through stuff and just hanging out, and then sometimes we'd play games. But I did play in larger groups. When we play tested things, they would oftentimes be at our home, like Sajkanth, the Lost Caverns of Sajkanth, S4, I believe. That was fantastic. So that was so big, I did some solo adventure through it, and then with various other people in there, and that was fantastic. We had my friend Jerry Savage. I knew him as Sonny Savage because his dad was also Jerry, but he goes by Jerry now. So Jerry Savage, who's a retired Army officer, ended up it's kind of my inspiration to join the Army, was Sonny, and then now he's a woodworker and he does all sorts of neat woodwork and special stuff for GaryCon's neat items. But and David Koontz and Richard Koontz, local guys. Jeff Dolphin, who was just a neighbor kid. So my dad would and sometimes Jim Ward or Francois Frodeval from France, who did the French D&D stuff. Whoever was visiting, he'd bring us all in, and we'd have this diverse group, and we'd go and we'd play test it, and it was a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, I had a great childhood. Now that I reflect upon it a little bit more, and answering questions like that makes me think about it. But yeah, it was pretty cool. But that was kind of the way it was. So I didn't really know that at the time. That was just my childhood.
Not only growing up in the 80s and seeing that massive popularity of D&D, but now you see this resurgence that's happening right now. What has this experience been like for you? You're like proud of your dad. How would have your dad reacted to all of this?
I'm very proud of my father, and it's I always have been. He was kind of the guy I wanted to. I idolized him a little bit, and I think many children idolize their parents. But I certainly wanted to live up to those things that he'd done. And then you struggle through the teenage years, and it's a little difficult to be a child of somebody who's known for something or very good at something, it can be challenging. So I had to wrestle with those things. I went and did my own activities, and I've kind of come back to gaming later on after he passed away. I realized, I'd done a little bit. I've done the Lost City of Gaxmore and a few modules and some small activities in the gaming arena, but I hadn't really done much. But I realized, that's something I wanted to do. It's something I think my dad wanted me to do. So I run GaryCon every year in his honor and his memory, and bring people together and my family, and we celebrate his life. And it's a great way to remember him and to make a time that would normally be sad into a time we look forward to and gathering together and sharing camaraderie with people. And so that's been very positive. And I use that, and I write modules for GaryCon. But I don't really publish them. I sell them at GaryCon, but that's a very small distribution of a few hundred. So it's not for financial, it's not a commercial use, but it's more something that he wanted me to write. And I figured, okay, well, I'll write. I'll do that, and we'll do it at GaryCon. So I'm very proud of my father, and I think that he would be very happy to see that his game that he created all those years ago, the game that he was so driven to create, that he believed in so much, that he got together with his best friend Don Kay, who took a loan against his life insurance for $1,000 in order to have the money to publish Dungeons and Dragons. That game is still going over 40 years later, and it doesn't just he didn't sell 10,000 copies, which he was pretty excited about, like, hey, I might sell 10,000 copies of this. This is a great game. It sold millions, and it's brought endless hours of joy to people, and I think had a positive impact on thousands and thousands of people throughout the world. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Thank you, Luke Gygax, for sitting down and talking to us about your father. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you for watching. Given the tremendous impact of D&D, there's a little bit of pressure when it comes to maintaining the legacy of D&D and also inviting new audiences to experience our favorite hobby. I spoke with Kate Welch, Jeremy Crawford, and Mike Merles about that responsibility.
The job I have is essentially answering the question of, like, okay, you have this thing that's existed for more than 40 years, and how do you keep it going into the future? And the way I think of it is, it's easy to fall into I see it as a trap of thinking of it as like, I'm a museum curator. We have this thing, Dungeons and Dragons. And what we want to do is put it on display the way it was, and put it behind glass, and preserve it, and never let it change, because that's what it is, and that's what it should always be. And I think that's really the opposite of what I want to do. When I think of that sort of caretaker responsibility, I think of it a lot more like, there's this playground called Dungeons and Dragons that people have been coming to have fun with their friends for years. But the people coming are going to change. Every generation has its own likes, dislikes, what they're dealing with. And so that playground has to remain relevant, but it has to remain Dungeons and Dragons.
In the last couple of years, D&D has made its presence so strong and so known in my life and in the lives of so many people. The popularity of D&D has been tremendous in the last couple of years, and I feel like I am sort of an exemplary individual of that rise. Not that I'm exceptional, but that I am a wonderful example of what D&D has brought into its fold in recent years. And anybody who's a D&D fan can tell you stories about how positively it's impacted them and the kinds of things that have changed in their lives as a result of Dungeons and Dragons. And I felt that very strongly too, and happened to have the right combination of skills and luck to be able to make it my job.
D&D is infinitely expandable because of that core nature, that it's a storytelling platform. Anything within its high fantasy framework is really possible. And so for us, often the question isn't, how can we expand, but in which ways are we not going to expand? Because the danger could be that we expand so far with the design of the game, layering on rules, giving you, a bajillion new options, etc., that we could get to the point where everyone loses sight of what's that core experience? Why did we come to D&D in the first place? Why do we keep coming back to D&D? Why does it forge so many friendships when people gather around the D&D table? So for us, often the question is, all right, we have these 20 directions we could go in. We need to pick just a couple of them. Which ones?
So it's all about what are the fundamental things that speak to us as humans that this game fulfills, that cross boundaries of generation, not just generations, but gender and culture and all that stuff.
You always want to be able to retain old players and make sure that they have the content that makes them interested in staying, while also recruiting new players, attracting new players. So there's this balancing act that exists. But unlike in video games, the swath between old players and new players is pretty much as wide as you can imagine it. People of all ages and all races and all backgrounds are playing Dungeons and Dragons now. And so you have such a huge crowd of people that you want to try to appeal to. And in addition, you want to try to get the new people who've never tried it themselves before. So there's a lot.
This is not a lot of pressure.
No, there's a considerable amount of pressure, but it's also such an honor to be able to be one of the people that's trusted with the stewardship of this. And it really is a stewardship. It's not I'm not coming in to try to make new Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not coming in to try to wreck what's already good. It's very much you are entrusted with a responsibility to keep the game as good as it has been, while also trying to make it better. And it's a lot, but it's wonderful.
People like D&D because we know they like feeling empowered. So how can you take that concept and make it something that's more empowering, gives you more forward momentum? To make Mordenkainen not only a character that you might interact with, but think you might follow in his footsteps. He's got an agenda that he's going to go out and enact that you could react to. So this idea that it isn't enough just to sit back and passively hope things get balanced. It's you have a specific threat that you think is going to come to pass if the balance is put out of whack. And you are now going to go out because you believe this great tragedy that might befall the cosmos if the balance is violated. And you're going to go out and with extreme prejudice take out anything that might threaten the balance. Because literally the cosmos is at stake. And then hopefully that's something, people can relate, can think of in terms of fantasy or the stakes in the world, with, politics being so divisive. And even though like the Cold War is over and all that stuff, it still feels like, we're always just on the brink of catastrophe. Playing into that, because that's what this generation's grown up with, that's what they've seen. And giving them threats and motivations that make sense to the character, always thinking of the character, why they do things, and building something that's internally consistent. The Mind Flayers. It used to be, especially in the early days of fantasy, there was a real sense of mystery. And I think that people still want a sense of wonder, but I don't think they necessarily want it from a sense of mystery. I think they want it from a sense now, especially because of video games and movies can now show us these worlds. I think they seek it more in the sense of scope and majesty, rather than no one really knows how this works. I think that's sort of played out. I think that's another area where you've seen this kind of change from Mind Flayers going from being just mysterious to now having this past that casts them as these horrible villains, but who in their minds would tell you, no, we're the victims. We were the ones who were defeated by our slaves. Oh, poor us, right? Like, that's wrong, but it's how they see it, right? And building out these things that are more painted in grays rather than just absolutes, that are more about the sense of wonder the Mind Flayer evokes isn't the sense of you don't know what it is and who can know, but the sense that they're thousands of years old. They're a relic from a time we can't even comprehend within D&D. And they have these plans that are horrid but are vast in scope. And using that to build more, inspire that sense of wonder, inspire creativity. More of that, enough to then spark what you will now take as your next step, the adventure that you're going to feature a Mind Flayer as the main villain or whatnot.
Thank you, Mike Merles, Jeremy Crawford, and Kate Welch for talking about the stewardship of D&D. I'm Todd Kenrick, your host. Thank you for watching. I have been playing D&D my entire life, but now we are seeing D&D is having a new resurgence. I spoke with the staff at Wizards of the Coast about why this is happening right now.
Dungeons and Dragons provides two fundamental human needs.
We, ever since, we were primitive sitting around campfires, we've been telling stories to each other and listening to each other tell stories to each other.
Humans have always been storytellers, sitting around the campfire doing that. We want to tell stories, and this gives us a framework.
There's really nothing out there that can perfectly emulate it digitally.
Whether we like it or not, we crave human interaction. We're not all very good at it, and a lot of people need some help. And Dungeons & Dragons gives you this safe environment to communicate when you're not necessarily the best communicator. And so it fills these needs for people who maybe are having anxieties over it.
Storytelling is complicated. It requires intuition and improvisation when you're doing it orally. And when it's shared storytelling and the players are contributing to the story, there's a sense that you don't really know where the story's going to go. That's a wondrous thing. To see this story evolve in the moment, in live time. It's like watching The Lord of the Rings. If The Lord of the Rings didn't have a script and the actors were just in the world reacting to real situations, you don't know where it's going to go and you don't know how it's going to end. Those things are decided by the players and the DM in the moment or by the fate of the dice, and that is compelling. D&D's resurgence, I sort of attribute to two big things. Neither of which is me. One is the people who grew up playing earlier editions of the game are now in very influential positions and are sort of the leaders of cultural movements now in the world. They're running companies that are driving game experiences that are getting out there to millions upon millions of fans. There are people who work at Blizzard. There are people who work at Cryptic. There are people who work at BioWare and in Hollywood.
A couple of years ago, we celebrated our 40th anniversary. And with that, we really re-energized and recharged Dungeons & Dragons and started telling these really big annual stories set in the Forgotten Realms.
A theme that we embraced in our work on the system for 5th edition was finding what's best, not only in 3rd and 4th edition, but also 1st and 2nd edition, and also basic D&D.
With the advent of technology now, shows like Critical Role, which is on Twitch, have demystified the game. The live games that we do at the PAX shows have demystified the game and shown that D&D is, above and beyond anything else, entertainment. And the barriers to entry don't seem as high anymore.
My favorite thing I've ever read about Dungeons & Dragons was a mom who wrote this op-ed piece about how Dungeons & Dragons taught her how to communicate with her autistic son because it taught her the framework and gave her son boundaries. And for the first time ever, they were able to sit down for a couple hours and really communicate back and forth. And Dungeons & Dragons enabled that. And I think when you have something that is so special and touches people on such an emotional level, it's always going to be popular. And I think right now people are just craving more and more of that connection with other people. But at the heart of Dungeons & Dragons now, in this generation, it's really just storytelling, these big, epic adventures, and how friends are going on and being successful together, and the stories and the memories that you form doing this, and also the bonds of friendship that kind of get formed along the way.
I spoke with several people on the D&D team about where they got their start and what it's like to be shepherding D&D and see it evolve.
Since the launch of 5th edition, we've done a number of stories now, and what I try to do with each story is to take something that has been in D&D lore, that is part of D&D's history and past, and bring it forward.
Not speaking specifically of Dragonlance, but the future of other realms is we're always being very thoughtful about how we bring in other settings or other realms. It is a big connected inner universe. We're always listening to the fans. We know which ones are the most popular, and we intend to be as thoughtful and deliberate about the other settings as we have been with Forgotten Realms.
So in the case of the Giants story, for 5th edition, we found in ancient lore from an old book called Giantcraft, this idea of an ordning. It's sort of like the structure of giant society. And in Storm King's Thunder, the basic story is, well, what happens if that ordning is shattered? And the giants basically have to go out into the world and earn the respect and favor of their gods to create a whole new ordning. and what that does to the small folk of the world when the giants are stomping around doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Every book we release is a challenge because we're always learning something new each time, and we're running into different problems every single time, but we're finding solutions, so we're getting faster and better.
My cousin, who was much older, he was like 24, and he and his friends were at the dining room table playing Dungeons and Dragons. And it was the first time that I'd ever seen it played, and they'd been playing for years. And so I just watched over their shoulders and just thought, like, how cool and how crazy it is, all this cool stuff they're doing. And my mind just kept spinning on all the different characters that I wanted to make and all the different cool weapons and magic items they had and how I wanted to do it. And shortly thereafter, I weaseled my way into the table, and my cousin started letting me play with them.
I would basically volunteer and help the magazine staff pour through the magazine submission slush piles and kind of help them clear the decks. And so they got to know me, they kind of got to know my professionalism, and I got to know what they wanted. And eventually, TSR was bought by Wizards of the Coast in 1997, and a position opened up, and one of the first people they thought of was me. So they offered me a job. I came out west, and after fighting with the American border guards to get across, I landed here and have been here for the past 19 and a half years.
Some of I think personally, the most exciting thing about working on these books is kind of the end, when we start, like crunching and we start getting everything together, and it just starts piecing together the art, the layout, the content. Like even as I'm reading through the content itself, when I'm just supposed to be laying everything out, it's just so amazing. And it's such a good feeling because you get this rush, like, I can't wait for everybody to see this, because so much time and effort from everybody inside the building, outside of the building has put into this. And that's the most thrilling part, I think, when we're starting to do that final pass on it, and then Jeremy and Kate are looking it over, and I'm like, yes.
The math of game design is wedded to storytelling, is wedded to art, is wedded to beautiful layout. And it's when all those things come together and are sort of singing together, that's when I get most excited, because that really gets at what's special about D&D, is it's a little bit of all of these things working together, and toss in, people joking around and eating bad snacks, all of that, from sort of the heroic and the highfalutin to the low and the ridiculous.
I spoke with several people on the D&D team about where they got their start and what it's like to be shepherding D&D and see it evolve.
Since the launch of 5th edition, we've done a number of stories now, and what I try to do with each story is to take something that has been in D&D lore, that is part of D&D's history and past, and bring it forward.
Not speaking specifically to Dragonlance, but the future of other realms is we're always being very thoughtful about how we bring in other settings or other realms. It is a big connected inner universe. We're always listening to the fans. We know which ones are the most popular, and we intend to be as thoughtful and deliberate about the other settings as we have been with Forgotten Realms.
So in the case of the Giants story, for 5th edition, we found in ancient lore from an old book called Giantcraft, this idea of an ordning. It's sort of like the structure of giant society. And in Storm King's Thunder, the basic story is, well, what happens if that ordning is shattered? And the giants basically have to go out into the world and earn the respect and favor of their gods to create a whole new ordning. And what that does to the small folk of the world when the giants are stomping around doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Every book we release is a challenge because we're always learning something new each time, and we're running into different problems every single time, but we're finding solutions, so we're getting faster and better.
My cousin, who was much older, he was like 24, and he and his friends were at the dining room table playing Dungeons and Dragons. And it was the first time that I'd ever seen it played, and they'd been playing for years. And so I just watched over their shoulders and just thought, like, how cool and how crazy it is, all this cool stuff they're doing. And my mind just kept spinning on all the different characters that I wanted to make and all the different cool weapons and magic items they had and how I wanted to do it. And shortly thereafter, I weaseled my way into the table, and my cousin started letting me play with them.
I would basically volunteer and help the magazine staff pour through the magazine submission slush piles and kind of help them clear the decks. And so they got to know me, they kind of got to know my professionalism, and I got to know what they wanted. And eventually, TSR was bought by Wizards of the Coast in 1997, and a position opened up, and one of the first people they thought of was me. So they offered me a job. I came out west, and after fighting with the American border guards to get across, I landed here and have been here for the past 19 and a half years.
Some of I think personally, the most exciting thing about working on these books is kind of the end, when we start, like crunching and we start getting everything together, and it just starts piecing together the art, the layout, the content. Like even as I'm reading through the content itself, when I'm just supposed to be laying everything out, it's just so amazing. And it's such a good feeling because you get this rush, like, I can't wait for everybody to see this, because so much time and effort from everybody inside the building, outside of the building has put into this. And that's the most thrilling part, I think, when we're starting to do that final pass on it. And then Jeremy and Kate are looking it over. And I'm like, yes.
The math of game design is wedded to storytelling, is wedded to art, is wedded to beautiful layout. And it's when all those things come together and are sort of singing together, that's when I get most excited, because that really gets at what's special about D&D, is it's a little bit of all of these things working together, and toss in, people joking around and eating bad snacks, all of that, from sort of the heroic and the highfalutin to the low and the ridiculous.
I spoke with several people on the D&D team about where they got their start and what it's like to be shepherding D&D and see it evolve.
Since the launch of 5th edition, we've done a number of stories now, and what I try to do with each story is to take something that has been in D&D lore, that is part of D&D's history and past, and bring it forward.
Not speaking specifically of Dragonlance, but the future of other realms is we're always being very thoughtful about how we bring in other settings or other realms. It is a big connected inner universe. We're always listening to the fans. We know which ones are the most popular, and we intend to be as thoughtful and deliberate about the other settings as we have been with Forgotten Realms.
So in the case of the Giants story, the 5th edition, we found in ancient lore from an old book called Giantcraft, this idea of an ordning. It's sort of like the structure of giant society. And in Storm King's Thunder,
ich habe zwei Spieler, die werden gerade eingewiesen, notfalls spielen die gegeneinander. Wir haben Jovial Joust.
Giants basically have to go out into the world and earn the respect and favor of their gods to create a whole new ordning. And what that does to the small folk of the world when the giants are stomping around doing all kinds of bad stuff.
Every book we release is a challenge because we're
Ines,
always
machst du mal
learning
die Tür
something
zu,
new each
bitte?
time, and we're running into different problems every single time, but we're finding solutions, so we're getting faster and better.
My cousin,
Wenn wir gleich auf Jovial Joust wechseln, dann wir haben diesen einen Waiting Screen dazwischen.
And it was the first
Den kannst du
time that I'd ever
einblenden
seen it
und
play.
dann,
They'd been playing for years.
Dann musst du ja nur mein
And so I just
Screen und
watched
mein
over
Video
their
Good morning, folks out there in the world, and welcome back to this celebration of nerdiness. Morning, Ras.
Hi, good morning. How are you doing, Jens?
Tired and happy. Tired and happy should be the one I pick.
Right. Did you do any gaming?
I did, but to be honest, I didn't do gaming on GaryCon, but friends of me and I, we were so inspired that we started a gaming round yesterday evening doing D&D. And we did the D&D starter box.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah.
I also had a game yesterday, and I don't think it's important that it's that you're doing the gaming here at GaryCon, but if you're doing gaming at all this weekend, it's kind of a nice symbolic remembrance of Gary, I think. So I think it's great that you did some gaming because that's what it's all about. I mean, you remember him best by doing what he loved to do, and that is to play games. Really.
Yeah, of course. And the D&D starter set is a piece of art, so you can really enjoy playing that. And we did this, and some of them were brand new role players, just even started. So I witnessed the birth of nerds.
So you converted some people to the cult.
Yes.
Great job. So are they going to continue? No, that's...
Yes. They at least if they haven't lied to me, they said they had a really fun yesterday evening, and so we will continue. And I hope it's the start of a legend.
Nice. That's really nice. So I'm really excited about today's program. We have a lot to offer today. Again, let's
Yes.
quickly tell everyone out there what we're going to do today. Do you want to start?
Yes, of course. I totally want to. Right after this small chit chat, we will do again a jovial joust. You will do, and this time it's about obscure knowledge. So all the things from around role-playing nerdy world.
Yeah, actually,
So-
it's always about obscure knowledge. That's what the fun thing is about gamer knowledge. That it's so obscure that people who are not who've never played these games would really be baffled by these trivia questions and wouldn't be able to answer a single one. But
I'm really excited if the three guys just came in are able to visit, and there are already three contestants. And if you guys out there dare to confront them and go out there and challenge them with your knowledge of role-playing game and nerdism, then why don't come to our Discord channel? There's an invite link in the Twitch chat. So if you dare it, if you are brave enough and bold enough, then just click on this Discord link. There is lots of treasures to get if you consider experience as treasure.
Right. So if you dare, come and join us, test your trivia skills, show us what kind of gaming knowledge you have. Afterwards, Jens, you are going to moderate our last art hour slot. Can you tell us just a little about who this is with and what you're going to do there?
Her name is Dorothee Wittstock. She's from Berlin, and I got to know her 2.5 years ago. And she started off by sending in fan art to a role-playing campaign, Let's Play campaign in the internet. And after that, she got known more and more. And right now, she's a well-asked artist out there doing commissions for role-playing characters and all this stuff. She's a wonderful person, and I'm really looking forward talking to her.
Right, and afterwards, I will gather all these artists that have been on our Twitch stream. We asked them to draw Gary Gygax in a role-playing situation. Basically, as a thief picking a lock, as a wizard summoning monsters, and all these things. And asked them, you just do anything you like, be creative. And we also asked you, our audience, to help them out and give them creative ideas. And they did a wonderful job. So in the second art slot, we will actually have a look at all the finished drawings. Well, we will also look at Dorothee's drawing, but I don't think she can finish it because she'll just do it right in an hour or so. But the others are already finished by now. So you'll get to see what has become of them and what your ideas created there. And these drawings will all be made available as art prints or postcards. We'll put them on the site. They'll be there on the last day of GaryCon, and you can purchase them, and the proceeds go to Extra Life, which is the GaryCon charity. And I think they are a wonderful memory of Gary Gygax, but also of this GaryCon. So you can take a piece of memory with you with this set of art prints later on.
Really cool. And if you haven't seen what happened to Gary Gygax's face during these art hours, then this is absolutely a must watch. You absolutely have to go there and see what marvelous pictures just were created, and I'm absolutely fan of that. But we are not over then. Raz, what is happening then? We will have several rounds of demos.
Exactly. And I won't go into detail now because we want to start our trivia game soon. But we do have different demos. We have 5th edition supplement demos. So European publishers that created materials that can be used with 5th edition. We have games like The Dark Eye, which is a very, very big role-playing game here in Germany, and which is available in English as well. And the publisher is giving a demo of it in our last slot today. And we also have a, well, let's see, the others are all, I think they're all 5th edition supplements. No, we do have another German horror game by a small publisher, which will be played later in the afternoon in German time, very early in the morning US time. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I think we have great demo GMs available, and I think these will be really exciting rounds.
Yeah, great. So I wish you lots of fun doing the Jovial Joust, and the 3 contestants that I all happen to know, I fear. I hope. I know. I wish you best of luck and lots of fun. So I'm out right now, and
You're out?
I will be back at 10 o'clock our time, and whatever o'clock it is all around the world, in the Philippines, Australia, or wherever you are. So see you soon. Bye. Have lots of fun.
Bye, Jens. See you later. All right, guys, let's quickly do the setup. I need to share my screen.
I am giving up. And we have two two-person.
Sorry, we have what?
Two two-person teams.
Perfect.
Gennaro and I.
Okay, you have my stream, right? I shared it. You might need to start it or something.
Yes.
Well, there it is. I just need to get in myself.
Breaky, I can't get into the into the other panel, into the admin panel.
Okay. Eldarin and me. What are your names that might help?
Gib mir noch 30 Sekunden dann. code and you're logged in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mark,
Yeah.
on your command, we'll go live. All right. Sorry about that. We are back. I had to set up everything. All right. Let's go with this. I will quickly explain the rules, and hopefully you can follow along. If other people want to play this trivia game, please go to our Discord server and tell people you want to be a candidate, and we'll put you right in. Okay? So here we go. Our contestants should have access to game panels where they will be able to choose an area of obscure gamer knowledge. The game is played in 3 rounds. The first 2 rounds are going to be 2 rounds of obscure knowledge, where you can really show off your expert knowledge in a certain area. The third round is going to be our Name That round, which is played slightly different. Each round has 3 questions in it, and you need to score the most points to win the entire joust. I will go into details now. So, once you have selected an obscure knowledge category, we will play the 2 selected obscure knowledge categories, first from the first team, then from the second team. But both teams get to answer these questions. They're multiple choice questions. So you have a choice of 4 answers. One of them is the correct answer. When the game starts, I will read out the question. You will select the correct answer. And you have, I think, 45 seconds to find the right answer. Please remember not only to select the answer, but also to confirm your selection with the button that is there on the screen. So once you've done that, you will get a trophy for every answer that is correct. And at the end of the round, after the third question, we will see which team has the most trophies, and that team scores 10 points. Then we go to the second area of expertise, and once again, same rules. You select the right answer and score a trophy for every right answer. The winner gets 10 points. If both teams have the same number of trophies at the end of the round, we split those points. Each team ends up with 5 points. Now, the last round is different. In this last round, we will actually tell you what we're looking for. For instance, the name of a game designer, the name of a role-playing game, or something like that. And we will then go through 10 hints. At any point, you can hit the buzzer, and once you hit the buzzer, you can give your answer if you suspect that you know what the answer is. If the answer is correct, you will get as many points as there are hints left uncovered. So if you answer after the third hint, you would get 7 points because there would be 7 hints left uncovered. Now, the 10th hint is always the answer to this, because if you hit the buzzer after the 10th hint, there would be 0 points left anyway. So theoretically, if you lose both first rounds, the first and the second, and it's 20-0 for the opposing team, you could still win by performing extremely well on this third round, but that is extremely hard. So try not to completely lose every round beforehand. Right. And one little thing, the first time, we are playing with teams. So if there are several people on a team, it doesn't matter who selects the answer or who hits the buzzer. The first selection or the first hit of the buzzer is the one that counts. So in other words, you kind of need to work together as a team and, only hit the answer if you think you really know it, or you just connect somehow and decide together. That is really left up to you. Okay. Do you already see your area of obscure knowledge?
No, I'll be waiting for the match.
You're waiting for that. Okay, great.
Also here.
But
No.
here it is. Here it comes.
Ah.
So while you're selecting, I will take a look at what we have here. So Lula Elites against the Lucky Leftovers.
Is it normal
Wow.
that there are only 2 points to select for the?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
Is it normal that there are only 2 points to select for the weird trivia?
No, there should be more.
I only get Gods of the Forgotten Realms and Dragon Magazine April edition.
Ooh, both of them kind of difficult. I think the other team has. Could it be that the other team has already selected something? Yeah.
Now we've selected the Book of Nod, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. You always these are randomly chosen for you. You always have a random selection of things that you can get.
Okay.
Okay, because I always get the same 3, which is weird.
Right. There should be 3 exactly. Gods of the Forgotten Realms. All right. So the area of obscure knowledge chosen is the Book of Nod from Vampire the Masquerade and the Gods of the Forgotten Realms. Let's get started and see what we got. Here comes your first question. 45 seconds. Who taught Cain how to blood bond others? Was it Zilla? Was it Enoch? Was it the crone? Or was it Lilith?
I think it was Lilith because Lilith taught him everything.
You can say that, but don't give anything away to the other team. You need to click it in your interface and confirm that.
Okay, so I gave that away. Have fun.
If that's even the right answer, who knows? All right. So both of you were wrong. It's not Lilith, it's the crone in this case. Okay, let's go to the next round. Sorry, the next question, not the next round. It's still the same round. Which of the original 13 clans is not mentioned in the Book of Nod? Is it Tremere? Is it Cappadocian? Is it Salubri? Or is it the Zombra? And by the way, I really encourage the audience out there to guess along. Write to the chat what your answers are. Let's see if you get it right. But if you're an expert, come and join us for the next round. Right, so we have the first answer as Tremere and the second answer is Salubri. The answer Tremere is correct. No, sorry, it's not correct. No, I'm wrong. And the answer Salubri is also not correct. The answer is Cappadocian. So once
Okay.
again, no
Interesting.
trophy. But Salubri is kind of close. Salubri is not mentioned by name, but they are referred to by their clan founder, actually.
And I thought because of Tremere wasn't around there until the Middle Ages.
Tremere is not one of the original clans, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. The original 13 clans, not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next
Explain
one. So far, you're both at 0 points, but let's go to the next question. Let's see what happens now. So, in the Chronicle of Cain, he's told, you will drink only blood, you will eat only ashes. The statement, eating ashes, is often translated in what other way? Is it destroy all you love, taste no meal, cause others grief, know only sadness?
These questions are quite tricky.
Yes.
Yeah, they are. 16 seconds left. Okay, both of you have decided it's taste no meal. That means I already know that this round will be split with 5 points each. But the answer to this one is once again wrong, because it's the answer is no, only sadness.
Oh, okay.
Well, fair game. We know nothing and we still get points.
Both are at an equal level here. 5 points. You have earned 5 points by knowing nothing. I mean, where can you get something like that? Great job, guys.
Well
You share the
earned.
points. Let's test your knowledge of the gods of the Forgotten Realms, and let's go on to the second round. Here we go. So, who is the god of knowledge, inspiration, and baths? Saloon? Is it Kasuth? Is it Grumbar? Or is it Ogma? 30 seconds left. All right. Two different answers, Saloon or Ogma. It is, in this case, Ogma. So the lucky leftovers take this one. First trophy for you. Let's go to the next one. Who's the king of the nine hells? Is it Bane? Is it Asmodeus? Is it Lolth? Or is it Char?
Hmm.
25 seconds left. And the right answer is Asmodeus. So lucky leftovers got this one again. Wow, really an expert on the Forgotten Realms here. Last question of the round. Against which god did Grumsh lose an eye to in a fight? Was it Apollo? Was it Paladin? Was it Corellon or was it Helm? And the answer here is Corellon. Lucky leftovers get the next trophy, which means you won the round, you score 10 points. But before we move on to our third round, let me quickly ask you a few questions about yourselves. Can you quickly introduce yourselves, just your first name quickly, who you are, and what is the favorite role-playing game that you play?
Yeah, so I make an entrance. My name is Algor, in real known as Jens. My favorite role-playing game is hard to say. I like TDE. I also love Talk Eternity, and Star Trek Adventures is also a really cool thing I like to play. Vampire I played a lot in the past.
Right. For how long have you played role-playing games? Are you like a long-term gamer? If you say you've
Yep,
played Vampire in the
since
past, it sounds like
1987 to my 13th birthday, a friend of mine brought a box from the Dark Eye, and so it hooked.
Oh, the good Schmidt Spiele boxes.
Yep.
So you got that one too?
Me?
Yes, you.
Yes, okay, let me introduce myself. Gennaro, also from Germany, in real life, Leander. I'm, I think, quite young in this group with only 23. Yes, I think I have this box, but not opened. It was a gift from Werner Fuchs.
Okay.
But my favorite game, I would say, is Hexen 1733. Quite a game, quite, I would say, pulpy, where you play witch hunters, like in this Hollywood movies, Hansel and Gretel, Witch Hunters, or Van Helsing. So quite epic and quite funny. But
Great.
sadly, it's only out in German by now.
I think it's going to be published in English.
It's
But
going to be published, but it's still in the translating process.
right, all right. So who else do we have here?
So we have. Oh, sorry, Alexander.
Yeah, go
We
ahead.
have the team of the Lucky Leftovers here. I'm Alexander. I got into role-playing games 9 to 10 years ago, and I'm mostly playing Pathfinder and now also Starfinder.
All right, nice. And you have some knowledge of the Forgotten Realms, it seems, because you got every question correct in that one.
Well, at least one was identical with my systems. The
All right.
Asmodeus one.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Eldaron, in real life Kai. And yeah, I basically grew up in Dungeons and Dragons and the Forgotten Realms, so the pick of the gods was rather easy for me. Yeah, I've been playing role-playing games since I was 15, which is 20 some-ish years past. Yeah, and basically I'm still stuck with Dungeons and Dragons, experimenting with a few other systems, but basically we'll stay true to the class level based.
All right, so let's move on with the third round. This one, remember, is we're looking for something. It's called Name That. So you need to name something. We'll give you 10 hints, and at any point when we're displaying the hints, you can hit the buzzer. As soon as you hit the buzzer, you need to give us an answer. You can only try that once. Once you've hit the buzzer once, your team can no longer hit the buzzer and give an answer. All right?
Okay, the whole team can't give an answer after
The
that.
whole team, yes, the whole
Okay.
team can only hit the buzzer once. So that means if you get it wrong, then the other team still has the opportunity to solve this.
Mhm.
Right? So let's just try this. I think it's pretty much self-explanatory. Here we go with the first Name That question. Name that artist. So, first hint. He was born in Kentucky. He served in the US Army. He has been making art for over 40 years. He worked for TSR and made art for D&D. His artwork has been in heavy metal and on Magic the Gathering cards. He made the cover artwork for the 2nd edition Shadowrun core rulebook. He's the co-author of Runes of Autumn. He created Snarf Quest. He made the cover artworks for the Dragonlance Chronicles book series. Lucky Leftovers, yes?
I'm thinking it might.
Sorry, I can't hear you for some reason. Can someone repeat that if anyone hears you?
I'm trying. I'm tipping Larry Elmore.
He said Larry Elmore.
Yes, that is correct. Larry Elmore is the correct answer. That means we had 9 hints on the screen, so 1 point goes to you. Let's go to the next one. So, this time the question is, name that designer. So we're looking for a game designer here. He lives in the United States. He has also produced card and board games. He has founded several game publishing companies. He made the first collectible action figure game. He left White Wolf in 1996. All right. What's your answer? I speak up. What? So Lula Elites has hit the
Oh,
button.
sorry, mic was muted. Is it Mark Reinhagen?
Yes, that is correct. Absolutely.
Huh?
So that
I'm
means
a bit irritated from he lives in the United States.
yeah, he lives there now.
Does he?
5 points go to your team. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And this is the last question now. Name that RPG. It does not use a class system. It is typically set in modern times. Okay. Tell me what you
I'm just guessing because we need the points, and if I don't hit the button, it's lost anyway. Is it Shadowrun?
Is it Shadowrun? No, it is not Shadowrun. So, but nice try. So the other team
I
can
would have also guessed
get
at
the points
Shadowrun.
now.
So
Let's continue. It has gone through several editions. It focuses on social and political conflicts. It is noted for its LARP scene. A TV adaptation of it was made in the 90s. I think you already tried answering, so
yes,
you cannot
sorry.
answer again. We have to.
I thought this was technically.
It's only for the lucky leftovers now. But I will ask you before we reveal the answer if the others haven't been able to answer it. An MMO based on it was cancelled before its release. Characters are organized in clans. Yes?
Yeah, well, this should be Vampire then.
Yes, this one, you're right. This one is Vampire the Masquerade. So 2 points for you. Perfect. And that's the end of the game. So lucky leftovers. Congratulations. You win this one. It was a really, really good try, with your last guest from the Lula Elites to save this one and get the points. But unfortunately, that was a little too hard to guess at the beginning. Thank you very much for playing. Let me quickly find out if we have another team. Do we have other contestants here? Was anyone brave enough to join us again for another round? Let me ask my tag team here. I don't see anyone. Okay. So call out to the audience. Those of you who got some of these answers right, why don't you join us? We'll post the link again to you guys. Please, someone do that. Let's post the link again in the Twitch chat. You can join. You can come to our Discord server. We'll set you up with this game. Thank you very much for posting that. And so if you dare, just join us. But if not, if we don't get anyone, how about a revenge for Team Lula Elites to save your honor?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Up for that? Okay. Then let's reset the game, play a quick revenge match while we are still checking if anyone else wants to join us. All right. Can you quickly tell me? I only asked one of you for how many years you've been playing role-playing games, but the others didn't tell me that. Can you tell me what kind of gamer you are? Are you a veteran gamer with more than 20 years of experience, or are you brand new to this?
Well, as I'm only 23, I can't have 20 years of experience. But as I started with about 15, there are some years.
Yeah,
So
that's already something.
I was playing through my entire, I think it's high school in English.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
the German, school form gymnasium doesn't exist in this in English. So I think it's
Oh,
a high
high
school. Yeah. So almost my whole high school time, we played. Yes.
High school, those were the days when you still had the time to
Yeah, you
play
had the
role-playing
time
games all the time, right?
after school, go to a buddy and play till your parents called. Hey, where are you? Dinner's ready.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you have the same experience the other guys here? Or did you start later than high school?
Yeah, I also started in high school.
Yes,
about the
I also
perfect time.
started in high school.
Okay, so I would say we have a bunch of gaming veterans then, and it's really interesting to see that you chose RPG history as one of your categories of obscure knowledge. Hopefully, you know the history of gaming and Gods of the Inner Sea in Pathfinder. Really interesting. Let's see. This should be an interesting match. Let's go with the first round. Gods of the Inner Sea in Pathfinder. And you guys out there in the chat, feel free to guess along, see if you know the answers better than the people here. Here comes the first question. Which of these is the favorite weapon of Norgorba, god of murder? Is it the short sword? Is it the dagger? Is it the crossbow? Or is it the greatsword?
I've never played Pathfinder.
Okay. The question is, which weapon would the god of murder use? So one answer is short sword, one answer is dagger. It is the short sword. Let's go with the next question. So which of these gods is typically depicted as an elf? Is it Gosre, the deity of nature? Is it Eristil, the god of hunting? Is it Shelin, the goddess of beauty? Or is it Calistria, the goddess of lust? I mean, they're all domains that are kind of associated with elves: nature, hunting, beauty, and lust. But which one is it? 7 seconds.
Say you got the domain of one of them a bit wrong. Calistria is more known for revenge. Also.
It's also lust, though.
Yes, both of it.
So Team Lula Elite says the goddess of beauty, and Lucky Leftovers says the goddess of lust. It is indeed Calistria, the goddess of lust and revenge. Okay, another trophy for you. Next question. So, Nephis, the god of magic, had what skin color when he was still a mortal? Fair, olive, tanned, or purple?
In
15 seconds left. And I'm looking at the Twitch chat, and the answer here was purple because it would be funny. But guess what?
That's
Purple is
exactly
really,
why I've
is,
selected that.
is really the correct answer. It is purple indeed.
Oh, nice.
Okay. No. Yeah. Okay. The Lula Elites get that one, but the round is won by the lucky leftovers. Sorry. So round one by the lucky leftovers. 10 points for you guys. Let's go on to the gaming history. Second round. What company was founded by Gary Gygax to publish Dungeons and Dragons? Was it Wizards of the Coast, Games Workshop? Was it Tactical Studies Rules, or was it West End Games? So both of you say Tactical Studies Rules, also known as TSR, and yes, you are absolutely correct. That one is right. Both get a trophy. Next one. Which edition of D&D did Paizo modify for their Pathfinder game? Was it Dungeons & Dragons 3.5? Was it Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition? You guys are too fast. Encyclopedia, or was it Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition? And yes, you are right. It was Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, which came with the open gaming license, which allowed other companies to publish materials for it, which was the basis for doing that. Okay, good. So you know your gaming history so far. Now here's the decisive question, the last question of the round. Which wargame is Dungeons & Dragons descended from? And this is probably more tricky because this lies far in the past. Was it Little Wars? Was it White Bear and Red Moon? Was it Chainmail or Peltast and Pila?
Yes, well,
Oh, and we have different answers here.
And your screen share is gone, I think. And now he's gone.
Here with Discord. Sorry about that. All right, I think I'm back. Am I back?
Yes.
You are back for us. I don't think for Twitch yet.
All right.
Yep.
Let's give that a moment.
Now you are in Twitch.
Way. Great. So, both answers are actually very interesting. The war game that Dungeons and Dragons descended from is Chainmail. So you get that one right. But Little Wars definitely had an impact on that. But I would say that is one of the influences in it. It's not a straight descendant, because Chainmail is actually you can actually see the rules in Chainmail that define how Dungeons and Dragons work later on. So that is the correct answer. Going to Lucky Leftover, meaning you won this round and you get another 10 points. Okay. So let's take the last round. That's the name that question round again. Yeah, let's go with this question. Name that spell. It's the first question. It is in every edition of D&D. It's an arcane spell. It belongs to the School of Evocation. The lucky leftovers. Go ahead. Which one?
I'd say Fireball.
Sorry,
Yes, I would also say that.
you're really quiet. I can hardly hear you. Can you?
He said Fireball.
Fireball. Actually, wow. Lucky guess. That's correct. It's Fireball. Wow.
It is the iconic spell. I
Yes.
love that or Magic Missile. So
Correct. So 7 points for you. Let's go with the next one. Hold on a moment. I don't see any question yet.
Hmm.
Do you see the question?
No.
Okay,
Nothing here.
and I think the points got to the wrong team.
Yeah, that's right.
And
I
the
have
question.
complained to my to my team here. So those points, those 7 points, should have gone to the lucky leftovers. Actually,
That is correct.
we're correcting that. No problem. We need to fix that somehow. Let's see. We seem to be having a small problem here, but I'll wait for the team to fix that. Meanwhile, I think I think this game is pretty much already decided.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mathematically, I think it is decided.
Yes.
but
Should have
maybe
been a
you
revenge,
can
but
still
it's
get
more a humiliation.
maybe you can still get a point or something at that one. So while we are resetting the question somehow, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So have you all played Dungeons and Dragons? Because you it sounded like you are playing a variety of different games, but is Dungeons and Dragons actually a game you have played?
Funnily enough, the only true Dungeons and Dragons experience I had was Baldur's Gate, the computer game.
Oh, okay.
I never played real D&D.
Wow. And the others?
Yes, some like that. I played the computer game Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and some 3.5 in the early 2000s. But that's all.
Okay.
Actually, no, I didn't play any D&D till now because, well, as a boy living in Germany, the Dark Eye, yes, it's the Dark Eye in English, is quite more big. So if you play a classic fantasy pen and paper, it's normally the Dark Eye.
Okay.
So no.
I guess depends on the high school you go to, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that depends.
Well, actually, in high school, we played. It's called Arcane Codex. It's a game from a quite small publisher in Cologne.
Okay.
Also, a fantasy setting, but very grimdark.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's interesting that we have people who have not played D&D before. Yeah, thank you. I think we fixed the question thing. Hold on with that. Don't show anything yet. Cool, but do you I mean, Leander, you're pretty young, so I guess you never had the opportunity to meet Gary Gygax. But has
Nope.
anyone else here ever met Gary Gygax?
Oh,
Sadly, no.
Jens Ballerstedt will hate me for telling this now again. I met him in Germany at the Fantasy Spiele Festival in Rothenburg.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it wasn't
Okay,
that I
so-
talked to him, but very long. But it's what a brief encounter.
So I was informed that we have the questions up again, but we run the risk of getting a question that was already there. So if we get a repeat question, we'll just skip through it and it doesn't count. We still have 2 questions left, which means we can safely go until we get a question that was not shown here before. So let's just see. Let's go with this next one. Name that RPG. So we're looking for a role-playing game. I think we had this one before. It is set in modern times.
Is it counting, or do we get a new one?
No.
You won't get
You
points for saying
get a new
vampire.
one because we had this one before.
Oh.
No, wait. I don't think we have this one before.
What?
We didn't have this one before. Go ahead.
Oh. Okay. If we didn't have it, it's
Yeah.
not vampire.
It could be
So
the same with different hints, but it might
could
not.
be, but it might not. So I'm guessing, and I'm going back to our first guess, Shadowrun.
I think so. It is not Shadowrun. Let's go with the next hint.
Damn it.
It was funded on Kickstarter. Games are typically set in a fictional city. A character's ability scores can be changed by NPCs and other players. The GM does not roll dice. This is a really difficult one. It is a superhero game.
Oof.
There are no rules for characters dying. The player characters are exclusively teenagers. Sorry. Lucky Leftovers. Yeah, what's your answer? You muted, maybe? I can't hear you.
I'd say Tales from the Loop.
Tales from the Loop. Interesting answer, but no, that's not it. Let's go through the last hints. It uses the Powered by the Apocalypse framework, and it is called The Masks: A New Generation.
Never heard of it.
It's a very obscure game. Right.
Is it the same masks we had as cartoon in the late 80s, early 90s?
Phew,
I don't
that's
know.
a really good question. I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. Because I didn't watch so many cartoons, so I don't know the cartoon. It's a relatively new superhero game, which got a cult following, I would say. Okay, let's go to the last question here. Name that spell. I think we had named that spell again, so we skip to the next one. Name that city. Here we go. It's in the Forgotten Realms.
And I'm out.
Members of many races live here. Yes?
I'm going for Baldur's Gate.
Is that the only city you know in the Forgotten Realms?
Not the only one, but it's quite popular, and members of many races are living there.
That's true, but the answer is not correct. Let's see what else we have here. It's noted for its craftsmen. Yes?
I'll say Neverwinter.
Wow, that is correct. You got it. Neverwinter is correct. 7 points for you. And that was a sweep for you. Lucky Leftovers. So that was not really a revenge round. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for playing with us this morning. I hope you had fun.
Definitely.
Of course.
Yes, thank you for hosting.
Very, very cool. Thanks. So we have a lot of other interesting things coming up today. So stay with us, because now we have 2 art hours. And the first one, we have Dorothee Wittstock, who is a German artist, and she's going to draw Gary Gygax in a role-playing situation. And hopefully you will help her draw this. And with inspiring her, you don't need to draw. She's doing all the drawing. Don't worry. And then afterwards, we'll bring all the artists together, all the artists that we had in the last days and today, and we'll show you the results of the art, of the live drawings. And we'll talk a little about artwork, a little about Gary, about GaryCon, and we'd be happy to see you join us. After the short break, we'll be back with the Art Hour. See you soon.
Dann können wir jetzt, glaube ich, alle rausgehen. Nochmal danke an alle Einspringer, die es gemacht haben.
Gerne, vielen Dank.
Gern doch.
Und tschüss, schönen Sonntag.
Celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast.
Ines, machst du nochmal die Tür zu?
Crowy. Hello. Quiet you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation.
So, da sind
where
wir.
you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga,
Hi,
and
Rast.
many more. Assemble the best
So,
adventuring party possible based on your formation
from these
options,
guys who were
champion
there
abilities,
in
and
the
obstacles
Jovial
enemies you
Joust
face.
were
Or
free
just
from
smash
my
the mouse button
Discord.
repeatedly like I do and
I
hope for
just
the best.
pushed
Each
them
champion
into
has
it.
an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
I'm heading out. Have a lot of fun,
Farther
and,
means more
I'll
distant.
see you afterwards
Further
in
is
the next,
figurative.
Well, I meant more distant. but
There's someone. Our sound's still on.
Well,
You can
customize
hear
your
us in
style
the
even
stream.
further because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite Xbox, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
In the frozen mountains of the north, you have come to end the terror of the Grim Fan King and his army of raiders.
Reinhard Grebe.
The biting wind has slowed your pace
Warte mal, ich will mal kurz noch
as
was
you
weghängen.
approach the
Sekunde.
mountain hold. The air is
Our sound is still on in the
snow
stream. The
thick
mics are
and
still up.
unyielding. You draw close. Distant torches lighting the icy ground. A rank odor fills your nostrils. The shouts of orcs.
Hört ihr eigentlich, wenn ich Musik anmache über
Great
Spotify?
beasts roar and slam against their bonds. You ready your weapons and prepare your attack. Battle is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main
Hello and welcome back again. I just got informed that you hear us all the time, so you heard us, and you you were not only entertained by the great words of our sponsors, who are really big now in the middle of the screen, and would be great if you can get this. Yeah. Okay. So we are a bit. We are still fighting the technique, and while we do so, I introduce to you one wonderful artist who joined me here today. I know her for about 2 years now, I think, roundabout. Hello, Dorothy from Berlin.
Good morning, Jens. Good morning, guys. Welcome. And I'm very happy to be here.
We are so happy to have you here. Did you survive in a proper way the daylight saving time issue thing?
I did a little bit because of home office and all the stuff. Yeah, I'm very used to.
Yeah, I really hate this daylight saving time switch thing in a kind of way. And maybe this is why the technique is just a bit confused, because maybe some part of the technique is still 1 hour later. We are 1 hour. No problem. It's just confusing, and you get a time lag without even flying. So, you are here for us, for the people in the stream out there, to show us your wonderful art, and you already prepared something. This is all about Gary Gygax and celebrating nerdism, celebrating role-playing game, and celebrating the life of this wonderful person. But before we start, so just would you like to introduce yourself to our viewers out there and tell them, who are you?
Yes, sure. As Jens already said, I'm Dorothy. I'm based in Berlin, in Germany, and I'm a fantasy artist, drawing mostly for fantasy, pen and paper themed things, and doing a lot of character art and private commissions, yes, and for pen and paper publications.
Do you still
publishers?
Yeah, it's okay. Do you still have time for commissions? So if there is anyone out there on GaryCon who wants to have a wonderful picture of his favorite character, is there still a slot for a commission?
Sure, there is slot for commission. Just PM me or give me a shot at my email address I put in the promo channel here at GaryCon server.
Cool.
And commission slots are open till Wednesday. I do some sketches of your characters, most portrait, or clean line arts if you wish to.
Cool.
Unfortunately for more, I don't have time at the moment because I have to prepare for a test in May for my final exam. So yeah.
Interesting. Hard time to
yeah.
to learn for that. Well, you already prepared something Gary-ish. Let's see. Gary's sitting on his gaming table, rolling dice, having miniatures in front of him.
Yes, of course.
So you just go on paint while we talk to each other. Are you a gamer? Do you play role-playing games?
Yes, I do plain pen and paper. I'm a DSR, the Dark Eye, known in America or English-speaking areas. And I'm playing pen and paper since 2011, I guess. So a little bit fresher than the most of the Dungeons and Dragons or the Dark Eye people do. So I'm a little bit a newbie still.
Yeah, 2011. We can't count this as newbie any longer.
Yeah.
So you're already 10 years in the business. So yeah. I don't get you away with this. What have you played now? You say you played The Dark Eye mostly. You just told us that there are 3 cats living with you. And I happen to know the names of these cats, but would you be so kind to, so all the people out there know how deeply you are in The Dark Eye? What's the name of these cats?
So my cat is calling Avis. He's a little white, adventurer. Of course, he's exploring everything what is new for him.
Yeah.
Then I have Flatmate, my best friend. She owns 2 other cats. They are called Fex and Prios.
Okay.
They are very common in their names because Prios is more the sophisticated one. He's sitting on his little scratching tower, putting his paws like this and watching the world goes by. And Fex, he's the most cheeky one. He's playing tricks on Prios all the time. He's hunting him all through the flat, and it's really hilarious. I love all of them deeply. And so now you know how deep I'm connected to The Dark Eye.
For the people out there not knowing these names because you don't know The Dark Eye, Avis is the god of adventurers, and Fex is the god of thieves and tricks and trade, and Prios is the god of justice, the sun god. And so all these cats have role players, typical known names, or everyone in Germany at least knows these names of these gods. So my cats don't have any role-playish names, but I love them either. So we happen to get know each other because you've seen a Let's Play where I participated in, right?
Yes, I've seen, and I've seen all of the, what is it called? I've seen all of them.
The episodes. You've seen all.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
it was a Hexen campaign going on, a German Let's Play campaign on the internet. It went up on Twitch, is now on YouTube.
It was awesome, and I cried in the end.
You cried in the end. Then we managed to do something right, I think.
Yes.
At the end of there always should be some crying.
Yeah.
In the end of a good role-playing campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah. In your own role-playing, do you more play from time to time, or do you have a big campaign in The Dark Eye?
Actually, at the moment, we are playing 2 big campaigns. We are playing the Filiasson saga. It's in
Oh
German.
my gosh. Yeah.
Yes, and we're playing Sieben Gezeichneten.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So you'd have enough to play for the next, let's say, 15 to 20 years.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So also for all you guys out there not knowing The Dark Eye, these are the 2 biggest campaigns, to say, in The Dark Eye, which let me just welcome the chat out there. Welcome out there, people.
Hi, chat.
As the last days, always in the morning, I want to ask you all this specific question. So write down in the Twitch chat where you are all from. Just write it to us. Just tell us, where in the world are you from? Just write down your country. Where are you located at? We too, of course, are from Germany. Ariuth is coming from all over the USA, which is interesting that one person comes from all over the USA.
One person, a multi-person.
Yeah, we have Tony Karlstrom from Sweden. We have Wanza from Missouri, USA, somewhere in the middle. We have Snow Ravens from Seattle. So mostly the US.
That's awesome.
Tornado aus Germany. I already know these guys. So we have Sweden, the US, and Germany sitting there. So I think I'm interested in that because it's a really big thing in Germany. To all the American people out there, have you ever heard of? And I don't mean here on GaryCon because you have heard it quite often if you are watching this. Have you ever heard of the role-playing game, The Dark Eye? Okay, Arieth. Well, that's all over. Born in Missouri, grew up in Texas, was in the Navy, so he got to Illinois, California, Virginia, but the last few years bouncing between Texas and Washington State.
Wow, that's a lot of moving.
Yeah. So the people writing, no one of them has ever heard of The Dark Eye, which is here in Germany comparable big to D&D.
It is.
It's just as big as this game because they were both introduced at the same time. Quite interested. If you are interested in getting to know this game, there will be a demo group on The Dark Eye later on this day where you can see this game right in action.
Cool.
So for all you guys, stay tuned if you are able to.
If you're not too tired.
Yeah. To the Americans, are you still up or already up? Must be. For me, it's too early in Germany, but for you, it's quite in the middle of the night. So we are making something of a Nighthawk radio. Welcome to Roleplay Radio. You turned on the channel you love.
Yeah, your voice is amazing, Jens.
Because it's early, and I've got my early voice. So the Americans are all still up.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So.
Thank you so much.
What a pity! Get well soon, Arieth. Sick, so sleeping all day and from time to time.
Get well soon.
There's an overnight security guard, so up for a while. Interesting. This is what I love about this hobby. That there are people all over the world. Yesterday we had someone from the Philippines.
Wow.
Just watching this and talking to us about role-playing game on the Philippines. We had people from Sweden. Now most of them are in the US right now, but also some German guys there. Yeah, that's cool. That's so cool.
Is pen and paper a big thing in the Philippines? I don't know.
As the person yesterday said, not so much.
Okay.
Still looking for people to play to, and hopefully found some people here on GaryCon. As I was told that there were over 1,000 role-playing groups playing during GaryCon online.
Wow.
This is a hell of a lot.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm really impressed by that there are so many people out there. So let me see. Now I need you guys and girls out there all in the internet. We see here Gary sitting on the table doing role playing. we need a bit of your help because we too are, well, don't have so much fantasy, and we can't really imagine what you can. So be our help. As you see, there is a table in front of Gary, and there are just two shadows of figures down there, but they are up to discussion. So what do you think should be on Gary's gaming table? What should there be? And just be open to anything. Spread out your imagination. This doesn't have to be a real thing. You can do whatever you want. And my good friend Dorothy here will try to incorporate what? Yeah, okay. I didn't expect that coming.
Monsters.
Well, maybe they are monstrous, but the first suggestion was chickens.
What?
Yeah, this is why I looked at. Okay.
Well,
we have a cyber orc, cyborg, but the orc written as org. We have a cyclops attacking a rogue.
Okay.
Wanza says that chicken are the most evil beings on the world.
Of
so
course.
it has to be an. What we want to see is an evil chicken, a cyborg, a rogue, and a cyclops.
Okay. If you have played Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Jens, then you would know that chickens really can be evil. They really can be evil.
Okay, I think I missed something.
Okay, then I will try evil chicken.
Oh, I really, really love the last idea incorporating the chickens. So,
Tell me.
A giant staring down on a kind of way, confused on chicken attacking him.
Okay, I will have a look if how I can manage it into the picture.
Yeah. Arieth says that not chicken but goats are the most evil.
Yeah. If you have a goat.
This is just a discussion you only can lead with role players. Okay, let's do a toss down there. What do you think is more evil, chicken or goats? Just write a 1 in the chat for chicken or a 2 in the chat for goats.
I would say burning goats.
Burning goats are the evilest. So just write it down. A 1 for chicken are the most evil beings on the planet. A 2 for goats are the most evil on the planet. Okay, I think the chat is going totally in one direction. Most people, yeah, there are 2 people saying chicken are the most evil living creatures on this planet, and all the others say goats.
Okay. So we draw goats, right?
No, we keep with the giant and the chickens. I just was interested.
Okay.
Yeah. It's, well, why not? Goats are the most evil beings. Or Goshen were chicken. Oh my gosh. It's Sunday morning, 9:20, and I'm discussing with people on the internet all over the world. I don't even know if a chicken or a goat is more evil. And there are so hilarious answers. Goats are very mean, it's true, but chickens once had glasses made for them so they wouldn't eat each other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because they are put in very tiny cages.
I don't know, but I imagine we are just starting a new phenomenal role-playing game.
I would say so.
Chicken
The
versus
evil within.
goats. Let's watch the evil fight of chicken versus goats. Follow us on the stream. Coming up soon, the Lord of the Chicken. Yeah.
Okay.
Goat body with chicken head.
Oh no.
This
Or
is
otherwise.
yeah. What is it? What would this Pegasus be called? Normally, we have these griffins, which are lions with eagle wings. We have Pegasi, which are horses with wings. What we now have is goaticons, which are
Goaticon sounds good.
goats with chicken wings and heads. Yeah.
You're crazy, guys. You're really crazy.
I totally goatkins.
Goatkins.
Goatkins oder chickmaras.
Chickmara sounds great.
Yeah, but chickmara sounds more like the name of the queen of the goatkins.
Yeah.
Chickmara, queen of the goatkins. Forget Sauron, screw Tiamat because she is here now.
I need a picture from a chicken. Just
Chickmara, the queen of the goatkin. Chickmara got queen of the goatkins. Yeah, I think this will be a thing soon. This will be a thing. The next big thing on role-playing market will be Chickmara got queen of the goat kings. We are on something big here, guys and
Yeah.
girls. We are hard on track. Yeah.
Sehr schön. Very nice, very nice. When I give chicken into the Google search machine,
Yeah.
I'm getting chicken wings, I guess. Yeah.
So you need a live chicken. Yeah. Yeah, I also wouldn't want to fight Chickmara.
No, really not.
I think Chickmara is one really tough. She's a boss enemy. Yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely. Chickmara is one of the most evil. And yes, Tony, you can, if you manage to seduce Chickmara and make her your friend, she can even give you milk and eggs. So milk and eggs from one animal, you just need some grain and you can make a cake. Yep.
And that is why I love role players or people with a lot of fantasy. So it's so hilarious. You can talk to them about stuff like this and
At once again 9:30 Sunday morning.
Of course.
Yeah. So once again, we are sitting here at 9:30 in the morning, watching you sketching Gary Gygax being confronted with a Chickmara, the god queen. Yeah. What does Chickmara milk taste like is the question.
Yeah.
And would Chimera have magical properties?
I don't know. I don't know. I think that it's up to you to decide this question.
And not me. It's up to the people in the chat.
Of course, I meant so.
And yeah, it sounds like, of course, a really rare and really mighty spell component are Chimera eggs. You need this spell component. For what kind of spell do you need Chimera
Flying.
eggs?
Flying.
Flying?
Hmm? I make the giant a little bit stony. Oh, here's cheekbooks. Butt cheeks.
Yeah, so maybe it's a golem? A
Yeah,
golem giant thing?
And he's asking himself, why is the chicken attacking my food? My feet? My feet?
Yeah. And
It's
there's
early in the morning, guys.
we also have already have. I think she's not accompanied by him. They are evil enemies. On one side we have Chimera, the Goticon, and on the other side we have the Wool Warrior Champ McCheap, and the Wool Warrior champion McCheap is one of the toughest enemies of Chimera. Yeah, it was, get out your pens, mark it in your calendar. This day is the beginning of the epical adventures of Chimera. Oh, it's not even 10:30. What time do we have right now in Germany? Oh, I have to change the time on my computer. We have 10:30, not 9:30, but it feels like 10:30. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's crazy time changing thing.
Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah. But as the European Union couldn't decide in the whole that they would change that to one time, I think we have to live with it still on.
Yeah, think so. So now my computer also knows where I am and when I am. That helps. I'm starting to get orientated, but still we have this Chimera thing going on in the stream. Wow.
And I promise I will finish the angry attacking chicken. If I can't manage it now, I will finish it later.
I totally hope so.
I will. I have promised to.
After this hour here, there will be, and I don't know if I have told you that, a coming together of, I hope some artists, and we will show all the artworks that happen to be created during these art hours we had.
Absolutely.
And they are so great what we have already seen here. And once again, we see this picture of Gary Gygax playing his favorite game. We started off with on Friday with two wonderful artists. We had Shikari here and Nimaris, who did two wonderful artworks. Yesterday, we had Melanie Fantagraphy and
Janina Robin.
Janina Robin was here yesterday, and now we have you. So doing fantasy artworks seemed to be a woman thing going on. I think there are more women doing these artworks than there are men.
Yeah. Exactly. That is also what I was thinking. That most of the German fantasy artists are really women. I know a few men who doing artworks for pen and paper publishers, but mostly, I guess, we're women. Yes.
Do you see a difference in the artworks of women and men? Is it a thing, or
I guess I wouldn't say so much about, because I don't want to get anyone mad. But I think that the women who are doing artworks, the artworks are more hyper realistic, rendered, for example, and the men's, they have more rough brush strokes, more really strong shadow light differences.
Okay.
And the other artworks from, for example, Elif, Siebenpfeifer, or Nele or Verena, who are working for the Dark Eye, for example, they're more hyper-realistic rendered. With
Okay.
strong light also, strong shadow also, strong speaking of the picture itself.
Mm-hmm.
But the man's doing more the rough brush strokes with more textured brush.
Okay,
So
I know.
that is what I feel about it. But I like both of them.
Yeah, but one in the chat is writing when women's. Yeah, right. This was totally when women's without the S. When they do artworks, the bodies and boobs are more realistic and not floating devices. I just quote.
Floating devices.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
So maybe a more realistic impact on the pictures, maybe.
Don't guess that it's a woman or man thing. That's there are also female artists out there who are drawing not that very realistic body proportions, but that's more based in the manga and anime scene, I guess.
One are saying loving your line work.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's very rough by now. And
yeah,
I will
but
clean it
we
up
see
later.
what you but we see where it goes.
Yeah.
So
That's the most important thing, that you see where it goes.
yeah, there's a chicken fighting a giant.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I wanted to. I have a question to all the Gary fans and so on. Is it right that he's wearing the Hawaii hemd? What is it in
the
English?
Hawaiian shirt
The Hawaiian shirt? Is it really a Gary thing?
all the time.
Okay, then I know where the shirt is going, underneath the magician coat.
Yeah, Gary was a real fan of Hawaiian shirts, and he wore them all the time.
Okay.
So we had one artwork where there was Gary in the MoMA, but it's not the Museum of Modern Art, but the Museum of Monster Art. Okay. And he was standing there as a statue in Elminster's robe, but the robe had the pattern. The magician's robe had the pattern of a Hawaiian shirt.
That's cool.
So,
cool.
and we called this robe the slimifying mage robe +5 of happiness. Yeah, a really
cool.
powerful magical item. The slimifying magician robe +5 of happiness.
Ooh. That's
But
very
you
useful.
all stay tuned. You will see this in somewhat more than half an hour. There it will be shown to you, this piece of art.
I'm looking forward. I'm really looking forward. And I'm looking forward to Shiraki's art because we talked yesterday. We sit ourselves in the room and we talked and we sketched while I was sketching here the Gary thing. But I hadn't seen her artwork. I had seen the artwork of Janina already, but I hadn't seen all the other artworks, and I'm very looking forward to it.
You mean Gary as the mighty dragon Tiamat, so the five-headed dragon Tiamat, with Gary being each of the heads of Tiamat, heads and arms, sitting behind the Game Master screen. There were 5 Garys on this picture because one of each Tiamat's heads was Gary Gygax. One and doing all the stuff GM has to do. So one Gary was speaking to the players. One Gary was eating snacks. One Gary was drinking. One was looking up the rules, and the last Gary was rolling dice.
That's cool.
So all the things GM has to do, and people in the stream decided what there should be on the GM screen. So they designed the DM screen together. Yes, Arieth, there will be these pictures available, and this will be said in the next hour when Raz is just presenting all the artworks, and this will be for charity. So you can get these pictures for your own use, and in the end, it will be for charity. And till now, all the art was in color. Yes, of course.
Yes,
but,
that will be colored too.
Be patient. This is just 1 hour. So we are already doing some fast painting, but it's just 1 hour here. Arieth, I don't really know where what charity is this going. I think Raz will state this in the next hour and tell you. I hope so. Don't want to promise anything we can't
hold.
We can't hold, right? But we will tell you, of course. Before you get this, you will get to know where your money goes to. I don't want to tell anything wrong here in the chat. Well.
But I guess it would be it will be for a good purpose. So
of course.
So when everyone grabs his hand on, for example, on a print or something like this, you're doing something good.
Yeah, of course. Of course, you do it. You help people, and who you help, you will get to know before you give your money. There's something in the chat that only Germans understand, because there is a comedy guy here in Germany who also only wears these shirts. So Gary Gygax is some kind of the Jürgen von der Lippe of the US. But only Germans will understand what this meant.
Yeah.
Maybe Gary was a fun guy.
I guess so too. I talked yesterday to my flatmate about him, and I just want people like him seeing how conventions are actually at the moment. Because I think Gary has passed away in 2008, right?
Think so.
Yeah, and he hasn't seen all how it all developed in the last years, and I think he would be amazed.
Digital impact. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he would be amazed.
Yeah. His son is hosting this convention, Luke.
Yeah.
And he is quite amazed on what's going on here. And he should be, because it's really great. All the people from all over the world participating in GaryCon.
Yeah.
So, to the people in the chat, what kind of role playing do you do? What games do you play? There are so many different. I think most people will answer D&D, but what else except D&D? Have you guys and girls out there ever played? I would be interested in that. So just write it down. What games do you play? What is your favorite role-playing game that you play out there? This chicken looks furious.
Yes, it is.
Have you ever played something else than The Dark Eye?
Me? No, I'm not.
Not one?
Not one. I tried, started with Shadowrun, actually, but we never managed to coming over the character development because it was very, very long. And yeah, then the time has passed and we didn't do it
What a
more longer.
pity. What
Yeah.
a pity. You really should. Let's see what's there. There's Wanza says that Ark, Minecraft, and PC D&D. So D&D only as a computer gamer. There are also some really great adaptations on computers for Dungeons and Dragons. We have Hexen 1733. We have, and this is a great answer. I said, don't only write D&D, and there's one writing down AD&D, AD&D 2nd edition, D&D 3rd edition, and 3.5. I know you, guy. A Mutant Chronicles 3rd edition from Modifius, Rollmaster and Space Master from Iron Crown, the James Bond RPG. Did you know that there happened to be a James Bond RPG?
No, I never heard about it.
It's from the early times, I think the 80s, late 80s. And I once happened to play the James Bond RPG. It was quite fun. Shadowrun, Cthulhu, The Dark Eye.
Wow.
Dieseldrachen, 7th Sea.
What? Dieseldrachen?
Yeah, it's a quite new one. Talk Eternity, Star Trek Adventures, Cthulhu, Blood God Disciple, Half Orc. In Pathfinder, I also like this. D&D. I'm going to try to get my niece and nephews into pen and paper games and away from the PC. I think one tip from me on this: try to combine it. Try to combine their love to go to the PC and doing pen and paper. Maybe you get them if they have a tablet and they have their characters on the tablet, and you show them pictures on the tablet to incorporate in it. So you don't have to lurk them away from their technical devices, but incorporate that in your game. Maybe you can try this. But it's always good to get people to pen and paper, because if you do pen and paper, you don't have any time to do drugs, because you do pen and paper all the time.
It can be a drug too, but
It
more
can
healthy.
be, but you will never go out on the streets getting into any trouble if you do pen and paper.
As long as you're not doing LARP, for example, you go out on the streets and can get in trouble.
Yes, because you are the person with weird clothing going around in public. And I know what I'm talking about because I did Knights tournament for a long time. And we one time rode with our horses in full armor into a McDrive to order some burgers. The views of the people in this McDrive were great when there was a horse and a knight on, and not only one. There were 6 riders in full armor in these McDrive.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was really funny.
I once was in a McDonald's in armor and medieval clothing because I'm also doing a reenactment.
Okay.
And sword fighting. And so it was very fun when we get in there, and I had my sword on my side hanging and was close a little bit in the direction of Viking area. It was very fun. It was very fun. The people in the McDonald's just stared at us like we're some crazy guys, some crazy time shifters or something like this. It was
And
very
there
cool.
are absolutely not only MCD, there are all kind of facilities to get your food from. Just so don't you think we are making advertising here? There are so many possibilities to get you some food. Yeah, a McRide would be great.
McRide.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It was really great. Yeah, I have to admit, I also love your line work here on the chicken. And this is something I really appreciate about seeing art happening. In the end, these are only a few lines.
Yeah.
That are on the paper. A few black lines on white. And you know it's a chicken. I can only paint with words. I'm absolutely neither talented nor trained in any kind of sketching. But this is, yeah, it's quite impressive.
Thank you so much.
And let's have a view. Have you seen The Dark Knight? Where did he go? And by the way, 3 Happy Meals.
What I imagine what would be funny as someone like there's in German a really big cosplayer who's cosplaying The Witcher, Geralt of Rivia.
I know, yeah.
I imagine him now going into put here the fast food chain of your choice, and asking for some evil monster. And by the way,
Yeah.
I have to like to have some menu
burgers.
of
Yeah. Pass a coin to the waiter.
yeah. Toss a coin to the waiter.
Toss. Sorry.
No problem. It's one of my most favorite songs in the moment.
Is it? Yeah, it's quite a big thing.
Yeah. I know I'm a little late, but still the song's playing in my head.
I was cautious when I started viewing the Witcher series because I'm a great fan of books and computer games.
Oh, yes.
And then you have the faces in your head. You already have imagined. And as I heard in first off the name of the actor playing Geralt, I said, "What?
What?
It's okay, but why?" And then I heard about his story that this actor was so into The Witcher that he called his agent day over day to get him this role because he absolutely loves The Witcher.
What shows? What really shows?
Yeah, it does. You can see, you can tell by all the thing he does.
He is so Geralt of Rivia. I hadn't imagined before, because first I saw him, and they did some promo shoots with his wig on it, and I
It
thought,
was terrible.
what the hell?
The promo shoots were terrible. Kindred Eyes, are you from Iceland? Kindred Eyes said in Iceland they are used to go to Subway after LARP events.
Yeah, we did in Berlin as well. It's so much fun.
Are you from Iceland, Kindred Eyes?
It's amazing. Oh, Iceland is a country I want to visit.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There are some countries still on my bucket list. One is Iceland.
Yeah.
One is New Zealand.
Exactly.
And sometime I want to be in the US. I've never been there.
I've been to New York in 2018, and in 1998 I have been to the West Coast, to Los Angeles, San Francisco. So we made a round trip on the West Coast, and then we flew over to New York.
Okay.
And then there we have been there 3 days, and in 2018, so good 20 years afterwards, I've been in New York with my best friends. It was awesome.
Cool. Sometime maybe I'm going to visit Gen Con.
Oh yeah.
Gen Con must be fabulous. There's thousands of role players gathering in one city. Someday I have to see that.
Let's do that together. Yes.
Okay. Then we have we call it a date.
Yes.
One day we will meet at Gen Con.
Yeah, I have to go there. I have so to go there. I want to see all those crazy people. It is awesome in Germany as well, as we had the RPC.
Yeah, it's big,
convention.
but not really compared to
No.
Gen Con.
No. That's what I wouldn't say. But we had the RPC. It was amazing for me, because it was the first convention I joined as an artist in 2017.
Okay.
It was overwhelming as the doors opened and thousands of people were streaming into the halls. But afterwards, I said, it was overwhelming. It was amazing. I'm totally wrecked in the evening, but it was cool. I had to do it again.
Yeah.
And then came the end of it.
Yes, they did. Sad story. The difference of Gen Con is not only the size, but also that it's not a fair. The RPC was some kind of gaming fair.
Yeah.
But Gen Con is, and it's in Indianapolis. And as Raz told me, that Indianapolis as a city is getting too small for Gen Con.
Wow. What?
Because there are no locations any longer in the whole city that can that can help expand and give room for hosting all the plays you can get. Last time they took the American Football Stadium of Indianapolis, and on the football field they built up hundreds of gaming tables, and this stadium was full for all the time. But still, Indianapolis got to a limit, because in every hotel, in every location, event location you can get, there are role players.
That's amazing. I have to see it one day.
I really have to see that. There are about, and this is something really interesting, about 10% of the visitors are in costumes.
Wow.
So there are so many cosplayers there running around in Indianapolis in cosplay. And as there are about 80,000 people participating Gen Con, that means that there are 8,000 to 10,000 cosplayers in the city.
That really is a thing.
Yeah, and this is I want to be part of it one time.
Yeah, me too. But do they have in US or other countries also the thing that there are artists gathering around and drawing live?
I don't
You
know.
know
Tell
this?
us, people out there, is there here in Germany? We have artist allays, how we call that, and on our conventions, there artists sitting side by side, doing their artwork and painting on commissions for people who want to see their characters. Is this also typical for the conventions in your country where you're at? And are there any conventions? Yes, in the US there are, but are there conventions where you live somewhere? Are there role-play conventions in Iceland? And if so, why I haven't been there? Or in Sweden? I know in Sweden there are. Yesterday I talked to the people of Free League, and we also talked about LARPing and role-playing in Sweden. And I think this will be the last question because the time's already passed.
Oh,
We
no.
have 11 o'clock on my time.
Really?
In
3 minutes to
Iceland,
go.
I really got the answer. In Iceland, there are artist booths at the gaming conventions.
Cool.
So, my dear friend Dorothy, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here and being eyewitness of
Thank you so much.
the Goatycon, the God Queen of the Goatycons.
Evil chickens.
Yeah, evil chickens going to happen here. Thank you for showing us your art, your fabulous line work here. And to all the people out there, thank you for being here today. And stay tuned. We now give a short break with some words of our sponsors. And after that, you will get presented all these wonderful artwork happened to emerge in the last few days. Till then, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
See you soon, guys. Bye bye, and thank you for attending.
over and all
Hello
that
again.
stuff, it still feels like
We
oh,
are
I was just on the
back
brink of.
with the artists who were drawing in our art hours yesterday and today and the day before yesterday. And we have some finished pictures for you to show you. Unfortunately, not all of the artists are here, but some are. It's Sunday. Some of them are very busy. Of course, as an artist, you need to earn your living somehow. And even on weekends, you have to draw, I think. Actually, I need to find out about that. But first, let's introduce everyone here. Let's start with, well, Dorothy, you were just on in the hour before, so we don't need much of an introduction, but can you quickly remind our viewers who you are?
Yes, my name is Dorothy. I'm a Berlin-based fantasy artist, mostly doing fantasy stuff for pen and paper publishers here in Germany. And yeah, I'm doing mostly character art. And yeah, that's about me. I'm doing digital art mostly.
Thank you very much. Janina, you are next. Can you quickly say a few things about yourself?
Sure. Hello again. I'm Janina. I'm also from Germany, from Mülheim an der Ruhr. That's a very sweet town in North Rhine-Westphalia. And I work as a professional artist since 2012 for games like The Dark Eye, Splittermoon, that's another German role-playing game, and for Demon World from Faser Games. And yes, I'm glad to be here again.
All right, and you're welcome here. Shiraki, I think you were in the first day art stream. Can you remind people who you are?
Hi, I'm Shiraki. I'm a professional artist and illustrator, and yeah, I live in Germany, in Rheinland-Pfalz, and I try to get more into the role-play illustration stuff.
All right. Welcome to you as well. So, yeah, I said that the others were busy. Is it normal for you guys to work on the weekends, or how's your work routine? Do you say no? I take the weekend off. How is that for you guys? Just anyone. Just talk.
That's depending on the workload. Sometimes you really have to work on weekends to finish the artwork, so they will be ready for printing. That's the problem when you are a freelance illustrator. There often isn't really too much free time when you have many illustrations on the table that need to be finished.
Okay.
Same as here. I have a full-time job of 40 hours a week. So I'm doing freelancing between the working load of my normal job. We call it in Germany Brötchenjob or roll job when I can translate it in English. And yeah, I'm mostly doing my stuff, my illustrating stuff on weekends. When I have time for it, or when I have deadlines. As Janina said, mostly there are deadlines and we have to work till we have finished it, so that can be printed and brought to the AD. Yeah.
How about you, Shiraki? Do you work on the weekends?
Yes, I try not to work on weekends because my husband doesn't like that. But when deadlines are coming up, there's no other way sometimes. So it's normal to work on weekends for me.
Speaking of deadlines, so you all basically do professional artwork for publishers and well, probably mainly publishers. I'm not so sure if you have like independent clients as well. But how is that when concerning deadlines? When you work for these publishers, do they really strictly enforce deadlines? Do they breathe down your neck? Or is it that you don't have trouble with the deadlines anyway because you give yourselves enough days, so you're always done on time? Or do you often experience a situation when you say, well, I thought I would be quicker, but I'm really slow now? How is that when you work with these deadlines?
I guess Janina has most experience.
That's really depending on the project. I had some projects when the publisher came to me and asked me, "Hey, Janina, I need an illustration, and it has to be done very quickly." Okay, when do you need these illustrations? Yesterday would be perfect, but tomorrow would be okay. So those are the deadlines that are really, really strict. Most of the times, the deadlines are really the deadlines. So the pictures should be finished when the time has come. So the books will be printed in time and get to the customers. Sometimes, for example, when you get ill or something like that, or something happens and you can't finish a picture, you may get some more time, but not always.
That's what my experience is too. So working in the Sunday evenings or in the dark hours of a day to manage to deadline. Yeah, but it depends on the publisher and on the project.
I only work with very small publishers and indie studios such, so they weren't that strict. I try to always work ahead of my deadlines, so it wasn't that much of a problem. There was only one time where I misjudged the workload I would have with the project, and that led to some crunch time. But okay, I manage.
Well, I was about to ask you about that. So can you tell us a little more about that? So what was the situation? When did you ever experience like that the deadline didn't work out and you were maybe misjudged the amount of work, or you kind of failed to deliver in time, and what happened then? Is that one of your worst nightmares as an artist, that you're kind of running up against deadlines?
It's one of my most nightmares, but I never run out of time. I always kept my deadlines
Oh, wow.
till today.
Okay. So here, shout out to any publishers here. If you want someone, who's always on time, meets all the deadlines, Shiraki, we'll do it for you. All right. How about you? How about you, Dorothy and Janina? Have you had that experience that you were basically failing to meet the deadline, and how was that?
I didn't yet, because I guess I planned my time properly, and what I can recommend to anyone is to communicate. It's very, very crucial for working together with an AD or with a publisher. So you have to communicate and be honest. If you can't meet the deadline they have postponed for it, you have to talk to them and tell them, sorry, can I have 2 more days? I couldn't make it in that time. That's very, very important.
Does that go for you as well, Janina?
Yes, it does, but I haven't failed a deadline yet. The publisher failed a deadline once. That was kind of funny. So I finished an illustration, sent it to the art director, and waited for an answer. So I waited, and this day was the deadline, and I didn't get this answer. And 2 days later, she wrote me, yes, the illustration is fine, but you would have 1 more week because of stuff that happened. But in some of my first works I did for some German fantasy publishers, I had really too many illustrations, and I didn't know how much time it would take. And it was I can show it to you. It was a really big box from the Dark Eye.
All right.
We get stuff.
Yes. Where's the box?
Here is the box. This monstrum. I did many illustrations for this.
The Gareth box.
The Gareth box. Gareth is one of the biggest cities in Aventuria, and I can't remember how many illustrations I did for this one, but I nearly ran out of time, and I sat there in the night and was almost crying because this stupid map had to get ready. But I somehow managed to meet this deadline.
All right. Well, I mean, publishers miss deadlines all the time. In my experience, that is kind of common. But they do have very high expectations of artists, at least in my knowledge. And basically, if you actually fail to meet the deadline, you are pretty much out in many cases. I know that from Wizards of the Coast, where I worked for a few years. So would you perhaps say that meeting a deadline in the art business is really the one of the big differences between the professional artist and the amateur artist? I mean, is that where you basically see where it gets professional?
I think so, yes. Meeting deadlines, communicating about finances, and
Contracts?
yes, and contracts, yes. No
problem.
Oh God, I hate contracts.
Yeah.
But yes.
Okay, Shiraki, you haven't introduced your cat yet.
Yeah, that's Aquiles. He is a rescue cat from Spain.
Yeah, and he loves to be on camera, apparently.
Yeah, he likes camera very much. He's always on my live streams.
Wow, very cool.
He's so cute.
He is. He's so
Very
nice.
cute. So let's have a look at the pictures, and I have the Shiraki's picture here actually that she drew on Friday morning German time, Friday night, or early morning or night, I would say in America. So, before you tell us a little about your picture and what you were thinking here and what the meaning of this is, well, I know you were thinking a lot about this because I was there, so I saw I saw how this picture was created.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Right. Can anyone? I just wanted to reach out to our audience and ask them, what do you see here, and what do you think is the meaning of this picture, and what's the idea behind this? In general, our idea was to draw pictures of Gary Gygax in some kind of role-playing situation, and so I'm just curious to see what people think out there in the chat. What do you see in this picture? What is the symbolism, perhaps? What do you associate with Gary Gygax here? Let's see if people have
Just a deep
By the way,
interpretation.
while you're posting your ideas and while you think about what you see in this picture, I just want to explain that these pictures will end up somewhere on the GaryCon website. We haven't really sorted out the details yet. We're hoping to do that during the day, during the night in America. What we kind of want, basically, is we want to create art prints from these postcards, something that you can buy there. We would like to donate the proceeds from this to a charity organization, the official charity organization of GaryCon, which is Extra Life, and supports this organization supports children in schools and turns them into gamers, hopefully. Which is always a charitable cause.
Good cause.
Yeah.
No, it's actually, role-playing games can be hugely beneficial for young people. They can help them overcome social issues. They can help them overcome a bunch of problems. And we believe that it's really worth supporting something like that. So that's why we said, let's give the proceeds to this charity called Extra Life. You can find links to that in the chat as well. And we think pictures of Gary are a wonderful memory of Gary Gygax, but also of this GaryCon. So later on, you'll find them hopefully in the merchandise section of the GaryCon website, or somewhere else. We'll announce it in a big way, and you'll be able to find these. So we don't have so many ideas here in the chat. I was wondering.
It's a crazy thing, so it's okay.
Right. Well, yes, it's okay. So one says, Jens kind of explained it earlier. It's a wonderful concept and the drawing is so good. I completely agree with that. But I'm still asking, usually in art, you have a variety of interpretations and things that speak to you. And that's often on a very personal level, I would say, especially in gaming art, in fantasy art. So please feel free to share with us whatever you feel about it. And yes, there's there's another comment here. Extra Life supports kids in hospitals. It's absolutely right, but not only. Extra Life is a pretty big organization that is doing a fantastic job of supporting kids that struggle. And gaming is one of the aspects that they do. They provide them with games that are valuable in some way. So here's an answer. It's what every DM wants to do at the same time.
Yes.
It's really fitting.
Yes. And someone says here, beautiful artwork, enjoying them all. Kind of wish I could make it bigger so I could look at the details. I will make it bigger for you. Don't worry. I will definitely zoom in a little. But first, let's hear from Shiraki what you were thinking when you envisioned this artwork.
I thought I want to do something that where there's no danger given that it will be double. So we thought about drawing Gary as Dungeons and Dragons characters, and I thought I don't want to do something that the others will probably make. And
Okay.
I thought, what's the coolest Dungeons and Dragons monster you know? Tiamat. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Tiamat has many heads. So if Gary had many heads, he could do many things at once. So he could be the perfect DM. And that was my strain of thought.
Okay, let's zoom in a little. So let's see what these heads do. Okay, so let's start with this one in the upper left corner. I'm zooming in there. What's this head doing? Reading something like a book.
Yes, he's reading the rules. There's a rule issue, and he's looking that up.
Okay, let's go down to this guy. On the lower left.
No. He's rolling dice for some NPCs.
Okay.
Maybe they are in fight or try to persuade someone.
I love that face he makes. Yeah. Yes, you are doomed.
Now I got you.
What about the middle Gary?
That's the actual DMing one. He's the one explaining the characters of the players, what they see, what they are facing.
Right. Let's go to this one in the upper right corner.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it.
Refueling.
Right. So yeah, while you were drawing, I remember someone saying, "Yeah, food is one of the most important things as a DM."
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then we have this.
And I was
sneaky
shocked
Gary
to
on the
hear that
lower
you
right.
don't eat while DMing. I was shocked. That's not healthy.
Our DM is always eating. He's
Really?
stuffing his face and talking and now you go down the street and you're facing some soldiers coming. What do you say? It's normal. Come on.
No, I remember. Yes, I was in the chat with you. So, and I said at the time, I don't eat as a DM. I eat in my breaks. But I might be very different. I mean, I usually or I often stand at the table too because it's easier to perform. And as a DM, you're constantly performing because you play so many roles, or you are creating an atmosphere, and you have more presence. I think when you're standing and when you're moving around like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know. For me, eating gets in the way. I'm glad if I can take a sip of water in between or something. But it's really about performance, and I schedule regular breaks for eating for that. But everyone is different, and I might not be the typical DM. So Gary usually sat at the table when he was DMing. So I know that I've played with him before, and
Oh wow,
yeah.
that's cool.
Now he
In a
could
way,
eat
it
and
was,
drink.
yes, but I died really quickly in one of his dungeons. So
What's going on the Game Master screen?
Yeah,
That
I think
was
there's
what I wanted
a
to ask
cute
too.
scene up.
That's
Yeah.
what we did on the stream. We together with the chat we designed the DM screen, and
Mhm.
they wanted to have the players on the DM screen so you can see their doom.
Exactly. I will zoom in on that now. Let's see.
Can you zoom in?
That was one of the big things here that people added to. I remember Shiraki asked first, so what do you want on the GM screen? And the answer was the terrified players.
But what happened to the poor guy on the left side near the door? Didn't he?
Maybe he was forgotten when they were rolling for
Initial?
for
new
maybe he was
characters?
skipped in the fighting rounds.
Oh yeah,
And
initiative.
when can I fight? Not now. When can I fight? Not now.
Oh, you're surprised. You can't act. You can't react. You can't do anything. You can just die.
Or he
That's
was
really
knocked out. He was knocked out just at the beginning of the fight and has to wait now for the fight to end.
So yes,
that's
the
awesome.
idea was he's been dead for a long time already. kind of like my character when I played with Gary. I died. I was the first to die. It was terrible. But okay. So there's a question. The things on the left and the right, are those skulls?
Yeah, I thought about something like skulls.
Uh-huh.
But
Because,
I have
remember
to
people-
admit it was a bit too small, so I left it like that.
Right. People wanted a scary dungeon atmosphere, and I think you did that pretty well here.
The torches.
Yeah, it's always the torches.
Of
Gives so
course.
much life. Yeah, it's great. I just love this picture. It's so amazing. I want to
Really
hang it
great.
on the wall. It's really cool.
Well, you guys will definitely get all of these prints later on from everyone. So you have the whole collection of GaryCon memories. Great. So let's move on to the next one. Thank you so much, Shiraki. This is really an awesome picture.
Thank you.
And
it's
I
definitely
know
a
that
crazy one.
Love it.
So
yeah,
I already showed these pictures to Luke Gygax, the son of Gary Gygax, and he was really enthusiastic about them. He loved them too. He was actually joining us in the chat yesterday while Janina was here, I think. Was that you? Yes, I think it was.
It was so cute.
Sorry,
He joined the chat and wrote, that looks like my dad.
That was the first thing. The first thing he said. He said, "That looks like my dad."
Yeah.
Pretty good, cool. So let's go on to the next picture. Let me zoom out again and back to the next one. Here we go. No, that was wrong. Let's go with this one. That's the one Dorothy just drew just now. So I won't ask the chat now because you were just here. You were just on, so people probably remember from the previous session. But can you tell us a little about what you were thinking when you created this image? Oh, sorry about that. I will also zoom in a little.
Yeah, what I was thinking, Gary Gygax was a dungeon master, and as I heard yesterday, he had a magician, so I drew him in his magician coat, and I want to bring out the typical Hawaiian shirt. I will add some details to it because it's just a sketch by now. And as a dungeon master, you have the puppets, the players in your hands. So he's controlling the players with the strings and the NPCs as well. So that's why I added some strings and a puppet-like elf. I don't know how they're called in Dungeons and Dragons. I think draw. I'm not sure.
No, they're
Dark
elves and they're
Dark
drow.
elf. Ah, okay, dark elf. Okay, because I'm sorry, I'm not a Dungeon and Dragon player, not yet, not
good.
yet.
Oh, you will be.
The doom is coming over me.
Should I prepare an artist D&D round for the next real face-to-face convention where we meet?
Oh yes,
It would be so cool.
That would be awesome.
I'll do one with a lot of atmosphere and really fast-paced action. Okay, great.
It would be
Hold
awesome.
me to that promise.
And
All right. Yes.
Stone Golem on the right hand side that came from questioning the chat in the stream.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we developed with Jens together a new role play part, the evil chicken chimera between chicken and a goat. I drew the evil chicken, so it's one substitute of the chicken queen. She's the most evil. One you can you can come to. Yeah, that's why I drew Gary in this way, because all of his imagination has to come on the table. There we have the elf fighting. Okay, I see he lost his pitch of the sword, but okay, I will add it later. Opponent comes upon to him and he pulls the strings and throw the dices to say you lose life, or you will maybe win.
Mm-hmm. Great.
That's what I thought about it.
That's
so
it.
Cool.
Looks really cool. I can't wait to see the finished piece here.
Thank you.
That poor little elf there in the middle. It looks like he's gonna get some severe beating there.
Yeah.
It's okay. He got a chicken.
Right. Great artwork. And I love this symbolic view of Gary really pulling the strings and moving the pieces around in front of the table and being in control. That's wonderful, really. So I hope you're not looking at the chat, because it says here, Raz is a great GM, just don't trust him. I think that's an unfounded rumor. I'm always a very nice GM, I think.
No,
But
you've given it
there
away.
are rumors circulating about me, and I can assure you they are not true. Just saying. Okay. So really nicely done here.
Thank you.
Especially the dice. I mean, what I love here is, like how you have the dice in the air. You can see he's about to throw them there, and it looks a little like magic. It really does, and it's kind of magic that he did and created with with the game. I know. I remember. I already asked Janina and Shiraki in the chat that I was present in. But Dorothy, I have not talked to you yet. You ever had the chance of meeting Gary?
No, I
No?
never had. At the time as I started playing RPG, pen and paper was in 2011.
Mhm.
So 10 years ago, and so I never had the chance to meet him in person.
Mhm.
Yeah, unfortunately, he passed away too soon.
Right. Because a lot of younger gamers, of course, have never seen him, have never experienced him in any way. And Gary was really an important figure in a way. And even later on, when he didn't influence the gaming community so much anymore, he was still someone who brought the gaming community together. And I think that was one of the biggest things that that was important to him, not only to see it as a hobby that you can have fun with, but also as a community that he really loved, and getting to people together. I mean, the first conventions that he held were basically held at his house. He just told everyone, "Come over, guys. We're having a convention." And so this GaryCon is kind of in that style. Again, of course, it's much huger. There are thousands of people, so we can't all fit them into Gary's house anymore. But of course, it's very important that the essence and this idea of bringing people together through games is there, and that was important to him. And I think he would have loved to see what has become of this event of GaryCon, that there are so many people gathering from all over the world. I mean, for us, it's the first time that we are filling a streaming slot at night in America, and we get to bring a lot of people from Europe into this, people who normally would never have the opportunity to really attend because it's kind of expensive and like a time drain to travel all the way to the US, to travel all the way to Wisconsin to take part. And we just love this opportunity of taking part in some way and just joining you online. And we hope we'll be able to continue this, because I really think bringing the world of gaming together with people from all over the world is really what Gary would have loved to see. All right, let's take a look at the next image. So really cool, by the way. Oh, one thing I forgot here. In the lower right, is that a character sheet that Golem is stepping on?
Exactly.
So he's trampling on your character sheet.
That's why the chicken is attacking. It's a character cheat.
Right.
Who needs coffee stains if you have golem feet on your character?
Yeah. Wow, that's cool.
So we have this picture here. This is a picture from Nivaris, who unfortunately couldn't join us today because she's working. She told me, I'm working now. Unfortunately, I can't be there, but greetings to everyone from her. This is what she drew. Once again, people, if you want, share your impression. Tell us what you see in this picture. What you think happened here. Why does he have a dragon's tail, for instance? So
I know this one.
You do? Okay.
Yes, I do.
But tell us what you think. And yes, I will zoom more into the picture. In a moment, I'll zoom around. Boom. Here we go. You can see it.
Love it. The pattern is great.
Yeah, the Hawaiian rope.
Hawaiian rope.
Yeah. How was it, the Hawaiian rope of slimifying or something like that?
Yeah, of slimifying and happiness plus 20 or something. I can't remember all of it. That's really cool. So he's a statue.
Some comments here from the chat. So one was wondering, why is he wearing a dress? What is he reading?
It's a
Comments and
rope.
comments here, just fabulousness. It shows you can really be whatever you want to be in a role-playing game. And someone explains it's a magician's robe. The slimifying epic Hawaiian robe +5 of happiness.
Yes.
That's it.
Right. All right. Over to you guys. What are your comments? What do you see in this as fellow artists?
I'm kind
Happiness.
of out because I saw the streams.
Oh, you're not out. Just tell us. That's good.
Yeah. Well, I know that it's a statue at a Museum of Monsters,
Mhm.
MoMA, and he has a tail because in the chat there was one person looking at you, Imala, who always said, "Give him a tail, give him a tail." No, but why should he have a tail? Give him a tail. Then, at some point they gave in and gave him a dragon tail.
Okay. But it could be that it looks like he's having like a magic book or something in his hand, and it could be that something went wrong when he summoned something. Or,
Maybe.
So I was thinking that maybe a dragon mother with his hatchling was visiting the Museum of Monster Arts, and the hatchling was hiding behind his statue.
Oh, that's cute.
That's cool. Very cool. That's really cool.
Right. That's a cool idea. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're like this.
Yeah. I don't know how you fit a dragon in behind him, but yeah.
Maybe the tail is just bigger and the dragon is smaller.
A dragon with a giant tail. Yes.
Giantism.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Anyway, a really cool piece of art, and of course, the thing that really stands out here is this Hawaiian robe. Of course, for those of you who don't know, Gary was really known for wearing Hawaiian shirts, so he turned up in Hawaiian shirts everywhere. This was kind of his trademark look, and so people thought, wow, let's maybe take this pattern and apply it to a magic robe and merge those two ideas of the Hawaiian shirt, and Gary being this great magician who can create all these wonderful worlds.
Looks fabulous.
Yeah, I think so too.
It is.
It's a wonderful
It does.
idea. It looks really great.
It is.
It is.
It is.
It is.
Okay, let's go to the next one here.
Speak English very well.
It's mine.
Yes. Yours.
I got a carrot away a little yesterday after the stream.
It's amazing.
It's
It
so
really is
cool.
amazing.
It really is, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I will ask again, people, what do you see in this? Ooh, this is cool, is the first reaction to it.
Let you like it.
Yay for bluish.
Bluish
Yay.
one.
Yay for blues.
Apart from this being cool, what do you see in this? What kind of symbology do you see in this? How does this represent Gary? What do you associate with the elements that you can find in this picture? Okay, so I will read some comments to you. You can see him bringing the story to life. Another comment says, I love the fire lizard on his shoulder and the elf coming out of the book. Is that Mimic Ink?
It's Mimic Ink, yes. I thought the inkwell was missing, and a normal inkwell would be much too boring for Gary, and so it became an inkwell mimic.
Okay. So more comments here. Everything he writes comes to life. The background is amazing. And I will go into this a little further. Yes, I will zoom in. Don't worry. There's magic in imagination, of course. So, Gary lets stories become real. So I think that's the dominating idea here. And I love that mimic ink. It's another comment.
I love the fairy in the background.
Absolutely, you already spotted the fairy. Let's zoom in and go into
details.
The details. I also really love this dragon on his shoulder. It's small, but it looks kind of fierce. I think that's like a dragon with a purpose. And let's start over here. Let's start with the mimic ink, so people. I think people.
Yes, write more. I won't bite now.
I won't eat the ink.
It's kind of having an inkwell like that could kind of put a lot of pressure on you as a writer.
I guess so.
Right. The problem is it leaves all these stains everywhere.
Everywhere it goes.
Oh yes.
So what about this? They called it elf, but I think it's actually a drow, right?
It's a drow, yes. This was an idea from the chat. So yesterday I started with a sketch. I had Gary with the dragon on his shoulder and the open book in front of him. And I asked the chat about what should come out of his book alive and what should be in the background. And at first it were dueling dark elves that should come out of his book, but I wanted them to be in real size, not miniature dark elves. And so it became one dark elf who comes to life by writing from Gary.
Mm-hmm.
So the dark elf was an idea from the chat. I really like him. Kinda Drizzt Do'Urden, I think.
He looks younger than Drizzt Do'Urden.
Yeah, that's true. A very very young Drizzt Do'Urden.
Yeah. I like this. I like him a lot. Yeah. All right. I'll move on to I'll move on to the left because the right contains so many good things. Let's look at this little creature here hiding behind here in this open gate.
It's a cute little fairy. Another idea from the chat. So the idea for the background was a bookshelf that's on the right, a dungeon, very fitting for Dungeons and Dragons, and somewhere a cute little fairy. And this is the cute little fairy peeking from the corner, looking what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. In the darkness that lies beyond him, which is kind of fearsome, I think. I think you did a great job here with the torchlight.
Thank you.
That illuminates the scene. And you
awestruck
can move over to
that
the
you-
right, where this
That you did scales.
bookshelf is.
The skates of the dragon are really cool.
In such a short
you.
time, so cool.
Yeah.
So the bookshelf, I can see books there, and I see a skull there, and I see a pipe there.
Yeah, so a bookshelf needs to have books, but there are some other items and ideas from the chat. So the pipe, don't know if I drew it right, but it was supposed to be Elminster's pipe.
Mhm.
A skull, I think a skull has to be in a bookshelf. I have one in mind. I really
Of course.
Yeah, I have. That's my skull. It has to be there.
I have one too in my bookshelf. every good bookshelf has a skull. I totally
Yes.
agree.
Then there is a small fire djinn in the bottle. Not very happy about it, so he's sitting there all grumpy.
Right, totally. I can see it. You also have a skull.
It's a USB charger.
Oh wow!
Skull with a purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
I'm a
bottle.
little bit dusty.
A bottle with an angry fire djinn in it, and another bottle with eyes. Because why not?
Yeah. You always
Good
need
to have one.
You lose one. Right. And then down here we have something that looks a little more sinister, I would say.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. It was the hand and eye of something, something, something. Yes.
What? God. Vecna. He's one of the evil gods, actually.
Cool.
And some
small Greyhawk setting, in the original Greyhawk setting, yes.
It's awesome.
And some shoes.
Yes.
Because I was told by the chat that Gary was a shoemaker, if I remember correctly.
Exactly. He worked as a cobbler.
A cobbler, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I love all the little details in this picture. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But what catches my eye the most is a dragon staring at the feather.
What are you writing? Some new characters that come to life and that will hunt me down? No.
If you don't stop, I will eat it.
And the color scheme, the bluish thing, the bluish thing was also an idea of the chat. I asked if I should colorize the whole picture, if I should keep it black and whitish, so it would fit the old published books from Dungeons and Dragons, or if it should be black and white and with some color. And the idea was to colorize the magical parts. Red was too aggressive, and then it was the question if it should become more bluish or greenish. And I took blue because it fits perfectly with the GaryCon logo.
Yeah, the ethereal.
Imperial GaryCon.
Yeah, that's really, really, really awesome.
Yeah, we will actually post the links to your websites and your social media presence in the chat for those of you who want to know more about these fabulous artists and find out how you can maybe even commission some artwork, or if you're a publisher, people who can meet deadlines. That's worth a lot.
Yes, we do. We are reliable.
Yes. You can draw these fantastic pictures. Absolutely. Right.
We are reliable.
So let's see. I might, if I'm lucky, I might get Melanie's picture too, because she just contacted me and she said she's.
It would be great.
If I get it, I'll quickly bring it up on screen to show it to you. That would be fantastic, because that's the only missing picture. But once again, for those of you who joined later, what we are going to do is we are going to put these pictures together in an art collection, 5 prints of Gary drawn live at GaryCon. And we'll offer them for sale on the GaryCon website. And you can purchase them, and the proceeds go to a charity, the charity of choice, Extra Life of GaryCon, and you will be supporting a good cause, and you'll have a wonderful memory of GaryCon and of Gary Gygax, thanks to these fantastic artists. Thank you guys for that, by the way.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having us here.
Oh,
of course. Thank you so much.
So we still have a few minutes. I mean, let's not make it sound like we're already.
We won't leave now.
and we actually get to see Melanie, one of the other artists who drew something. She is rushing over to us. She's coming now. So we'll see her last minute. Yes, I know people are waiting for the links. I said we would post them. We've already posted them before in the chat, but we will post them again.
Perhaps I can help if I find them on the server.
Yeah, I don't think you can post them because you're not a moderator, unless you are. If you are, then...
no, I'm not.
I guess
but I can try.
Melanie's waiting in the VIP waiting room. I can see her there.
Yes, and she will be brought into the room. Just a second, we're waiting for her. But it's great that she's still coming. I think she was working.
Excitement!
Can post links.
Ja, super kurzfristig, hallo.
Hey!
Hi
Ja.
and welcome.
Hat einer verpasst, aber immer noch geschafft. Hi.
Hi.
Oh God.
To switch to English.
Oh yes. Sorry. I just didn't make it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. You just kind of when you came in, your image kind of took over. So on this Twitch chat, you're kind of in the middle between Janina and Chiraki now. I hope our tech team is going to fix that. I mean, it's not your fault. We're happy to see.
Sorry.
I
destroyed everything.
Yes, you destroyed everything, but no problem. We will fix that.
You are doomed.
There is a song that named Destroy Everything, a metal song. It's quite good.
I know it's sent to me, please. I need to hear this.
If I lean in here, so.
Hear it. If you're angry, it's the best song.
Okay. Okay. That's good to know.
Okay. Yes, I wanted to show my image, so I just looked at my Discord and saw, oh my God, I missed it. Oh no.
So do you have your image ready?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
On another screen.
Yes. Well, you can share your screen, and I will stop sharing my screen. Okay.
Okay, I
And
do.
by the way, our tech team has been able to position you correctly now. You have your own window and your name under it. Everything is fine right now.
Thank you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry destroying everything.
Okay.
Being so late.
Share your screen. I will take off my screen. Let's see. We're putting some stress on the tech team now, but that's okay. They're used to it. Let's switch over to yours. Go ahead and share yours.
Yes, there it is.
Oh, that's so cool.
Wait.
We just made yesterday the decision to fill the image with creatures that Gary created, and now that's the finished result. I just spent
that's so cool.
some
That's
few
awesome.
more time in it to finish it. At least nearly finished, but when I totally would render it, I would spend more than 3 or 4 hours to render it totally. So it's roughly finished.
Okay, guys,
Really
just
cool.
hold
I
on
never
for-
shoulder dragon.
people
Yes,
don't
a little
see
baby
the image
dragon.
yet. People don't see the image yet.
Oh
But
no.
still need to- sorry about that. We need to switch things around. Give our tech guys a moment. I know they'll probably yell at me now for doing this and just saying come in because they had everything set up, and now we're just messing with their
Strange here.
and do it.
It's like
Okay.
artists are every time. Artists are every time like this, destroying everything, messing around, producing chaos.
We're good at it.
That's our nature.
Quite our job.
It's like players and plots.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Just
We're all good again. They sorted it all out. And a big sorry to Mark out there. Mark, I know you must be cursing at us now. Thanks for making this possible. All right. Guys, now we can see the image. Melanie, would you like to talk a little more about this image now and zoom in a little so people can really see it?
Yes. Yesterday we decided to make Gary surrounded by his creatures, and the community have decided to choose a Mind Flayer, a baby dragon, the Beholder, and the Mimic. And that were the creatures now. And yes, you can see I have just drawn a sketch yesterday with this scroll in the front. And the scroll in the front shows my favorite quote of him. It's my RPG philosophy. The secret we should never let the game masters know is that they don't need any rules. And that is so quite true. If you play role-playing games in a sense, then you don't need any rules. You just play and have fun, and you just need your own imagination. The books are a nice gimmick, but it's not the thing that is the essence of RPG. And so I made his biggest secret visible in this image.
That's the most friendly looking beholder I've ever seen.
They wanted a cute beholder. The cute beholder, it was, I think, Janina's idea.
It's a cutie
To us.
holder.
Yeah. And now we have a cute beholder and Mind Flayer. I actually don't know how Mind Flayers look. This is all done by description from Jens yesterday. He described me and game mastered a Mind Flayer for me because I have no idea how they look. But the community decided that it is quite accurate. I haven't seen an image yet. I haven't looked at a Mind Flayer image from the official point.
Can you zoom in on it a little? Just zoom in closer so that people can see what.
But it's not like totally finished that you can zoom in a lot. So you see it's quite rough.
You know, it's quite small in the stream, so that would be really helpful. Thank you very much.
The stuff is quite rough, yeah. The lines are not clean and everything, but yeah, now you see maybe a little closer.
We have a comment here saying his green dragon familiar wants a snack.
Yes. Maybe.
It could be, yes.
Yeah. So Gary have done so much for RPG and community, and his favorite quote is something that I wanted to show to everybody because it's so important. I think many people are focused on the rules and on the books. It's quite nice to have, but mostly you don't need the books, and that's his quote. So I'm very happy that he said it. So everybody has to have a look at it and maybe adapt to it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That was my my
it's a wonderful
reason
quote,
to do the picture like this.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Right.
Yes,
So
totally.
Once again, to sum this up, we will put these pictures all together in a big collection to remember Gary and to have a memory of this GaryCon. It was so great to have all of you here as artists and do these live drawings. We should definitely do that again. I think people really enjoyed that. I think the feedback in the chat tells us that this too. If you like this, let us know. We'll bring them back hopefully at some point. But these pieces of art will be made available as a collection of 5 art prints, and they will be for a charity cause, Extra Life. So if you want to take a memory of GaryCon and of Gary Gygax home with you, they'll be available later on in the day for Americans on the website. Hopefully, I always have to say hopefully, we'll see what we can do. We have to talk with the right people there to put them on the website. And they remain there for the next weeks. So even after GaryCon has ended, we'll do a shout out. We'll tell you they are available, and hopefully you'll be able to find them there. Right. We will post a few more links of the artists here. We have not posted all of them, but we'll get them now. We'll take them to the chat so that you can see their websites, follow their social media presence, and check out all the other cool stuff these guys are doing. Thank you so much for coming. It was really a pleasure, and it was wonderful to see how this artwork evolved. Even in this little time frame of 1 hour, you already showed really great stuff there. And for me, it's always amazing to see art evolve like that, because I am completely untalented when it comes to art. I love art. I love drawing even. It just never looks like yours.
The talent thing again.
There is no talent in the world. There's just interest.
Yes,
and hard work.
But there's definitely people who are very untalented, and that's me. Right? So
no.
All right. Okay. Next time I'll do a drawing too. Okay, and then we'll compare side by side, and then we'll see that I'm right.
You do a drawing, and during 10,000 hours of practice before, then we compare.
I'll do
then we can talk again. Yes.
No, wait. I want to see one drawing of Russ at the next con. So you give us a promise, and you make one drawing. So we tell you what we want to draw.
I have a painting of a mountain. I'll show that to you next time. Okay.
No, we decide what you are drawing.
Okay, I'll do a live drawing, but that will be horribly embarrassing, I tell you. But,
we can make an overpainting.
I know. I'll do that. However, we need to hand over to the next people. They are waiting in line to get their game started. So
be there.
Need to give them the space. Thank you so much for coming. We'll stay with us for a moment. We still need your links. We'll post them in the chat, and afterwards, we'll see each other again. Definitely, I've been challenged. I see that. So at some point, there's more coming. Thanks, guys, for staying with us, and goodbye. Enjoy the other events today, and see you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I sat down with Luke Gygax to talk about
I just don't want people to. I want people to be able to trace their roots, their game, back to those origins and understand it a little bit better and gain a little bit of appreciation.
why do you think D&D had such a massive impact, not only on the game industry but also pop culture at the time?
Well, it caught on at the right time. It's the Vietnam War is just ending. There's a lot of malaise, and what better than to escape from the world into a world of fantasy where you can be a hero and you can change the world that way, and that's exciting. So I think there was something there in that. But what's the critical factors for Dungeons and Dragons is that it was a totally different game. Role-playing games didn't exist. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was a fantasy war game played with miniatures. They didn't even know what the title they were going to call it, and it broke the mold. If you were going to play a war game, it was you're looking back in time on a historical situation generally, and it's prescribed. These are the forces that are there. Here's your commanders. It's not a person that you're playing. You're playing units. Or even if you're playing something, it's a fixed character. You're the shoe in the Monopoly board going around. What Dungeons and Dragons did is it said, okay, well, we don't have a board. We don't have a beginning and an end. And oh, by the way, you're going to play a character, and the game can go on one session. You could just have one session, or you could have a game that goes on.
Spielen wir mit Roll 20 oder welchen System?
And there's the idea of this referee, this guy becomes the dungeon master, is building this world. They're bringing their own fantasy world together. There's these guidelines that are here, but really it's coming from the dungeon master, the referee at that time. That person is going to create this world, and then the other people who are players get to contribute to it, and you kind of weave this fabric of a story that becomes the campaign, that becomes this world that you play in and you share. And I think that was very unique. There's no boundaries, there's no board, there's not a set beginning and ending. What other game had that? I think that's the revolution. I think that's why it appealed to people. And it still does today.
What kind of dungeon master was your dad?
He was a good dungeon master, but I think he was more earlier. He was definitely more let's get to the, all right, you're down, you're at the beginning of the dungeon. Let's go, and I'm gonna describe things to you. You definitely. Well, I guess I'm taking all this sort of stuff is for granted that this is how everybody did it. I remember reading through B2 recently when I wrote one of the forewords for it for Goodman Games, and they redid it. And I remember reading the instructions on how to run the dungeon was like listening to my dad talk, because I was like, well, wait, this is exactly how he did things. I think he gave advice like, don't let them see the map. Be somewhat vague if they don't know the exact measurements. Keep in mind there could be various things like that. So when you were down there, it was up to you. Part of the game was the exploration portion of it. So you had to figure out this dungeon, the design of it, find any areas that looked suspicious. Like maybe, well, why is there this 60 by 60 area that there's no apparent entrance to, but there's a whole bunch of past. Not just throwing the dice.
Okay, so hello everyone, and welcome to this game of Kizarta. I'm Lupo, game master today and author of the game. And if you want to present yourself, our players here,
So, hi, I'm Janina. You may have seen me on the stream before. I'm also an illustrator, and now I'm gonna play Kizarta, and I'm really excited.
My name is Marcus, and I'm also very excited about what Kizarta has to offer.
And hi, I'm Lynn, and I'm also very excited for this.
Okay, so you have already the character sheets I sent you. So what have you chosen to play? And a short round, character name and class and short description. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I would like to take the fighter or the rogue. Which character do you two prefer?
I was also going between the fighter and the rogue.
Oh
no! Then I have no problem at all because I'm with the barbarian, so
okay.
So I'm out of discussion here.
Okay, I think then.
So we already have our fill of fighting and.
So I play a rogue in my D&D group, so I think I will take the fighter if that's okay with you, and so you can have the rogue.
Yeah,
that's fine with me. Alright.
Okay, so we have a very fighty party this time.
To be honest,
what's the rogue's name?
Because I said I just want to have it easy and not to think too much and say, okay, I know the perfect solution to everything. That's always a fine thing with the barbarian. Yeah.
Okay, character name. Let's start with the rook.
Right, can I go last? I need to think on the name for 2 seconds.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So I'm a tiefling fighter, and my name will be Eliza.
Okay.
Here I'm a barbarian and a half orc. My name is Gror, and I'm
barbarian orc drone. That's the character.
Alright, and I am a half-elf rogue, and my name is going to be Laria.
Okay. Well, you all have awoken some time ago in the realms of Kizarta. For one way to describe your arrival here could be like a second birth. There was a time where you lived in one of the many material realms of the multiverse, until the point in which you, as an adventurer or simply as a person living his life, can happen in an accident, you died. You died and your soul traveled across the world, searching for its place in heaven or in some afterworld as promised by your religion. But instead, you kind of fell out of existence and into the void, where in the distance, in the middle of nothing, there shone as a pale star towards which you traveled and awakened here on Kizarta. The first thing you remember when you opened your eyes on this realm was finding yourself buried within your tomb in an open grave, and the pale light of the sun, called Kizarta itself, shining upon you. You climbed out of there in the middle of a vast cemetery, graves until the eye can see. And on the other side, a city, equally large, with a majestic cathedral close to the gates of the cemetery. You walked out of there and started your new life in these realms, where everyone is dead and nothing seems to be real. Your own bodies are not flesh and bone, but made of a thing called ether that, when slashed or anyway hurt, pours out in like a whitish mist, almost liquid. That's the reality you're in right now. And many things happen above you and around you that you don't fully understand. It's a realm with very complex rules and a difficult society to navigate. Sometimes you have heard of a thing called the Great Game, which is how people refer to this whole mechanism of intrigue and plotting among greater beings. But that's nothing of concern to you right now, as you're in the City of the Dead, the main city at the center of this multiplanar setting, which extends and is filled with millions upon millions of souls that came here across the ages. And you're just going around the city in a market square right now. Somewhat of a normal moment for a place so strange. The market is quite colorful, despite the grayish buildings around and the sun that is not really illuminating. And you have your time roaming the many the many, I can't find the word, vendors, and there's the strangeness they have on this display right now. So what do you do? What's your start here as a group? Are you searching for something in particular? You have 50 gold pieces each to spend if you want.
So actually, I'm still a little bit confused where I am and what's that all about. I'm looking around because I'm still not believing and realizing what exactly happened. What happened when I woke up. I'm sure, okay, I'm here. I know that I am who I am. Not sure what happened maybe a few minutes, few years ago. So
it's up to you to decide if you just came out of the grave or if you've been here for a longer time.
And that's why maybe that's the reason why I just try. Well, I walk up to this lovely city, but still searching for maybe people.
Okay, so you just arrived, like. Okay, so you just arrived and are roaming the city aimlessly when you happened upon this place, which is in contrast to the grayish city, is rather colorful and filled with people and beings of all races that confuses you after all this like monotony of walking along endless streets of gray, and you're like, what's happening here? Where am I? You remember you died, and what is this place?
Is everybody looks the same, or is it different races, or how do I have to imagine that?
There's every possible combination of races, colors, and cultures around here. When you ask someone about this place and how this whole thing works and where you are, they bluntly answer you like, yes, you are dead, you are here now, and you will be here forever. Another merchant tells a tale about, like a legend, they say that in Limbo there is temples and churches for every religion ever existed and that will ever exist in any possible realm.
Okay. So I'm undead.
Yeah, you kind of are, but you're still breathing and you still have hunger, and it's weird. It's very strange. Lyria and Eliza, are you together, or are you two on your own around here?
Perhaps we woke up together in a crypt.
Yes.
Who knows?
Yes.
And, Eliza isn't really happy about the situation. This is the second strangest place she woke up when she had too much ale. Whatever happened here? She has no idea. And she looks at
I was drunk.
she looks at the merchants growling. So money is still a thing when you're dead.
Yeah, you have this small coins made of this white material. On the coins, you can see changing faces, like ghostly faces appearing on the coin.
I stare at the merchant with my pitch black eyes, hold up one of those coins. Who are those people? Do they know what's going on here?
Oh, they say these coins are minted with the souls of the dead. So yeah, maybe those are the people you see right there. But I think if they can somehow fall in my purse, I could lift you from the problem of these existential questions.
So what are you selling in the land of the dead?
We have a rather conspicuous range of whatever you might like. We have here the bones of a saint, an embalmed hand, potions, herbs. This might interest you. Tears of a widow. Fresh.
I can make widows cry myself. That's no problem. So, bones of the saint. She had some bones. I don't know if I have bones here. So I think I died. I died.
I kind of feel that.
Hey, you orc over there, you look kind of confused like I feel right now.
Yeah, they told me that I'm dead, but somehow I'm not. So I'm undead, or I don't know. Do you know where we are? They told me we are in Limbo or something like that. I have no idea.
Some kind of land of
the city of the dead, my friend. Welcome, where you can find everything and anything, especially here. Would you like, please? If you have coin to spare, of course. Otherwise, nothing is for nothing around here, you know.
Yeah, you seem to know what the deal here is, but somebody over there said that I will be here forever, but does that mean that
forever is quite relative, you know. In our condition, you will die and die again, and eternity is more a concept than something real.
So that means you can die here.
Philosophy, but nothing. Yeah, you can die here. I died several times, at least 2 or 3. A bastard stabbed me in the back a few times. What was it? A few years ago. Anyway, it might happen, yes. And don't be shocked. You get used to it in time.
That's interesting. So I have to eat and something like that because I think that's necessary or a thing too here, or isn't it?
Of course, my friend over there makes a fantastic has a fantastic meal. They have steaks and everything you want. Great, really great.
So are the steaks real meat, or are they out of the same stuff as we are right now?
Yeah, a bit bleachy, a bit grayish, but yeah, it's edible. With the right spices, it's quite good, really.
Okay, then,
can you roll me perception, every one of you?
How do we roll?
You can use chat to use dice roller on the chat and Discord chat. Or if you have dice, you can roll it. Trust you, no problem.
Okay, I just will try out if that works.
I rolled a 7. I'm too
No, that
confused
was-
about the whole situation. I'm wondering how ale might taste in this strange realm.
Does that work? Oh shit!
Yeah, that worked rather well.
If I have a 20, if I correctly
Yes,
understand
you
that
have
in
a
the
20.
yeah.
You see everything.
I see everything around me and above me and under me.
So what was it? /roll 20?
Slash roll 20, right?
Or slash okay.
Oh.
What's no one? Wait. 1d20. Otherwise, it's always 20.
Okay. Then I have to do it again.
Yeah,
20?
like this. Okay.
Ooh. What? No, that doesn't work.
Okay. Still good.
No.
Yes,
Oh.
Much worse. You don't see anything like now. You don't see anything.
From best entry to last. That's
From
the
best
thing,
to
I think. I have more eyes for the good presented meat, I think, or dishes they served than anything else, because I think I'm really, really hungry.
Yeah, you see that? Is that goulash?
Yeah, I think it's. I have to try that. I have to see if my taste bud still works. So
Yeah.
I go to the vendor and
Yeah,
say,
so you take something sweet, salty, and you're like, really, a bit tasteless, but still kind of works. And Lynn, I guess, is Lynn is Layra, right?
Yeah, I rolled 15. So
Yeah. Add your perception.
my perception. I have to find my document. 2 seconds. Where are we? Can you explain to me again how I'm doing this? All right.
Explain again.
How I'm adding my. Where did I find this on my character sheet? I'm so sorry.
That's on the first page, skills.
Perception is 14.
Yeah, perception.
Perception is 2.
2. Okay. So it's a total of 17. Right. So you you stand quite still for a moment, and you feel like the ground lightly trembling. There's like a very, very slight earthquake or something like that. You can feel the floor tremble and move beneath your feet. It's very light, but still, it's kind of strange. Since you've been here, you have never noticed something. And Janine, sorry. Janine?
Can you see something as well?
Yeah, you have you rolled the? Okay, yeah. 12. Okay, 14. Okay, I see it now. And yeah, you noticed that too.
That's strange.
Yeah, that's strange. And
I'm eating still, so
and
I don't get anything.
later, you look around. You have rolled a bit higher. You look around and you see that other people noticed it and they start moving around. Not already panicking, but there is almost, you can feel tension in the air, almost of people on the point of breaking and panicking.
Should we panic? Should we go?
I don't know. I mean, we are dead already, so what should possibly go wrong if we just keep standing here?
You should try that.
This time a bit another one. This time stronger. You move away from the center of the plaza, thanks to the fact that you noticed it. You move away, and you come to one side of the square, where there is like a low wall that closes the area, and beyond that there is a precipice almost, and you can see another part of the city below you that seems to be in ruins. As you move towards that low wall and the border of the plaza, you can see that in the middle another stronger blast happens, and the floor starts collapsing inwards. People start routing in every possible direction. You manage, thanks to your rolls, to avoid the worst and start moving before the others do. But you're somehow trapped again against this wall between this hole that is opening in the middle and the wall with the precipice beyond. The floor completely gives in, and things start pouring out. Beastly humanoid creatures start rampaging across the square, killing everyone in sight. A small group of these things comes out and moves towards your direction. Roll for initiative. We lost one.
Yeah, I'm back.
Where am I?
9.
Must be the same question.
Fast.
Total of 13.
Okay.
So I have a 9.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, wait a second. So this one is.
Have you added your bonus markers?
I have no bonus, so when I'm right about that, +0. So
okay.
I would if I had. So
totals. So we have Lynn.
Yes. Total of 13.
Okay. So this is Leira.
Still concerned about his food. So that's one of the reasons maybe he's not so initiative right now.
Okay, and Eliza, you have a bonus, right? To add to that 7. Eliza?
Yes, so I'm at 9.
Okay.
Same as
Great
me.
start, guys. Great start.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so the
the
first
food
of the
is great.
We
start-
take the situation, so no, we can't really.
the first of the features starts towards you. It's a you can see it clearly right now. There is a bit of mob in front of you. You can just see this thing shoving aside people, using its clothes and the weapon he has in the other hand, blasting its way open towards you, and it starts running, like charging in your direction. And I think the one it attacks might be Eliza. Let's see.
Of course, attack the tiefling.
Of course. And okay, and it tries to grip you and to bite you. You see, it has like a feral head or face with beastly features, and tries to bite you when it grapple you and to bite you. But you're quick, moving backwards, raising. You have a shield, right?
The shield, yes.
Raising your shield, and its claws end up gripping the shield and not you. So the bite is completely off. You fend it off with
Get
the shield.
off of my shield, you disgusting whatever you are!
Leia, it's yours. Or Rogue.
Yes. How close are the things to me?
Sorry?
How close are they?
Two of them are moving towards you, but are still in the middle of the mob and are like rampaging and doing chaos around, moving towards you. And one is close to you, and it is attacking Eliza.
All right, then I'm attacking the one that is attacking Eliza with my rapier.
Okay. You can flank it. So
Yes.
roll it and sneak attack. I'd say.
I don't have any numbers for like my weapons and stuff. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's 2 plus dexterity, basically. And I don't think you hit it anyway with that roll.
No.
So you missed the attack. It ends up against hitting the through the armor it has
Am I
on,
not getting advantage on this?
doesn't feel. Sorry.
Am I not getting advantage on this?
It doesn't deal much damage. So the second one comes in and tries to attack you, who are flanking the other beast.
Mm.
The barbarian is safe for now. I don't think I hit you with an 11.
Me?
No. Yeah, you.
No.
No. Okay. Eliza, it's your turn.
No.
Yes, I try to shake off this scary creature that's still clinging to my shield. I give up on that and I hit it with my hand axe. At least I
Okay.
try to do this.
Total?
This on strength? Then it would be 11, I think.
Can't hear you. Did you say?
11. She
11,
said.
I think. As a level
If you roll a 10?
fighter, I wrote a 10 and the
Plus 2 is 12, plus strength.
Plus strength, yeah. Strength bonus is 1.
Yeah, and proficiency bonus.
So, then I'm at 13.
13. Okay, hit.
So I smack my axe in the skull of this creature that's still clinging on my shield. As a level 3 fighter, do I have another attack?
No, you don't have another attack.
Good, then
Except you use your action surge to make another one.
I think I will use my bonus action for my fearless presence. I scream to my comrades, "Let's fight these things, whatever they are! They won't kill us another time!" And this gives you a bonus. An extra damage if you hit. For 2 points, I think, at least.
Sorry?
So it will deal extra damage equal to half down of my fighter level on each weapon attack against that enemy. So they have a +1, I think, when I level 3. Yeah. So you have a +1 in your next attacks.
Okay. And deal your damage.
That's for my weapon. So what should I roll? At the 8?
The hand axe. Isn't it written on the sheet?
No, it isn't.
Okay. Say a word to the guy who made the sheets.
Is that not hit dice? It's in the right side.
No, hit dice is another thing.
Okay.
No, it should be 1d8 anyway.
Okay.
Or 1d6.
1d8. Well, 1d8. So. Plus my strength modifier, I think. Not? I don't know.
Is it a hand axe or a battle axe?
I have hand axes, so it's a hand axe.
Okay. So it's 1d6, and wait. Being a fighter, you should have other equipment as well. Mm-hmm. It's a battle axe. I think there is a small error in the sheet because you have a martial weapon, so it's 1d8 anyway.
Okay.
For a total of 8 damage.
So I rolled a 7.
Okay. Right, Gareth.
Yeah. Actually. Well, some things don't change, and I take my double axe and just storm to one of these creatures and make a reckless attack.
Okay.
And well,
which one you target? The one attacking Lyra or the one attacking Eliza?
Which is the nearest, and because I'm just storming it, it should be have a considerable thing that I can speed up. But so in according to the situation, which is the best for that?
I think the best attack would be the one fighting against Lyra right now.
Okay, then that one will be my target. And I'm just storming, and let's see how it works out.
Okay, you have advantage, of course.
And no, let's see.
So you can roll 2 20s and see, and keep the better one.
So that would be 14.
Okay, that's a full hit. Yeah. 18 and it's 18 is already they're both above the armor class, so
yeah.
roll for damage.
So Let's see what you are made of. And I just, try to hit it with my double axe.
Okay. You have already rolled hit. Roll the damage.
Okay. Then the same question: is it 1d8 or?
Yours it's a battle axe or a great axe or what?
That's a double axe.
It's great axe. Yeah, 1d12.
1d12. Okay.
Yeah.
So 11.
12
And
with my bonus.
Add strength.
Yeah.
Add strength.
At strength, that would be then 12, 15.
Okay, you almost open it in two. You slash his shoulder down almost to the chest, and you see white ether powering out from the grieve wound you made.
These creatures are made of nothing, dead like a fly. What's the
So
problem
the last one comes out, and seeing you as a worthy adversary for the damage you just did, tries to attack you. And 14. Oh wait, I have advantage because you made an all-out attack. Yeah, 14. Still. Gareth, 14 hit or miss.
Oh, he's
And we lost.
gone, I think.
He died.
But I
That's it. Don't want to play anymore.
I thought it was more of a fight.
Just
There
run.
he is again.
I'm back. That would be a 14. Or is it?
No, it's me attacking right now.
I thought you attacked me, right?
No, I asked you if I hit you with a 14.
What's your armor class?
Yeah, let's see. One armor class 14. It is 14.
Okay, so it's
armor class were 14.
Okay. Not so bad. Still, this one wields a spear and it tries to hit you. It's only a glancing hit, only 4 damage.
Okay. Yes. Should be on again.
And we go on again. Eliza again. And I think I hit you, Eliza, with a 20.
Yes, you do.
You can see yourself. The thing still holds your shield and manages to bite you in the arm for 3 damage. Leira.
Still.
Now it's like 3 against 3. Every one of you has his own adversary. Leira, you're on.
Lovely. That's at least fair. So, I try and attack the one obviously in front of me.
Yep.
So I add my dexterity, right?
Dexterity and proficiency.
So that's a 15.
Hit.
Perfect. That's also a D8? Or
No, it should be. What do you have? You have short swords, right?
no, I have the rapier.
Rapier.
Oh. The rapier.
Rapier is 1d8.
Yes. Well,
Plus dexterity. How much do you have of dexterity?
3.
3. So it's a total of 5 damage.
Yes.
Okay.
And you get my fearless presence bonus.
Okay, right. So that's
so 6.
And that's what makes it. You make a short frame to the left, and manage to stab him with your rapier right under the armpit. And trespassing is where should be his heart, anyway. You seem to deal enough damage for his form to not be able to maintain itself anymore, and it starts collapsing in front of you in a shower of ether, like decaying at the moment, like suddenly decaying.
Finally! One down, 2 more to go.
Eliza.
Is it possible to flank a creature of those?
Now you have one still in front of you.
Okay, so it's a normal attack.
Flanking should be a +2 bonus, I think. You have advantage on if you hit him from behind or from a hidden position.
Rolling.
Rolling. Okay, that's a hit already.
12 plus my strength.
You have +3, so this is a hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still my friend who bit me. Do I hit him with a 13?
Yeah, you hit him. Yeah.
I hit him, great.
No,
So
15. 13 with strength and 15 with proficiency bonus. So full hit.
so then 1d12 was it? With this weapon?
No. 1d12 is the barbarian. You have 1d8.
1d8.
It's the two-handed axe, 1d12. Oh.
So, but I'm fed up with this creature that's still clinging to my shield, so I will use my action search for another attack.
Okay, right. 2 damage anyway for the listeners at home. That's a total of 13, which is still enough to hit him. Go on and roll damage. And this time it's a bit more, and you hack him with your axe.
I said, let go of my damn shield!
Yes. Now you managed to shove him off with a shield, like almost hacking his hands away.
As I said, these things doesn't hold up.
The one you're fighting, Eliza has many wounds on his arms and is pouring ether like the one Lyra just finished. Gareth.
Well, I think the one I just smashed is no possible aim anymore, or is it? I don't know. Can I focus on another one right now? I think so.
The one fighting against you is still full.
Okay, it's still there. Okay, then, yeah.
Because you smashed the one who was fighting against Lyra, and then another one came against you.
Okay, this one. Okay, then. Well, that was a bad decision, and I just will try to hit him. Let's see. Oh.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Okay, so you roll double the die for the damage. So 2d12. This is going to hurt like a lot.
Yes.
I'm sure. We'll roll 1d2. So that would be.
You rolled only one.
Yeah, I saw that. 7 plus. Let's see. Can I repeat that? Yeah. And
you are not using your rage right now, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I just wanted to do that another time. That would be the perfect time, but let's see. Okay, 8.
So it's 8 damage plus strength.
Yeah, that would be 11.
11. Okay. you literally smash your axe in his side, opening a terrible wound from which ether starts pouring abundantly. The hit is so hard the creature takes a step back, shrieking terribly.
Yeah. Okay, whatever that is, it's liquid and it's screaming, so it seems to work.
And it tries to go against you, and a 14 again. So I think like before I hit you.
Before, yes, you do.
And again with the spear. Holding the spear with both hands. This time it hits really hard because it's not 9 damage.
Okay.
Stabs you with the spear on the flank.
Well, if you think that hurts, it just make me only angrier. You fool.
That's wrong. So that's. Ooh, I'm lucky today. Lyra, you're again hit by the one who's attacking you.
Can I use my reaction for fighting style protection so this creature will have an
You have to use it when they attack an ally who is beside you. Like you are, if they attack Lyra, for example, you can use the reaction to give disadvantage to the roll against Lyra. So anyway, it tries to bite you for a total of 5 damage.
What did you roll? 15, right?
No, I rolled. That's a typo. I wrote down a 1d16 instead of 1d6. Would be a bit too much 1d16 for damage. Lyra, it's yours.
All right. So one attacks me.
No, you're free now.
All right.
You can choose which opponent to take down. One is fighting against Eliza, and one is fighting against Karat. The one against Karat is the one against Eliza is badly hurt. The one against Karat is slightly less, but they both almost down.
Okay, then I'm going against the one against Garrett's one.
Okay. You flank him, so you have the sneak attack. So you can add 2d6 damage to the damage roll then.
If I hit.
And you hit.
I do hit. Lovely.
Yeah.
So
it's 1d8 plus 1d8 and 2d6.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So
that's more than enough.
Yeah.
Again, your nimble attack takes down another one of the beasts. Slashing him. Piercing him. Through the throat, the thing starts grasping for air and then starts collapsing.
Lovely.
Absolutely
so 2 down.
lovely.
I think these
2 down
creatures
and
have a wish to die.
Lyra the killer. Eliza, your turn.
Yes, I grow
You
at
have the last one in front of you,
creature
Eliza.
in front of me. So it's you and me, my friend.
Bring him down. Solid hit, and I think that's it. Roll for damage, but I think you're there. Yes.
So I smack him with my shield. I thought you liked my shield, and hit him with my axe in the shoulder.
Okay, you completely destroy the last one. Now the situation is calmer in your immediate vicinity, but you can see that around you, the crowd is panicking. Others of these beasts are going around savagely killing everything in sight. The ground is opening more and more towards you. What do you do? Quick round. You have little time to react.
We should get away from this hole.
Yeah, that was my question. It's just getting a big hole, so that's the same reaction. Let's get out of here.
Yes. Let's look for an exit way.
Okay. You start moving around the plaza,
Mm.
and everywhere you happen to be, there is the crowd entangling you, everyone running for the exits. You avoid fighting with others of these creatures by simply being a bit like egoistical in your choices and letting them take other targets for you instead of you.
Sounds correct.
Behind you, the ground opens and opens, and soon you're on the brink of the hole. It is only a matter of time before it completely opens and you fall down. Dark.
Is there something where you quasi hold on not to fall into the ground, or is it just open?
Yeah, you can. You hold them. You grip the first thing and you realize is another person.
That is not a good thing to hold on, I think. It must be something which is...
In the middle of the crowd, you're in the middle of the crowd, you know, try to imagine a big plaza with a market. Only like 3 or 4 major streets of exits and a few smaller ones, with everyone trying to get out these ways. Everywhere you go, there's like solid wall of people with this infernal creatures rampaging amongst them and destroying everything they find. So it's really hard to find an exit way this quickly, except, I don't know, jumping down on the other side, down the cliff. Which is an option, if you don't say no, but I don't think so.
We could also jump into this hole and kill whatever is controlling these creatures.
Well, sounds good to me as well. So I died once, so
for glory!
You jump in or fall into this hole, and you find yourself in the dark, somewhere beneath. You roll the hole and the rubble roll down for a bit. You manage to slide down along the falling rocks, which are not that great, so you can avoid much of the damage of the falling. And you stumble in the dark. No more creatures around here. You seem to be like somewhere in the sewers or something like that.
Mm.
And something catches your sight, your attention. There is this ether stuff that you saw coming out from your wounds and from the wounds of other people that is pouring down from the sides, from the hole, dripping down into this gallon or whatever this is. It's like, as I told you, it's like a sewer or something like that. And as it falls down, it coagulates in a stream that flows slowly in front of you into the dark.
I think they collect this white, misty blood stuff.
How? You're thinking about it.
So.
Like,
let's follow the stream, I would say.
Yeah, let's have a look.
I suppose you have torches, so.
And I have
actually, that's the thing.
That's
right
not
now,
your problem, I know.
as long
I
as
think you all have darkness.
Yeah.
Half orc, half elf, tiefling, you all see in the dark.
Yeah.
The
the question is if the light is still enough that our dark vision is holding up. If not,
yeah, the little bit of sun coming through from the hole above you, which is really, really dim, and the strange luminescence of this ether that's flowing illuminate the ambience. Not enough for human eyes to see, but for you it's enough to at least see the walls and perceive your immediate surroundings.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
further,
a good thing.
it could get darker.
Yeah, but for a sneak attack and not to make a huge sight for others, I think right now we are safe without any light. I think.
Good point.
You walk in and you start following the stream, right? I understood correctly. Okay. So you start following the stream to see where it goes, and it flows down this tunnel, and you kind of are aware that you're in a sewer right now. There are other bodies around the floor from which this ether powers out and merges in this main stream. It's really odd. And you can see that even as if it was really liquid, it should take other directions. You can see that the stream is somehow takes unexpected turns into side canals and this kind of things. Like you navigate this labyrinth of sewers, moving along this silver line until you find yourself coming out from one of these tunnels in a big room. You would say with this darkness you can't really see the other side, but you can see that the ether flow that you are following falls down along a wall that extends about 3 to 5 meters in both directions. You can't really see. It's more an impression than anything. And there is a floor 2 meters below you. You can jump down maybe. And in the middle of this hole of this room, there is a pool of this liquid gathering. From other entrances, from other places, other streams of ether are flowing in. Maybe yours wasn't the only attack. And it all gathers here, flows into this pool of ether below you. If this was blood, that's a lot of.
Seems somebody is collecting these stuff for something. I don't know.
That stuff, yes.
But I'm not seeing anybody. Do you? I whisper.
The hole seems empty, from what you can see.
Is this just a pool, or so that's the origin where everything is going, and it's just.
You think this is a cistern where normally other flows of the sewers fall in, It seems part of the infrastructure of the sewers, but the fact that it's all collecting here, and you observe that some of these that your stream sometimes took weird turns, makes you think that something is some energy or something is making this ether flow to this place.
All right. And when we look around, we don't see anything in the pool. Do we see anything above it, around the ceiling? Maybe something going up?
You don't see the ceiling from here. You're still in the tunnel where you came from. It's a small tunnel. You can, if Gareth sends you before you have to shove him to the side to look beyond over his shoulder. There's not even the place for two of you to stand side by side in this tunnel.
All right, then I just whisper, "Can you see anything in the front?"
Yeah, I take a look. If I don't see, I just try to give her the opportunity to maybe to see herself. I don't see anything.
Yeah, you move to the side and let her go forth.
Yeah.
yeah, there is no any way that we can go down, right? It's a 2-meter drop.
Yeah, you can. The floor is like 2 meters below you. You can just jump down or hang from the tunnel and make the last 50 centimeters by
Let's just climb down and try to find out what's
climbing
this all
down.
about.
Exactly.
Fair. So now that I'm standing in the front, there is no way up. There's only the thing down, and there's no. Okay, good. Yeah, we drop me down. I'm dropping down.
Down it is.
Yeah, you climb.
Down it is.
You will climb down or just Lyra?
No.
Lyra.
Yeah, but I think I just climbing or jumping, something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Jumping is better.
More like jump.
Yeah. 2 meters.
You make somewhat of you break something of the silence now by jumping down, landing heavily on your feet.
Nobody
that goes through the chamber, and there's a moment of tension. Like, okay, wait, nothing is happening. Everything is still, and this place seems completely empty and abandoned.
My test to see if somebody
If you want to make any rolls, just tell me, okay?
So Gareth is just.
I don't know, investigation, perception.
Yeah, I think what I will do is I want to investigate the pool side, to look and maybe just to go once with my hands through it if I can reach it. That's and
yeah,
I'm
you can do
still,
an investigation problem.
Yeah, and see what happens.
You add intelligence, and I don't think you're proficient in investigation, so you just add your intelligence.
Let's see.
How intelligent you are.
Oh, better than I 50. So that's better than I had imagined.
Okay.
It's one. I get a bonus of 1. That's what I was confused. 16 would be then.
Oh, you're not
16.
Yeah, not even so stupid. Sorry. You move around the edge of the pool, and you can find that there is a point of exit where this flow starts again and goes down into a descending another like tunnel.
I think from here it goes down there. So
yeah,
if you
but around another thing you notice is that around the pool there are inscriptions.
So okay.
Markings of some sort, sigils or whatever. They seem
but
quite
no writing. Yeah, nothing I can really read or something. It's just
no, nothing you can really read. It's probably some arcane stuff. You don't really are the expert in this field.
Yeah,
and they are. But what you can notice is that they are crudely cut into the stone, and they seem fresh. Like it's not some ancient writing. It's pretty recent. On the other hand, the stones around. On the other hand, with your good investigation roll, the stones around you, the building, the room itself, the walls of the room, seem to be, on the contrary, quite ancient. Possibly, this place was something else before being part of a sewer.
So I think somebody did that with a purpose.
Of
you
course.
see?
Have you found something?
Yeah, engravings, very fresh ones.
Engravings?
And I don't think, yeah, glyphs
I-
or something.
I'd like to check this out and roll on Arcana if I could
Yeah.
identify whatever this is. Ooh, that would be 23.
23 of Arcana. That's a good roll. So, okay, you start looking at these engravings. They seem to be, as he said, rather new, but there are older ones around. There's like an inner line of new ones and an more external line of older ones. And older ones again, older one. Maybe it's not the first time they tried this. You're not sure. Focusing on the symbols and on the meaning of the symbols, you notice it's some kind of ritual magic that aims at gathering here the ether of sacrifices to be brought forth to something else. It's like this mixed with some evocation ritual of some kind, of something called, you can find a marking you can only translate or, well, understand as that's something, some reference to something called the Void Dragon.
Oh, that sounds like fun. So this
In
is
your mind, as you read this, in your mind, a vision starts to form.
Oh.
It reminds you something of how you got here. Maybe you don't remember exactly the journey your soul made to get to Kisata, because of course you were quite unaware of how your soul flows through the eternal space before getting there. But you have like this deja vu of a dark and complete void, utter void, the non-existence itself. And from this non-existence, you see two eyes looking at you, gleaming like dying stars. Now, new mechanic of Kisata. Please make me a save roll on willpower or wisdom or charisma, your choice. Okay, 50 minutes left.
Charisma, and what was the last one?
Either wisdom or charisma.
Then take charisma. That's a 5.
5.
Yes.
Total 5?
So I started talking. Oh, that sounds like fun. That looks like. Then I blink, and then what happens?
And then this happens. Now we're having fun. 18. Okay. You start talking, and suddenly a total and complete fear grips your heart. You black off completely.
Then it looks like this. Oh, this looks interesting. It's is some kind of sacrificial ritual. And I come
Exactly.
somewhere in the corner.
A short shout, and then you black off completely. Consider that you're like under the influence of a confusion spell right now.
Ooh.
What happened there?
One down.
Hey, can you check her?
I mean, I'm going down. I'm sitting down next to her and have a. You fell down, right?
I'm sure.
No, she's still standing. She's just completely backing out and has trouble speaking.
All right, I'm trying to kind of pat her and be like, "Hi."
Dark, everything dark.
Do you need anything? Can we help you?
Okay.
Can I react or am I still blacked out?
Yeah, you are. You can take reactions, and in combat situations, there is a table to roll on to see what happens to you if you move around in a random direction or are able to do anything at all. So, what do you do now? We have 10 minutes left of the game.
Okay.
How you want to end this?
Should I could tell about what I've seen. So perhaps
Yeah, you managed to tell something like broken phrases.
there is-
And,
They're calling out to something. They did it time and time again. There is something dark in the darkness. Not even darkness. There is nothing at all. Just something big and hungry with eyes like dying stars, and it will come with if this isn't stopped here.
Just see one thing to do. Stop it, or have you a better thing to do right now?
Not at all. That's true.
Well, what I learned from all this stuff is that I died once, and if I die twice, I have another chance to kill it. So let's kill it.
Let's try and kill it.
So to death and death again.
Yes.
Okay.
I take all the shots I got. So
Okay. So you move down this tunnel that goes downwards, and find yourself after a while of walking down this gallery with this silver line guiding you through the darkness. You find yourself out in the open again at the end. A dim light at the end of the tunnel that becomes brighter and brighter until you are out again. But this time, instead of the city around you, you can see ruins everywhere. It's like the city itself, but completely in ruin. You look behind you and you see you are at the foot of that cliff above which the plaza was before. The plaza is where you were before. Or the plaza was, because there is no more. And down here, it's like a place. Maybe you have heard something of that while wandering the streets in the hours or days before this moment. They call them the Bones. This is the place where the parts of the city come to die, they say. Like when something in the city is forgotten or in ruin, it slowly falls or crumbles in this direction. And here stand the ruins of what once the city of the dead was, haunted by ancient things and forgotten beings. Not the best place to be. The light of the cold star Kizarta above you shines very dimly, and here it's even dimmer, almost dark. You walk along the stream again. This time, instead of galleries, you have ruins and pieces of buildings and what once were temples or palaces around you. And you follow the stream again until you happen in front of a larger building, dark. Here the light is almost completely it's dimmed to the point that it's almost completely dark in here, even outside this building. It looks like a temple, like Gothic architecture. You got it, and the silver line flows to the steps in front of the door and flows up the steps against any possible law of physics. You gather your strength and your courage only to happen upon a scene that chills your bones and your blood if you had the blood. Like in this cathedral, it looks like a cathedral on the inside, with a large navy, and on the sides frescoes of dark skies and strange stars aligned in some symbolic way or manner you can't really decipher. And in front of you, an apsid with a pit inside it that goes down into complete darkness. Around this pit, groups of cultists are chanting, red hands stamped on their faces and decoring their vests. From below, something arises. You are too late. That something feels the room, coming out from the pit in which the ether is flowing, and like a giant, it looms across the Navy and looks down upon you. The last thing you see before everything goes dark is its mouth opening and pouring out black, violet flames that engulf you and destroy you in complete agony. Again, darkness and silence. Only to open your eyes again. You don't know how much time has passed. You don't know where you are. The place is completely different. A bright sun shines above you. A valley of green below. But you still see, in the distance, at the end of this valley, again, a darkness. Like the sky is split between a constant midday blue sky and a dark and black night sky. And on one side there's this bright sun, and on the other side you can see again this pale star that you immediately recognize as Kizarta, the star you saw on Limbo. You must be still in this reality, there is no escape, you know it. But somehow, by your body's being completely destroyed, you reformed, you came alive again in another place. And you know the thing that killed you is still out there somewhere. And maybe, as you know it, you're maybe the only ones to know it, you can do something in the future to stop it. So, I hope you had fun. This was our game. I had to cut it short at the end, I'm sorry. But I hope you had fun.
I had. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for DMing. It's a really interesting setting to be dead and kind of not be dead. It's really weird.
Yeah, there's a lot more about the setting. We have a few minutes, maybe. The setting is not only about the ability of characters to die and die again, even because dying will consume soul points, which are like points your character has to show the integrity of your souls in game. They represent the integrity of your soul. If your soul points go to 0, you can't resurrect anymore. And there are places where you can't resurrect anyway, and that's only the resurrection part. There's another whole other part with which plays on the horror of the unthinkable and unimaginable of these giant beings, oldest time itself, that rule over parts of these realms, and you have to improve in this game. The whole advancement system of the game is not the experience system we normally use in Dungeons and Dragons, but it's entirely based on discovering the real, the truth behind these secrets that fill this world. And this is Kizarta for you. I hope you enjoyed it and you liked it, and I hope I gave the idea in this game, this short
I
game.
really like the dragon part with the eyes like dying stars. That's fuel for nightmares.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ja, ich glaube, das sind
And from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
The scent of sulfur is thick in your nostrils. The stalactites shudder above you as the huge red dragon beast rises from its pile of golden treasure. Something you can only describe as a grin splits its elongated head. Enormous teeth glittering in the dull amber glow from the lava pools. You ready your weapons as it prepares itself to strike. Roll for initiative. Battle is about to be joined. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
The mighty red dragon swoops in
Okay,
over the
we must be.
battlefield.
We can all
the wind
talk.
beating
So
from
I
its
guess we're
wings
live.
nearly
Hey,
knocks you over.
awesome.
As you stand in its mighty presence, you realize there is no hope for
Hi,
anyone.
everyone. Hi, folks. I think we're live.
Hi, folks.
Thanks for joining us. So, my name's Paddy Finn. I am the CEO of Penny Dragon Games, and we have the pleasure of running Plunder and Lightning for you guys today. And joining us are our players. You'll have to forgive me if I butcher your names, but I believe it it Janina and Marcus?
Janina. Mhm.
Okay, cool. Was that right?
That was right, yeah.
Okay, awesome. We have Michaela and Boyd also playing. We'll get a little bit of an introduction about the characters in a minute, and maybe some description. But we'll first go into a little bit of a background as to where we're starting. We don't have enough time to do a full one shot, so we're going to do a little bit of an abbreviation at the start, and then kind of jump into the session. So you guys kind of know each other a little bit starting out on this mini adventure. You have worked together for a mercenary group called the Brown Cloaks. And you maybe pass each other now and then. So you don't really know each other very well, but you're maybe familiar. You've seen each other around. And one day, Captain Grimsworth, your commanding officer, assigned you a task to go to one of the estates. So one of the noble estates on Minehelm, which is quite a large city on the coast. And you guys go to see what the trouble is, and the noble informs you that there has been a lot of noise recently coming from the loft and the attic, and he asked you guys to have a look. There were rumors of ghosts, maybe the mansion being haunted. And you guys have a little look around, and you discovered it was just a stray goblin who had come in from the wild and taken up residence in the attic. And you dealt with a little goblin and set it free into the wild again, as you do with goblins. And as a reward, the relieved nobleman, he showed you everything in the loft, in the attic, and said, you can take one thing from here. Most of it was dusty, old junk. But in one corner, you guys noticed a nice ornate bottle. And it looked like perhaps a bottle of some kind of vintage. Can everyone give me a straight up intelligence roll on Roll20?
Like to, but I'm not on Roll20 yet.
Yeah,
Oh, you're not there. Have you got a link to it yet?
She has, but there seems to be a little bit of an issue with her trying to get in, so I'm just trying to sort that out.
Sure. Well, do you have any physical dice? Let's see. So Therark, his intelligence roll is there. Hevrox is there.
1 second.
So that would be a 15 with good old, not digital dice.
Okay.
That's okay.
That's cool. I mean, if we need to run without digital dice, that's all good with me. So we've got a 15, a 13, a 21, and a 21. Okay. So you guys lift you kind of look at the bottle as you're kind of looking around at other things that you might be interested in. Therark, you lift the bottle and you kind of like wipe some of the dust off, and you can tell that it says bottle of gin. But without reading it or paying too much attention, you kind of like decide to unstopper it and take a little sip to see what this is like without anyone else seeing you. And there's a flash, and you disappear, and the bottle is left spinning on the ground. And the rest of you realize that Therark, whatever happened, there's some kind of magic going on here, and he's been sucked into this bottle. And one by one, you decide to follow him in and help him out. And you find yourselves tossed through a cloud and a storm of lightning and thunder and rain. And suddenly you appear in some sort of room under a giant glowing blue crystal. And this room is quite large. And it has a few doors, and you do a little bit of exploration, and you find that one of the doors leads outside. And as you go outside, you notice, to your surprise, that you're no longer in Minehelm. You are in what appears to be some kind of collection of floating islands in the middle of the sky. You're in a different plane of existence altogether. And you find a little inscription. It's kind of worn on a rock nearby, and it says something about the chain of lightning. And it describes there's some sort of inscription there, but it's all worn off and it's very difficult to see. This place seems to be very old. There are no buildings as far as you can tell, but you can gradually make your way through the different islands. They're connected by vines, a la James Cameron's Avatar. The floating rocks, things you can sort of climb onto. And you eventually come to this one humongous island that all these other little ones appear to be attached to. And you reach the big island, and you walk inside, and as you do so, the portal behind you closes. It's like solid rock and stone stoppers the door that you just came through.
Sorry, I
And
just wait.
no worries. So now you guys, having to get there, you had to go through some trials. You bumped into a few air elementals that sort of like weren't too kind to you. You maybe came across a few harpies. You saw a few very dangerous looking, humongous creatures, colossal, out in the distance. And you were relieved to get inside this island. But it had a little side door. And you went in there, and it's like a little room full of items and bits and pieces. And there's also a car door leading deeper into the island. You have not gone deeper into the island through the car door. You guys decided to take a long rest in this little side room. And it has a few magic items, some armor, and things like that. You guys wake up from your long rest. You feel a little refreshed. However, you also find that it's a little hard to breathe. The air seems very thin around here. So how about we describe ourselves a little bit for those watching, starting from the top.
So, Sarok, as everybody could see in the first situation, is a half-orc barbarian, a little bit small-minded, you can say, and very interested also in everything liquid, which explains why he has to try out this or get a sip of this old, very fascinating bottle, I think. But actually you can describe him as a bear, which is also very friendly, you can say. And it's a mixture. If he is in a fight, he can be very gruesome, but actually he can be very nice from time to time.
So I'm Olenka Jäger. I'm a priestess of Eldef, the goddess of peace and water and life. And if you look at me, everything is screaming water. My skin is lightly blue, my hair is the color of sea foam, and I wear flowing robes in the color of the deep sea. I'm a Genasi, so I'm born of a Jinn and a human. And I'm a very peace-loving and friendly person, but I can be angry like the sea if you hit my friends.
Ooh.
I'll go next.
Go for it.
I'm Xanthia Gallandal. I'm a half-elf draconic sorcerer. Xanthia is born from nobility. She would be incredibly charismatic, about 6 foot tall, long flowing robes, very interested in fire and the elements. So anything to do with amassing more power is something that she'd be interested in.
And I'm Hevrock Hardhelm. He's a armor artificer. So the first thing you notice about him is he's wearing a strange suit of armor that seems to be powered by electricity and magic, and it looks like a yeti, and it's made of black armor. He's a particularly charismatic dwarf, quick to make friends, even quicker to make enemies if they say the wrong thing. He likes hitting things with his hammer.
The best kind of dwarf. Okay, so thanks for that. We got a bit of a feel for what you guys are running. So you wake up in this room. You're a little relieved to be indoors. It was very disorienting for some of you being out in the open and it was even strange. Like some of the islands outside seemed like they were upside down. You maybe seen a few flying creatures, but they weren't always flying the way you expected them to. And it's very difficult to tell which way is up and which way is down. And it just wasn't very. Your mind struggled to just deal with whatever was going on around you. It didn't seem logical. But being inside, it's a relief, and you're rested. However, like I said, the air is a little thinner in here. It's difficult to breathe, a lot more so than where you're from. So everyone give me a Constitution saving throw. So, Xanthia and Hevrock. So Olenka and Thurark, you kind of you're struck. You wake up and you kind of like want to take a deep breath, but you realize you have to breathe deeper than normal. But you're kind of okay. Xanthia and Hevrock, however, you kind of just your breath seems really short. No matter how much you try to breathe, it feels like that you maybe didn't sleep as well as you would have because of that, and you gain 1 level of exhaustion each as you struggle to adapt to this new environment. So you're in this room. It's maybe 10 by 10 feet. It's not a big room. It looks like some kind of armory. There aren't any lights as such in here, but there in this room in particular there do seem to be a few glowing crystals. They're blue, and they are emitting a very soft, gentle pulse. And you can sort of see it's almost like dim light. It's not daylight or anything, but you can tell that it's an armory. There are some old suits of armor, old swords, racks of broken bits and pieces, some tools. Most of it is worn. There's a little barrel with some bits and pieces in it as well in the corner. And yeah, what do you guys want to do?
Take a look around.
Yeah, I'd immediately be interested by old suits of armor. He begins rummaging through them, see if he can find anything useful.
Okay.
I also look around and said, "Whoa, that was a sip. Oh, where the heck are we?"
No idea. Are you all right? You look a little pale, I think. Are you hurt?
I'm not really
No.
used to the air here. It's a little thin.
It is hard to breathe.
It's like you've climbed a mountain too fast. It's strange.
Or I stood up too quick, maybe.
Bit discombobulating. Things floating around, being upside down. Strange.
So
Did you see? Yeah, did you see what happened? I just can't remember. I took a sip and then I woke up here.
Couldn't put the bottle down, could you? You had to drink that.
I loves the liquor too much, that one.
Think it was good, but it must be strong that I passed out so quickly. You should have tried it.
We did. And that's because we tried to follow you. You were gone after you took this zip.
Where are we? Where did we
this
end up?
bottle.
We jumped into this unknown after you.
I just remembered to take a sip and yeah, I can't remember, but
So the bottle took a zip of you, to put it that way.
Aye.
in a bottle?
We are in the bottle. That's kind of cute, like my grandfather. He was in this little bottle with a ship inside.
Only that's inside a bottle, but how do you get these armory and things in a bottle that doesn't fit? Or very weird.
Wibbly
And I look
wobbly
around.
magic stuff, typically, is how I explain that. Yeah. Wibbly wobbly
Must be.
magic stuff. Anyway, have you seen this? And I hold up a piece of armor. Have I found anything cool?
Olenka, give me a history check.
You mean Hevrock?
No, that's
No.
Olenka. Hevrock, anyone looking around at the armor or anything else can give me an investigation check. So Olenka, you kind of you being off the sea, you've heard of like other planes where it is just sea. And maybe it's a mythological thing or a legend for your people that it's just sea and nothing else. And it's something your people talk about in stories. And you get the feeling that, there might be other planes, such as that's just air or storms and maybe other elements. And just sort of piecing things together, you think maybe this is something like that. That's where you guys now are.
Ooh, I think this bottle is some kind of portal, or it's holding another realm.
You've heard of this before?
I've heard of different realms. My people talk about realms that are only ocean and sea everywhere where you look, and storms. And I think this is something similar.
Great. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Investigation-wise, with the history check, Therock, I'll go with the first one with a 10.
Yeah.
You kind of don't really.
I'm not interested in history.
Yeah, nothing comes to mind. You're still thinking about the bottle.
Yeah, it was an old bottle.
Awesome. Okay, so let's see. Hevrock had a look around, lifted up some armor. Hevrock, you notice a piece of armor you're looking at. It's actually quite rusted around the edges. It looks like this stuff's been here for a long time. And even the stuff that is in better condition, it's not really. It's just standard fare. It's nothing like, you have a nice weapon. It's like a step down or maybe even 2 steps down from what you already have. However, you do find a shield in the corner under a pile of loose bits of armor. And you because you're sort of familiar with items wrought with magic and metal, you can tell that this is some kind of magical shield that might lend you some kind of boon or some kind of advantage.
It would seem that like I found the chocolate eclair perfectly placed on top of the trash pile. Aha! And he just starts rotating it around, looking at it, investigating it.
That kind of thing.
Zanfia notices there in the barrel. It also looks like it's trash, but you find like 3 arrows, and the arrows have like, instead of pointed tips on the end, it's like a little flame, and they're actually red, and they do appear to be just unusual. They're just normal arrows that we'd use in a longbow, but they appear to be different in some way. Very, very sharp, despite everything else here being old and worn. And you also notice out of the corner of your eye a pile of powder in one corner. And upon further inspection, you notice it isn't just one pile of powder. It is several piles. It's like there are a few urns that have been cracked open, and powder has poured out of these urns. There are 4 of them, and you have white powder, red powder, blue powder, and brown powder.
Do they have any magical properties that I can detect?
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh. Okay.
You can tell that there is something magical about it.
Okay. Okay. This powder looks interesting, guys.
Because we look at that, and I try and cast Is it identify? Ritually?
Okay. Does that take some time?
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes and a minute, so 11 minutes total.
Awesome. So you guys wait a little bit longer. You're kind of just getting your bearings again, looking around to see if there's anything else interesting. Hevrock, you identify these as each color is relating to an element. So white appears to be air or lightning in nature. Red is fire. Blue is water. And brown is earth. And they give off a faint essence of these elements. They don't appear to be anything that you could use to any practical or great effect, as far as you're aware. But you do feel that they're giving off the essence of their element, their respective elements.
And they're contained within urns themselves?
The urns, the four urns are up against in the corner in a line, and they're cracked open in various stages of being broken, and the powder sort of like spilled out onto the ground.
I have a bunch of empty vials, so he just sort of leans down and attempts to scoop a few different amounts of them inside some empty glass vials that he keeps.
Okay. So you do that, you collect those 4 kinds of powder, and you notice
so I don't explode?
No, watch this space.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, exactly. You notice it's really strange. The powder, it doesn't mix. Normally, like powder like this would you mix it together, and it just all becomes like one of the same. But this is like all the powder seems to want to stick together, which is unusual. But you get your vials, you pop stuff into it, and you now have powder. Apart from those things, you guys don't really notice anything out of the ordinary.
I'm wondering, we needed this bottle to get here. The bottle was the door and the key to this plane. Perhaps we need another magical item to get out of here.
Well, we know what's that way, and there's another door at the end of the corridor. Maybe we should take it, see where it leads.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, nothing else to go or.
I've scanned this place pretty well. I can't see a bottle of gin laying about.
Okay, what is your marching order as you go through this tunnel? As you walk into the tunnel, you notice that it is pitch black. There's no light guiding the way here, the way there were little crystals in the previous room. Anyone with dark vision can see with dim light, of course.
Is there?
Go ahead.
I mean, I have light. Can I cast light? Yeah.
If you wish to do so, yeah.
So I'll cast light so that everybody can see.
Okay. So you cast light, and it lights the way. This corridor, it's pretty long. You can see there is something at the far end, but it's quite a distance away. You notice that it's just bare stone walls. They're carved very accurately as just in a square almost. It's like very, very straight for stone. Normally stonework would be a little bit off. You might know this, Hevrock, being a dwarf, and normally would have seams. But whoever carved this, it was almost like it was carved by some kind of powerful magic. But the walls are bare, and you guys continue along with the light helping guide the way. What is the marching order?
I'm willing to be up at the front if that helps.
I'd like to be somewhere in the middle so I could reach everyone with my healing spells.
Okay.
I will look that nobody is following us in the back. So.
Okay. So let's say Hevrock, Olenka, Zanfia, and then Thurok at the back. Okay. How do you proceed down this strangely symmetrical corridor?
It would look to me I have this feature for my race. It's called Stone Coming. So it's whenever you make an intelligence history check related to the origin of stonework, you're considered proficient in the history check, and you double bonuses and such. But it looks to me like I say to the rest of the people, it looks to me like this sort of place has been carved. Could be maybe there's some sort of trap about. I mean, someone's going to leave a bottle of gin that teleports you thousands of miles. Used to say this place isn't trapped, so I'll give it a once over as I move along.
Okay. So I would say
I take out of my pocket an extendable 10-foot pole, just start sort of tapping it against the ground, seeing what there is ahead, keeping an eye out for any sort of like stuck up different pieces of rock that rise above one another where they're no longer flush. Looks like it could be a set off for a trap or something like that.
Okay.
Pressure plate, that's the word I'm looking for.
Awesome. Okay, so you go on for quite some time, just several minutes pass by, and you thought maybe you would start to see something at the end of the tunnel, like it would get closer to something, but it hasn't changed at all until you do actually notice your pole does kind of like scratch against something, some sort of inconsistency on the ground, which is weird because it's so smooth everywhere else. Give me a let's say an investigation check, and we can add your bonus onto that.
Sure.
Okay, well, it's over 20 anyways. All right, so yeah, you feel it vibrating in your hand, the pole, and you look down across, and you notice that it's actually touching. There's some sort of line running the whole way around the corridor, along the ceiling, down the walls, across the ground, and it's got some sort of like wavy patterns going in the whole line, and it's like they're carved into the rock, very, very low relief, and your pole bumped as it started going over them, but it hasn't gone over the line. It's kind of still in the middle.
I said, everyone, hold up. I think we see something ahead here. Maybe, I don't know. And I reach into my pocket and I take out a ball bearing. And I just chuck it.
Okay.
Up the corridor.
As the ball bearing goes past the line, a bolt of lightning comes out of nowhere, and it explodes in the dust.
Oh, right. So yeah, there could be traps, right? Does it look deactivated now? Was it humming before? Is it not humming now?
I say with your investigation check, there was no hum. But there is also nothing to indicate that it is or is not activated.
I looked at my friends. Well, I've got 999 more ball bearings. Any ideas?
Throw them.
Pick out another one, throw it down the hallway.
Okay, another lightning bolt. Boom! Echoes down the corridor and flashes right before you as your ball bearing is pulverized.
I think this suit of armor is pretty conductive. Any ideas?
Should be some way to deactivate this. I can't imagine this if someone is not. If someone is living here, they don't want to get electrocuted every time they walk through this corridor. So, does anyone know how traps like these work?
Can we do like a detect magic already to see?
Try that.
Is that just an Arcana check?
You can give me an Arcana check if you kind of. It is a spell if you have the spell as well, which will succeed automatically rather than a check.
Okay, no, I don't actually have detect magic. So an Arcana check would probably be the best way to go.
Go ahead. Give me the roll. We'll see what happens. Oh, okay. you people are rolling really well today. Okay, so yeah. Right, so Zan, Via, you Kendall, you run your hands over these weird wavy lines, and you're really careful not to go too far over because you know what happens if you do that. And you do detect some kind of faint magic, and it's definitely related to air or lightning. And you're getting the same feeling off the magic around here that you got off the white dust that Havrock put in his vial.
So I'm feeling like I'm getting the same feeling from the powder that we picked up. So maybe that powder has something to do with disabling whatever trap this is.
All right, we'll try that. And I rummage around, take it out, unstopper it, and sort of grab a pinch of it, and gingerly sprinkle it towards it.
Okay. So some of the powder sort of slowly falls onto the squiggly lines, and you notice it almost disappears, and there's a very faint light all of a sudden. The wavy lines all around, the inscriptions, they light up quite brightly, and then it goes away, leaving you guys with just Zanvia's light. And you notice that the wavy patterns are also gone now.
Want to get your big stick out and try and...
Success, aye. Same
try and-
again.
Yeah.
Wow, good job. Smart thinking. And I extend the pole again, and just sort of tap it against the floor and keep gingerly moving forward.
Okay, so you're relieved as you step across where the wavy lines were to find that there is no reaction. And you guys continue along. You continue along your way again, about roughly the same distance from the room and the first trap, as it were. And you find the same thing with another line, only the wavy lines look different. And you repeat the process with the different powders until you get to the last one, which wasn't actually a trap. It was just there were wavy lines, but there was also an end to the corridor, and it was just rock. And as you sprinkled the brown powder, the rock sort of melted almost as if by some kind of sorcery and shifted, and not like it was molten or anything, just like it was somehow liquefied beyond logic, and it formed into like a hole, giving you guys quite an impressive view. So you look out onto some sort of cavern, and it is actually lit by the same kind of crystals like when you first arrived here. There were these giant crystals above you in the first room you found yourselves in that were glowing, much bigger than the smaller ones you've seen in other places. And you see there are little islands flying about this cavern, and they've got these huge glowing crystals under them. And they're kind of like just very lazily kind of bobbing about in the air, different angles and things. And there's about a dozen of them you can see. There's some really far away, showing how big this cavern really is. And they're kind of like lighting up the cavern fairly well. And you can tell before you, there are steps going down into this bowl-shaped cavern. And there's like a walkway that goes quite a distance, and it reaches like a pillar, and the pillar is really tall and really wide, and you can't really tell anything else from this distance right now. But to each side of the walkway, there is like a mist, and the walkway is like cutting through this mist. And dotted around the mist, there appear to be silhouettes of like piles or groups of something. And as you look to down closer, you notice there are some piles closer to you guys, and it looks like they're piles of treasure. Like you kind of see as one of these floating islands passes above you guys and gives off some light closer to you. There's like gold and silver, maybe platinum catching and glinting with that light. You see some suits of nice armor, like weapons jutting from it. Some of the weapons don't look great. Some of them look like they might be magical by nature. But these things are all like pretty deep within the mist. So you guys are maybe about 35, 40 feet up, and the steps go all the way down into this bowl onto the walkway, and then it leads ahead with these kind of piles and the mist on either side. What do you want to do?
I slap Therok on the back and say, "Oh, your drinking's paid off, son. We're in the money."
Yeah, I'm still astonished how huge this bottle is. Whatever.
I think I don't think I have the time to explain why that's wrong, and maybe I don't know enough about magic or science. Anyway, we're in the money.
Don't get too
Yeah.
carried away. You know, we don't want to just be picking up anything that we find. We don't know who it belongs to yet.
With these great traps or something, there must be something worth it.
Oh, but
be
it is
careful, there
really
could be more
tempting.
traps.
Oh, but it's really tempting. Look at it; it's right there.
I
could
know.
just scoop it up.
I know, but you know, it obviously belongs to somebody. Nobody would have trapped where we were for no reason.
Yeah, but if somebody doesn't want us here, why such a magic trick that if you drink something or try to drink something, you get here? So it must be his wish that we are here, or?
That is also
This is-
dangerous. What does he want with us?
Perhaps this cute little goblin just stole this magical bottle from a very powerful magic user, whatever, perhaps even a demon. I don't know. And no, we ended up here.
Yeah.
Well, you all make good sense. Zan, you've known me a little longer. If I suddenly reach for it or something, restrain me. I don't know
I'll
if I'll
slap
be
you
able to
across the
help
head.
myself. I think I might need it.
Don't make me use my wooden
Unforgotten
spoon.
ancient air armor. I mean, who knows what they know? And he just starts leaning towards the treasure.
I'm just going to grab Hevrock by the scruff of the neck. No.
Oh, all right.
Xen, do you need a leash or something like that?
I might do. Maybe.
Give me a perception roll for Hevrock.
All right.
Okay, nice. So the nearest bit of treasure that you're looking at, it kind of is like 30 feet, maybe even further away. Again, distance and stuff seems to be not what it normally is in this area. And you know, it's within the mist. And as you lean forward, you notice so the mist sort of like almost sensed you and started drifting a little bit closer. And you get a whiff of sulfur as Xanthia pulls you back.
Here, maybe it is a demon. It's starting to smell like hell in here. Oof.
Oh, really?
Sulfurous, like farts.
Then
Do we all
find a
smell
way
the
to get out
same
of here.
thing and see the mist?
Yeah, now that Hevrock mentions it, you kind of like if you kind of like start sniffing out toward the mist, and you're like, yeah, it's definitely rotting eggs.
Yeah,
not nice.
And
Forgotten
you sure
treasures.
that? Yeah, and you're sure that wasn't you?
Maybe it
It
was. I
could be
did
him.
get a little excited.
It could be him. He does that sometimes. But no, seriously, keep your hands to yourself. We don't
All
know
right.
what this thing is.
Yeah, it smells like farts. I've kind of gone off it.
Yeah, let's just carry on and see what we can find.
All right.
See if we can get out of here.
Okay,
Leads the way.
No way to go but forward, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you guys continue. You do so, and you're kind of making sure not to touch this horrible smelling stuff on either side of you. And it's quite a long way away, but eventually you do reach this pillar. And it's when I say a pillar, it's like the size of a building in width and in height. But you can tell it does have a top. And there appears to be some sort of light up there that you notice the closer you get. And every now and then you see like a little sparks kind of coming off the edge, like there's something maybe kind of storm up there. But the walkway ends at the bottom of the pillar, and there are steps kind of winding their way around, going up in a spiral around the pillar. And they obviously lead to the top somewhere. Do you proceed up the steps?
We proceed up the steps if nobody else has an objection to that.
That sounds good.
Yeah, up it goes.
All right. So you guys cannot reach halfway there, and it seems to be like this thing's a lot bigger than you thought, and the going is getting tough, and the air is almost getting thinner the closer you get to the top. But you're kind of you push on, and you gradually wind your way around, and you're pretty sure you're getting closer to the top. And the closer you get to the top, the harder it does become to breathe. Give me Constitution saving throws again.
Lord.
Would me and Zan do so at disadvantage?
You guys can do it with just a normal roll.
Okay.
Okay, so everyone who got above a 10, which looks like everyone, you kind of just bear it and grit your teeth and push on and try to take a deep breath. And you do eventually wind your way around and reach a flat platform. And it's an unusual scene that sort of like spans before you. It's completely flat up here. There are like flagstones sort of sitting on the top of this giant pillar. You sort of those floating islands with the crystals. They're kind of like level with you now almost. Some of them are a little bit further down, but generally they're kind of around your level. And before you, there appears to be some kind of mini storm cloud with lightning sparking off it. Give me. You don't really need a perception check because it's really obvious. Also, by the steps that you guys have just climbed up from, on the first little platform that leads onto this bigger column, on the little tiny platform adjoining the steps, there is like it's a rock bench type looking thing. It's got dials, carvings on it. It's got different kinds of shapes and runes and inscriptions. Does anyone understand what languages do you all know?
I know Common, Draconic, Elvish, Primordial, and Undercommon.
Okay.
Abyssal, Celestial, Common, and Primordial.
I don't think it is Orcish, so.
Deep speech and Dwarvish for myself.
Okay. Alenka, did you say Celestial?
Yes.
Okay. So Alenka, you notice this, you recognize some of the words. It seems to be that it's kind of a language cobbled from some older tongues. Xanthia, you also notice, as Olenka points this out, there's some primordial in there, and there's something else that you guys don't recognize, but you're able to sort of cobble together between you that this is some kind of magical control device. There's it looks like there's 3 buttons. One is on, one is off, and the other one you don't know.
We try pressing the one that we don't know and see what happens.
Sure.
It isn't it.
Okay. You press the one that you don't know, and yeah,
Wait.
so you hear a ping, and it lights up blue, and then the light disappears. You turn around as the storm that was in the middle of the pillar before you guys sort of dissipates, and turns into a mist and sort of like glides off the edges of the pillar back down to the ground below. And where that lightning storm was, there is a genie before you. And this genie, let me just quickly change the screen.
Oops.
Let me know if you can see that.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so you see those floating crystals that are glowing to either side. You guys are standing at the bottom where you came up on the smaller platform that's joined to the bigger platform. And let me just change something quickly. You also see there's some sort of light glowing now after pressing that button at the far end, the opposite end to where you guys are. But between you and that, there is, up there, there is this thing. And would any of you know anything about genies?
Well, I'm Genasi, so I think I do.
Yeah, you do. Okay, you guys, you would know about genies. You would know actually quite a bit about them, and looking at this one, it's a lot bigger than what you would normally expect a genie to be. It's almost like in human terms, this would be like a giant. So this is like a giant djinn. And it's just sitting there with clouds around its base, and it's staring at you all. What do you want to do?
I would like to speak to him. Greetings to you. We stumbled into your domain. We didn't mean to disturb you. We just want to go home. I try this in common. If he won't react to this, I would try Celestia, because that was one of the languages used on this device.
Mm-hmm. He looks at you, he lifts his head slowly, and he opens his mouth, and it's like it's almost like he's moving his jaw, like he hasn't moved it in a long time. And he says, "Where is home?"
Outside the bottle.
Bottle?
Outside of your domain here. We come from another plane.
What plane?
It's Theron?
So you see kind of his eyes look up as he's trying to figure out what you're saying. And he says, Faerun. Yes, I have heard of this place.
The place where all elements exist. Each by another side.
Yes. All of the elements. Yes. Elements. And as you mention the elements, his eyes glow all of a sudden, like he's realized something, or he's remembered something he's forgotten. And he looks at you and says, well, yes, elements. I remember now. You must not be allowed to live. You cannot leave this place alive. No. Roll for initiative.
No.
We just wanted a cup of tea, man.
During that whole conversation, I was attempting to slip the shield off my back that I'd stolen from his realm and quietly kick it to the side.
Oh, did you guys select your tokens when you rolled for initiative?
Oh, yes, I forgot that.
Yeah, and you should be able to control your tokens, by the way. I should have said earlier.
Yes,
there we go. If for any reason you can't, you're having problems
Oh my God.
on your token, let me know.
Should I roll again?
Yeah, so you've got to click on your token on Roll20 and then roll initiative on your character sheet, or it doesn't go into the little turn order on the left.
Okay. I just tried to put it in, but
that's it. You got it now.
So Olink is one is there.
Yeah.
If you just clicked on your token and so you're 19, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, but it doesn't.
So what I'll do, let me see. You rolled a 19, Mark. Okay, so you rolled a 16?
16,
okay.
Right.
So what I'll do, I'll add you in manually quickly. So that's fine. We'll just do it that way. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, you did get 19. Sorry.
Yeah, I get 19 with the +3. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting because you're Marcus and he's Mark. I'm getting mixed up.
Okay.
Okay, so you got a 19. What's your dexterity? Theroch.
17.
17. Okay, and that means you get to go first. So this Jin, he's taken 2 huge scimitars the size of people from his back. It looks like he's getting ready to use them.
Not good. How far away are we from him? Because I'm just trying to. He's very huge. So what I just consider is if I should just take my great axe out, or I think that's the best way because the crossbow will need this time, and I think it's not such a huge room, or is it?
So 60 feet away.
Okay, that's nothing, you can say.
Yeah,
because
it's not that. You could dash that distance, but then you wouldn't have your action. But
I would just prepare and prepare with my great axe and go into the room a bit and see what he's going to do and try to see if it comes towards us, or if he's just holding his ground.
Okay, and are you preparing an action or anything, or?
Yeah, I'm ready to strike if he's coming towards us, and he is not only if he wants to use his weapons, then if that's getting clearer, I just will attack them. Yeah.
Okay, his turn then, and he does move towards you guys. You kind of it's almost like he's levitating on air. There's like a cloud swirling beneath him like a small tornado, and you see every now and then there's a little spark of electricity or lightning coming out of it. And he's cautiously approaching you too. He's not like rushing at you or anything, but he seems very confident also. And he's looking down as he's approaching, and he points one of his blades at Hevrock.
Okay.
And he let me see, what's your AC, Hevrock?
21.
Okay, so a bolt of lightning runs down his arms and wraps around his scimitar, and from its tip of his scimitar, lightning goes boom and just forks out and goes to hit you, but you kind of move out of the way, and it tears like a line up out of the ground, and the lightning flies out in the background and does not do anything to you.
Whoa!
On his turn, you also notice he looks to the glowing crystals to either side, and then he looks back at you. And that brings us to Olenka. Olenka, you notice that as he did that, the lights expanded on the crystals, and 2 little lights departed from the crystals and moved roughly 30 feet closer. And you don't know if it's coming to him or coming to you. What do you want to do, Olenka?
Either way, I don't like it. I go on my knees and pray to my goddess. Please help us in this time of need. And I call for... where's my character sheet? Hello? When this Windows open, just a second, I have it. No. Icon, my Guardian of Faith.
Okay. So
I would like to place him, I think, here, in front of the Jinn.
okay. So what I'll do, I'll just do a little square or circle. You should be able to draw, but I'll do it. So where do you want to do the little echo for me again? Was it around
I would
here?
place him here, so he
There.
can attack the Jinn.
Okay.
And as a bonus action, I will call my spiritual weapon
Okay. So
on 3rd level. And then I'm done.
okay, so the Guardian of Faith appears by the Jinn and it attacks him, and you see the Jinn sort of like he kind of cries out as this light, celestial light, flashes before him, and he appears to have taken some amount of damage as he recoils from that attack. Your spiritual, what does your spiritual weapon look like? Out of curiosity, what?
My spiritual weapon is it's a mace.
It's a mace. Okay. So let's see. Are you with the so 60 feet? But you rolled 15 to hit, and you kind of like the mace kind of came in, but he kind of recoiled from the spirit, the Guardian of Faith, and as he did so, it caused the mace to just about miss. Hevrock.
So I look to the genie and look around all my teammates and say, I think you could use some help, and I will cast Aid on my friends. A bunch of ball bearings are scattered across the ground that I throw, and they transform into small little mechanical devices, and they scuttle up onto each of your shoulders and provide you with a temporary shield. You all gain each target's hit point maximum current hit points increases by 5 for 8 hours. So you all get 5 extra HP.
Everyone gets extra 5.
And I'm going
Anything
to
else?
move myself. So let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 up to the front of the Jinn. And I'll use my bonus action to... What on earth was that called again? My armor model is a Guardian model, and basically as a bonus action I can make a shield appear around myself and I gain a few extra more temporary hit points.
Okay. Awesome.
And that's my turn.
Cool. Xanthia, what do you want to do?
I'm going to cast Mage Armor on myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go and cast that. And then I am going to move to just about here. Is that far enough?
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it for me, isn't it? Because yeah.
Mage Armor's an action, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you have a bonus action you want to use or something like that.
Can I ready a counter spell?
Only as an action.
Is that
yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's full action. All right, yeah, no, I'm good.
Cool beans. Okay. Thurok, the half orc.
Yeah.
You're up.
So actually, as after I've seen that he tries to hit us, and not only that talking is over, I will just try to attack him. And yeah, even though I'm not sure if he's physical or not, so I just will try it out. No, I just will see if that works.
Are you gonna? Is it a melee attack or a ranged attack?
No, a melee attack. So
Cool.
I would
Give me
just move forward to him,
Yeah.
something like that.
Cool. Yeah.
And now I just try to. No, with a great axe, but that is not as good as I could have imagined it.
Yeah. So
was-
that's the damage. Let me
No, that's
see.
I see that I'm just trying out if that worked because that was damage and not attack. I see, no?
Yeah.
That was yeah. I just then I have to.
I think you have to click on the name of the weapon, and then
Yeah,
I think it gives
I
you
think
an
that,
oh yeah,
yeah,
there we go.
that was the right way.
Awesome.
That was the right way.
That was the right way. And as you do that, you slash him with your great axe and roar at him as you do so. And you're surprised, actually. You kind of like strike at the wind, but you're surprised at how solid the wind feels as the axe carves through it. And you're also surprised at the genie's reaction. He kind of cries out in distaste and pain. And he was looking at Hevrock with his two scimitars, but he's now turned his attention to you. But you definitely hurt him.
So not air only, so physical.
More physical than maybe you thought.
Yeah. I'm astonished because I first was sure that the axe and the steel wouldn't hurt such a creature, but well, if that's it's the case, so it's I'm happy about that.
And he's not happy.
I can imagine that.
Is there anything else you want to do before your turn?
So the only thing I would do is that, if possible, I would try to be on the front position to let the others being able to attack and not being attacked by him physically. But yeah,
cool.
He is huge, so I don't think it will work completely. But I drew his attention, so I will make use of it.
100%. Okay, so it brings us around to his turn again, and he looks around at you, Thurark, and he says, "You will pay for that." And
you started it.
About this.
And he kind of like cocks his eyes at you and lifts one of his scimitars into the air and starts spinning it. And as he spins it, he starts creating like a whirlwind, and the wind starts whipping up at your clothing and your armor and at your faces. And the whirlwind sort of like it takes like a physical form, and then it sort of drifts around the side of him and comes down toward you guys. Give me a strength check.
Everyone?
No, just those Hevrock and Thurark.
Okay.
As he's making these actions, I can sort of see this coming. So I'm going to use Flash of Genius, and it uses my reaction. And when you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to add +4 to that roll.
Okay.
So I'm going to.
So you're doing that for your roll?
Yeah,
Okay.
for my own roll. Because I'm kind of not strong.
Okay, that brings you up to 20. Okay, so you kind of like, you see this coming and you steel yourself for it, and being this hardy, stout dwarf, this wind does whip, it's kind of the edge of it catches you and it almost drags you in, but you pull yourself back out again. A Thurark, on the other hand, it's sort of like the full brunt of this thing does strike you, and you feel your feet lift off the ground suddenly, and you're now flying around in this like whirlwind that's 30 foot tall, and you are caught up in it and are considered restrained, and it moves. You kind of like your head sort of like pops out every now and then, and it's very hard to see where you are. but you kind of like get a feel for it, and it starts to move you towards the edge of the pillar, and it stops you there.
Yeah. So if somebody hears that, I don't think, because the wind makes a noise, something so frightened of me or what?
And as it's sort of bringing you over to deposit you off the edge of the pillar, these blue things move closer. One of them goes towards you, Xanthia, and one goes closer to the genie. And you guys notice another two pop out from the crystals and move towards you guys. Olenka.
I follow Xanthia. And I use my action to control my spiritual mace to attack the djinn.
Go for it.
Where can I roll this?
$16. So it just about hits.
Great, then dust damage.
Yep. And okay, it gets hit up the side of the face with this mace. Totally not expecting it, being distracted, and he looks around. He doesn't look worried or anything, but he seems a little bit surprised. He wasn't expecting this much of a challenge.
And I use my bonus action to bless my friends.
Okay. They get a D4, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, is that your turn?
And that was my turn. My spiritual guide or guardian, I think he could attack too.
Yeah, I think I need to make a dexterity saving throw or take another 20 radiant damage. He misses. Oh, okay. And he takes that damage and is not one bit happy about it. And he's kind of looking around to see what's going on, where all this is coming from. And he hasn't really figured it out. Hevrock, your turn. Xanthia, you're up after Hevrock.
Choices. I
In the
think
face.
I'll scatter out. I'll reach into my bag of ball bearings again, throw one either side of me, and they transform and project a very lifelike image of myself twice. I'll cast mirror image. And I think that's my turn. I don't think there's anything I can do for my bonus action. No, I'm just going to taunt him for my bonus action. Come on, you bugger!
Okay. Awesome. Zan, what do you do?
I am going to use my meta magic. So I'm going to use Quicken Spell, which allows me to cast a spell that has casting time of 1 action and spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to 1 bonus action.
Cool.
So in that case, I'm going to use I'm going to cast Scorching Ray on him.
Go for it.
So normal roll.
Okay, so you rolled a 15, and you kind of like fire it off, and it almost hit him dead center, but just whatever way the wind moved around him, it actually didn't hit anything. Your ray blasts off into the distance.
Okay, and as my bonus action, I'm going to cast a firebolt at him.
Go for it.
1 second.
Do you normally roll
Did I click the wrong thing?
No, I'm just thinking for Scorching Ray. Do you not roll it 3 times? Am I wrong there?
Yeah, you make a
One
ranged
for
spell
each.
attack for each ray, so you get 2 more chances to hit him.
Yeah, you
Oh,
get,
right.
yeah, you
Whoops.
can. So let's go with the firebolt anyway.
Yeah. My bad.
So the
I didn't think of
firebolt.
that.
So
Have you used my blessing?
oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the blessing
There you go.
might change things.
D4.
In that case, the Scorching
I've always
Ray does hit.
Nice.
And
Thank you,
he
Eldef.
takes-
Thank
Yeah.
you.
thank your gods.
Yes, Eldef.
Yes.
So perfect. Okay, so you blast him with 1 Scorching Ray. Your firebolt misses for sure, but you can fire another 2 rays.
So let me just do that. Sorry. 1,
Okay, that one
2.
misses. And that one misses.
Oh Lord.
Oh lord. However, the first one did take a nice wee chunk of damage off him.
Okay.
Okay. Thurok, give me a strength saving throw. Okay.
Don't.
You are tossed over the edge of the pillar.
Farrock,
me a-
no!
Yeah.
Give me a dexterity saving throw. Okay. So you kind of you're tumbling down this thing, but you manage to you sort of like bounce a few times. You manage to like get your axe out and scrape down the side of the pillar, and you land on the steps. And you stop at the steps, but you take let's see, you take 11 bludgeoning damage in the process. However, you're now on the steps again, and you can, with a dash, you can get back to the top of the steps to here.
Okay. Then I will try to do that.
Okay. And so you've used your action and your movement to do that.
Yeah.
Is that your turn then?
Yeah, that's. I think I can't do anything more than that right now.
Yeah.
But I'm back again, and this time you won't get me off the edge so easily.
He looks at you and says, "Challenge accepted." And it's his turn, and he's going to take 2 swipes at you, Haverock.
Okay. So the first one / roll.
Oh yeah, your mirror image.
I am mirror imaged. So a 6 or up. I did do that. It hits one of my things. It has an AC of 11. What did you roll?
Okay, so he rolled a. Where's his scimitar? He rolled a 21.
Oof! One of them disappears from beside me. There's now
Okay.
3 versions of me instead of 4.
Okay, and he strikes with his other and does a 24 to hit.
Okay. So yep, again hits another mirror image of me. Poof! It
Okay,
disappears
so-
and puff.
They're both gone puffs of. All right, and he's kind of looks a little confused. These creatures, they one goes toward Olinka, one goes toward Zan, this one goes towards you, and that one doesn't quite get far enough. They're going to attack you guys. Olinka, it tries to hit you with an 11. I'm assuming that misses. And dear, the one that tried to hit Haverock rolled a 1.
Ooh.
Okay.
And dearie me, okay, those were terrible rolls. I need new dice. Those all miss. And that other one is going to try and attack you, Haverock, but it's a 3. Come on, right? Okay. There are loads of little sparks of lightning going everywhere, but nothing's happening. Olenka, your turn. Haverock, you're up next.
All right.
My guardian will attack the Jinn again.
Okay, and he
Needs to make this.
this time he made his save.
Then I call my spiritual weapon to my side to attack this bluish thingy in front of me.
Okay. Roll for attack. I forgot to say, you notice that a bunch more of these little things popped out of.
Natural 20.
Oh, it is
Ooh, nice.
gone. Your spiritual weapon smashes this thing out of existence. Havrock. Oh, was there something else you wanted to do? Sorry, Olenka.
I get a bonus action, but I don't know what to do with this. So it was my turn.
Okay, Havrock. Or no, yeah, Havrock.
Okay then. Havrock holds one of his arms up like this, and a small little compartment unfolds, and he fires off a magical missile at level 2, trying to target each of the separate creatures, like the small dudes, whatever you want to call them.
They're all in range.
Let's see, I make 3, so at upcast at level 2, I make 4 of them, so I'll hit all of them apart from this one at the top right with a single dart. Bear with me. Magic missile. There we go. So they all take 4 damage each.
They all take. Oh, okay. In that case, they all pew 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 pew, and they all flash with a little thing of lightning out of existence.
And that's my turn.
Cool. Zanfia and
Hey.
Therock, you're up next.
I'm going to attack the Jinn again. And this time I'm going to cast my 3rd level magic missile.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all going to go for him.
Okay.
So I rolled these 4 times, right?
We could do what Havrock did. You roll 1, and
Okay.
we'll take each missile as that's what it did. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay. Whoops, did that go?
Oh, ouch. So how many of them did that roll?
So that was,
First level, 3 darts.
yeah, but this was a 3rd level.
Yeah, so you add 2 to it. Is it 5
to it,
darts altogether?
Yeah,
So what's a 25?
additional 2 darts. So 5
20.
darts.
Okay, 5 by 5. 25. That's right. My math thing is right here, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, it's like you kind of look at him with your magic missiles like a little machine gun, and they all strike home, and he kind of like stumbles back a little bit, and he's looking quite like he's looking around like he's in trouble. Therock, your turn.
Yeah, I just prepared to run forwards and again to strike him with a heavy smash.
Okay.
And I don't know if but I think to get to him is also 1 action, isn't it?
No, you're
Because I'm
within
here?
range. You can get to him.
Okay. Because then first off, I will just try to strike him once, and I would say that is a good strike.
15. 14 damage. Whew, okay. Right. So he, as you do that, he kind of like stumbles back a bit, and he almost drops one of his swords. He looks like he's weakened. He says, "It has been long since I have fought. I must regain my strength. This is not the last you will see of Jinadora." And he kind of like slashes down the side of the air with his sword, and like a crackling light appears, and almost like something opens up, like a a doorway. You can't really see inside it. It appears to be just all magical. And it's almost like he turns into air and all the air just gets sucked in like it's some kind of suction device. And you also see this little blue dude get sucked in with it. And pop, it closes and he's gone. And as he disappears, you notice that the glyph up ahead glows even brighter with his presence gone.
I didn't start fighting. What the hell?
Right, who pressed the button? Own up.
That was me. That was me.
Well, I still
Was
got the shield.
Are you hurt?
I'm good. I'm good. We're all good.
So, should we try and, make our way out, or?
Hopefully this gets us out.
Let's have a look at this bluish glowing thing over there.
Yeah, so you guys approach the glyph on the ground, and you can't tell it's a glyph of transportation.
Oh. I'm pretty sure this is for teleporting people, moving them vast distances. This will be the one. And I hop on.
hop on.
You forgot your shield.
Oh!
He's already.
I take it for you.
Okay, Olega grabs it, she runs back, gets the shield, runs to the portal. You all jump in, and it's like there's flashes of blue, pop, 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 pop. And again, you guys are back in the attic, and you look down, and you see the bottle of gin is down there. And Athurk, you pick it up. And you notice the first time you picked it up, it gave off a bit of a sparkle, like there was lightning in it or static electricity, and it was like it had like a blue liquid or gas in it. But now it's sort of gradually turning to red, and instead of static, you feel heat pulsing from it. And you guys are standing in the attic again. You have returned from the elemental plane.
Please put the cork on this thing.
Yeah. To be continued.
Thanks, guys. This was
super fun.
Thank you very much.
Our time is up. So that was brought to you from Penny Dragon Games. We have a Kickstarter bringing the Order of Elemental Chaos out on the 8th of April. So if you look up Paddy Finn on Kickstarter or Eisendor's Vault of Tragic Treasure, you'll see those two books that we're putting out for folks in a few weeks' time. It says the 1st of April on that graphic. It's actually April 8th. We had to move it back a week. But yeah, anyone who's watching and wants to see a little bit more about the Order of Elemental Chaos and the various planes, feel free to come and back us or check us out, and hopefully you can join the community and jump on board with us. But yeah, thank you everyone. That was great fun.
Thanks, everyone.
Great session. Thank you very, very much.
Ciao.
Thanks.
The awkward
have heard
part.
tell of a
Yeah.
queen
Okay.
with visions of
Guys,
a
that was so
world
much fun.
made into her
Okay, so we can
burning
talk. We're not like
dark shapes
live anymore, are we?
move among the rising
know.
embers. Thick-skinned beasts
They're still
belch
alive,
scouts of fire. It's an ambush.
We can leave the channel in the VIP.
Initiative.
Okay.
Battle
Thanks.
is about to commence. Epic encounters. Turn your RPG up to 11.
Hello, I'm Benwin Bronzebottom, celebrity dwarf and video game enthusiast, and this is my sidekick, Crowy.
Hello.
Quiet, you. I'm here to tell everyone about Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. It's a Dungeons & Dragons-based strategy game from Codename Entertainment.
It's a management game with an emphasis on formation strategy, where you assemble parties of legendary heroes and send them on adventures through the Forgotten Realms.
Heroes? Crowy, don't you mean champions?
Players unlock legendary champions of the Forgotten Realms, like Dritz Duerden and the Companions of the Hall, Farida and Havilar from the Brimstone Angels saga, and many more. Assemble the best adventuring party possible based on your formation options, champion abilities, and the obstacles and enemies you face.
Or just smash your mouse button repeatedly like I do and hope for the best.
Each champion has an incredible array of skills and items to let you customize your style and play even further.
Farther. Farther means more distant. Further is figurative.
Well, I meant more distant, but figuratively.
That's forther.
Well, customize your style even further, because Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms is available on all your favorite gaming platforms. Steam for PC and Mac, web, Epic Game Store, PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, iOS tablets, and Android devices.
Well, let me know when it comes to the BlackBerry. I'm not giving up that phone. It's the only keyboard I can use.
I hear it's coming to the smart fridge next spring.
We have done it! 5 years of planning and thinking before the dream finally came true. A team of 12 dedicated professional developers and internet marketers who desperately love board games put in 17 months of hard work. And now, we are proud to present to you Tabletopia, the digital platform to publish and play any kind of board games. It is the most sophisticated virtual table in terms of functionality, aesthetics, and usability. We integrated everything that was conceivable to recreate the feeling of playing on a real table. And at the same time, we implemented a lot of tools to facilitate playing life hacks. Setting up the game, dealing cards, shuffling decks, etc. takes only a fraction of a second. And the same holds true for creating your very own game. It takes only a couple of seconds to create any game objects from standard print version graphics. Just drag and drop your files, borrow whatever else will be necessary from our extensive library of free game objects and place them on the table. Your game is ready. And now, playtest, demonstrate your game, make videos, or even earn money with your game. Tabletopia is a full-scale ecosystem for publishing digital versions of board games. But of course, the main focus of our project is to allow players around the world to play remotely with their friends or find worthy opponents here. And we are speaking about literally thousands of games and their variations. Many leading publishers and game authors have joined us already, and from day one, you will be able to play many popular games. But this is only the beginning. Ahead of us are a lot of new cool system features, new games, and millions of hours of fun. So stay tuned, subscribe to our newsfeed, and be ready to jump in. Tabletopia, where board games go digital.
Kippt ihr mich nachträglich, ohne dass ich es sehe, oder sehe ich es auch bei mir, wenn mein Bild gekippt ist?
I sat down with Luke Gygax to talk about the legacy of his father, what it was like to grow up in that house while D&D was being created.
I see
Hello and welcome to Don't Split Up, which is a horror role-playing survival game. It's very movie-based, so there's a tiny little disclaimer. It's probably rated T for teen. There might be sexual innuendo, there might be drug or alcohol reference, and there will hopefully be a little bit of blood and gore. So, we're gonna play upcoming, not released yet, role-playing game called Don't Split Up, which follows the typical logic of 90s slasher or whatever horror movies. This time we're going to follow a couple of teens. It's late summer. They are on a trip to Pinewood Lodge, and the camera shows us a station wagon that is driving through a beautiful landscape somewhere in the flyover states of the United States of America. It's pretty empty roads. We see different types of trees and woods, and there are a couple of teens having fun in this car. The station wagon, of course, has a lot of luggage on top. They're probably prepared for a trip. So let's tune in and see what they're doing inside that car. So what are you guys doing?
Well, since I'm the nerd character, I'm probably reading a book and studying for some upcoming exams.
I'm going to tell you to stop reading, enjoy the late summer and the beautiful weather, and turn on the music. Put some music.
Who's driving,
in
by
charge
the
of
way?
music?
Who's behind the wheel? I bet Alex is behind the wheel, isn't he?
Of course.
Let's turn up the music.
Oh, please, not that shit of music. Play some rock, play some goth sound.
I have some good music, and I attempt to rickroll all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, just go for it and stop reading.
So
I'm rolling my eyes.
So, Alex, make an awareness roll. For everybody, we're not going to use any app you can see on the screen. We're using something chat-based, so I will just always tell people what the result will be. Actually, this game is using D-Force, and we're going to see how that's going to turn out today. So, roll
And
your
it's going to
awareness.
roll. Okay. I have honestly no clue where my rolling dice is.
Should I roll for you?
Yeah, roll for me.
Okay. How many rolls do you have?
What's my
awareness? Awareness.
Awareness 4.
So we have two successful.
Yeah, we have 2 4s, a 3, and a 2. You can use your attributes to raise the dice to get enough successes if you like to. It would be, in this specific case,
beauty.
Yeah, it's definitely beauty. Perception, please.
Perception. I have 3 points.
So you could raise all the dice.
I will
4
do.
successes.
I will.
Okay, so for all those guys who don't know Don't Sit Up, 4 successes mean that Alex can actually add something beneficial to the whole scene of the movie, which might come in handy for the group later. Alex, while you're driving, listening to the music, you realize that your gas is nearly empty.
Oh, darn. Didn't pay attention to that.
Typical.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I have better things to do.
Told you should be prepared for that.
Yeah, shut up. Right. Someone knows the area here and can tell me where the next gas station is to pump some gas.
You can add something positive to the scene, so that could be.
Okay. This is my turn now to add the value. Okay.
You can just add something. You could just maybe there is a gas station just up the road. I don't know.
Yeah. Then up the next, when we go up or down the next hill, we're gonna find a gas station.
Okay. So it's getting, let's say we're late at the day. It's already getting a bit reddish. And you see this small tiny gas station as you roll up. You can see that there's a tiny sign that says self-service. And the station itself has a small shop attached to it. It's a wooden building, which is awesome, considering that there's something flammable around. Yeah, so you guys are in the car and stopped at the gas station. So what do you do?
I turn around and say, "See, I'm fully prepared. Let's gas up and grab some snacks here, guys."
Oh yeah, snacks! And I exit the car and immediately try to run up to find some snacks.
Okay. So who's staying at the car? Who's staying at the car? Who's going?
So
to the-
River is staying at the car because this is not his favorite environment. So he stays and waits for the next drive.
Okay. So Alex, you're pumping the gas, or shall we pump the gas and you just?
Yeah, I'm gonna take care of the gas up the car. Yeah.
Okay. So, Chris, Charlie, you guys, you head up to the gas station. I'm to the shop.
Yeah.
Gonna get some healthy snacks.
Okay.
Right,
So,
healthy on a trip. Are you kidding?
so as you reach the shop, the door says "Be back in 10 minutes." It kind of doesn't tell since when the sign is actually on the window, but a small nudge shows you it's actually open, so you can just enter.
All right, don't mind if I do, and I enter the shop.
Okay, so it's a small shop. There are a couple of postcards and a couple of I don't know, trinkets and stuff you would sell to tourists. Everything is basically covered in a small layer of dust, so it doesn't seem that there are a lot of tourists coming. Many of the postcards are pretty bleached out, but it's like the typical stuff you would imagine. It's a lot of cliche Native American stuff, dream catchers, a couple of feather thingies. There is, of course, the fridge. There are a couple of shelves that have everyday stuff, snacks and all that kind of stuff. And there's the counter, which has just a bowl with a lot of money in there, and just like there's another sign that says just leave whatever you need, whatever you have to pay, and have a nice day. What are you guys doing?
I'm checking out the fridge to see if there's well, do I notice the dust? I assume so. So
Yeah,
check
the
fridge
dust,
if it smells.
only the souvenirs are covered in dust. The rest of
okay.
the shop is basically it looks like a small gas station shop.
Okay, then I'm
So-
looking for like cans of cold Coke or something.
Cans of cold Coke. There's Coke. There is some lemonade. There's also beer, of course, and a couple of other beverages. So, yeah, whatever.
Take another look around the shop, and then I just grab one of everything. How like about 4 different flavors, whatever I can carry.
Okay, so we're in the 90s. There's a lot of stuff that is of a different color than the taste would actually hint at. Well, I don't know. There's maybe some sort of energy drink that is blue but tastes like strawberry or something. Okay, you get your stuff. So you don't take any beer with you? Just asking.
Oh, Chris, wait! You can grab another beer so we can check out if the strawberry monster actually tastes as bad with the beer as they always tell me.
Yeah,
we can
but
mix
we're
the
not
Coke in. I
21
bet
yet.
it's-
We're not
Huh?
21 yet. We're
No,
not
you're not.
21 yet. We could get in serious legal trouble if the cops catch us.
What cops? This is the middle of nowhere. Lighten up a little.
Yeah, but still, I mean, the shop owner could return any minute. And by the way, those carbonated drinks you just grabbed, I mean, it's kind of scientifically proven that too much sugar isn't good for you, and all the caffeine. Maybe we should look for some sparkling water or something like that.
Okay, just
Sparkling
as
water? Are you European?
So, for those people who don't know the game, which is practically everybody, each character has an agenda, which is kind of aiming at the cliche he or she is portraying. And since Chris is actually the brain, which has to nerd out and annoy people with her vast knowledge, as one of the agendas that grant her a heroic point, I will actually grant you 1 heroic point, Chris.
I'm very good at getting on people's nerves. Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, you gather your snacks. You don't take any alcohol with you, and yeah, now there's still one tiny thing to take care of. But we first have to get to the guys still at the car. So Alex, the tank is full. It's $27. Oh wait, it's the 90s. It's maybe $70 or something.
Probably 78 cents.
Yeah.
We're in the States.
Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, the tank is full. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna look into the car through the window and ask my buddy, you sure you want to stay here?
I have to watch out the car, so if you don't mind, I would stay here and be safe in the car.
You're gonna be safe in the car. I'm gonna be back in a minute. You want something, some snacks or drinks?
If it's not too heavy to carry for me, so please bring me something.
Heavy to carry? What you talking about? Bottle of water you can.
Yeah. Water's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna see what I can do.
And a sunglass, please.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, please. It's late summer and I hate the sun, so please.
You don't need goggles anymore. Look at this. It's a sunset almost. Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do. I'm gonna walk into the gas station and I'm gonna probably find my 2 fellow travelers looking around the shop, and I probably don't see the owner.
No, I mean, you also realized there was a sign at the door that said "Be back in 10 minutes," and you also see the bowl on the counter which says "Just leave whatever you owe me." And
Oh, look here! There's a bowl which says. You guys didn't see anyone in here since we've been here?
Nope.
This is strange. I look around. Is there anything strange looking to me in this shop? I'm thinking.
I mean, as I said, the shop itself doesn't. I mean, you also see that there are souvenirs and postcards that probably weren't sold for the last 15 years. But in general, it's just one of those tiny gas station shops that rarely see any customers. So,
is there a back office or something? Is there a door which we haven't opened yet?
There's a small door. Yeah, that probably leads into, I don't know, a small storage room.
I'm gonna turn around to my fellas and say, I'm gonna check if maybe someone in here. And I'm going to the door, knock on the door, and scream, "Hello!"
No answer.
Come on, the owner probably died of boredom. Can we just leave with the stuff? I don't want to get yelled at by some cranky old grandpa telling me that I'm not old enough, that I haven't even been in the war yet to drink any beer. Come on, let's just leave.
But first we should pay.
I'm gonna get the beer for you. Don't worry about that.
Oh, you guys.
See, Chris, someone here is able to have fun, and it is not you.
I'm gonna open the door. Look.
Okay. Yeah, the door is also not locked, but it's like a tiny storage room. There's a small coffee machine, table, chair. Nobody there. It's just like, yeah, the whole place is just deserted. He's probably back in 10 minutes, whenever that's gonna be.
Where did they go to? I wonder. There's nothing around here.
Exactly.
Okay, let's just
maybe hunting. I don't know. Who knows? It's one of the
Who's
mysteries.
going hunting
Picking
when
up the
you're supposed to take care
roadkill.
of your business?
Do I see something?
Everyone, have you seen this shop? Everyone would leave.
maybe this is our lifetime opportunity to get a gas station. Imagine, it could be our gas station. Maybe the guy fell back somewhere. We can own the gas station now. You worrying about 3 beers? Yeah, there's an entire fridge full of beer. And my gas tank will never be empty again. Isn't it amazing? And for you, we're probably going to find some place to read a book.
Dude, this is a gas station. Can we just go to where we actually want to go on the
Yeah,
vacation?
let's just pay. This is creeping me out, kind of. Let's just pay and leave, please.
I'm going to check my money.
Haunted gas station.
So, okay, Alex, you grab a 6-pack of beer out of the fridge and go to the counter. Roll a preparedness roll. See if you actually thought of money.
Not me again.
Yeah, I mean you're going to pay, you.
Tell me your dice.
Yeah. Preparedness 2.
Yes. Oh, that's nice.
One and 2. So you're so
that's
lucky.
even better. That is an amazing roll.
So I don't even have any money. I own this shop.
Probably don't. I mean, everybody's is kind of. I mean, you can add wits to try and see if you can add something to your roll.
From what? Wits?
Let's
You
all
have
check our
wits.
pocket.
Yeah, I have 3 in wits, but no, I'm not going to add anything.
Well, 3 in wits means you have 1 success, which is not enough. You just forgot your money. Everybody else is basically expecting you to pay. So what do? Do you just don't pay? What are you? What?
Well, I guess we'll just have to leave like that then.
I mean, you guys,
I'm going to turn around and say,
basically think he's gonna pay. So you're already going out to the car, minding your own business, carrying the stuff. You probably are still lecturing Charlie about the contents and ingredients of the chips she bought. So yeah. And Alex, what's your final decision? What do you do staring at this bowl of money?
I'm going to act like I'm finding my wallet and dig in my pants. And when I'm alone in the shop and all the others gathering around the car outside to prepare to leave, I'm just going to act like I just had paid and jump into my car and say, let's go and leave.
Okay. So while the car is leaving the petrol station and the kids are just having fun in the car, we see a person returning to the gas station, and just it's obviously a Native American guy, and he's just staring into the distance, trying to, and he has a little bit of sorrow and a little bit of sadness in his face. And that's it. So the sun goes down, and it's getting darker and darker, and the night actually started. As you can see in your headlights, the sign Redwood Lodge, 2 miles, and there's this country road. You have to leave the country road, and it's just more and more like a path through the woods. So it's not the best quality road you're driving now, but it's late.
Pinewood Lodge, here we come.
Okay, so you kick it?
I'm going to
give it a little bit. Okay. So last time for you, Alex, we need to have, because here's the thing. As I said, the game follows the logic of horror movies, and whenever the protagonists do something which is considered sinful, like, for example, theft or not paying for something, they are gonna trigger a tension event, which Alex just did. So as you speed through the woods, suddenly a deer appears just in front of the car, So what do you do?
Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Beautiful brown
We're gonna
eyes.
die.
I'm gonna
So-
close my
Break
eyes.
for it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna keep driving the same direction.
Okay, so you're just gonna crash into that deer.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Okay. So please, everybody,
That's just a flash moan.
roll a luck roll. And you can add dexterity to that.
Okay, so how many?
Oh, actually, I think our brain, Chris, you can actually roll a preparedness roll because I'm pretty sure you are one of those persons that actually use the seatbelt.
Okay.
Uh,
So
but the rest,
44.
yeah, you roll 44. The rest of the guys actually
Okay.
have to roll on luck. See if they actually.
Safety pays.
Yeah.
So what can we do at?
I would say wits.
Wits. Yeah, that's great.
And I can add wits too. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You actually don't have to roll. I mean, you pretty much you have your seatbelt on.
Okay. Okay.
Luck, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, in luck I have a 3 and I can have 3 wits.
So you have 1, 1, and 3. Congratulations.
Okay, so you have 1 success, which is not enough.
I'll have 2 successes.
What about the rest of the group? So Alex, you didn't obviously use the seatbelt. You crash into the deer, and your head hits the steering wheel, and yeah, you take 1 tangent damage.
Ow!
So River has 2 success.
So there's no airbags back then.
No, it's mid-90s. We're somewhere in the in this yeah, I don't know, the 80, 90-ish.
If I add wits, I
Time.
can also make 2 successes.
Okay, so the 2 of you that have 2 successes, you both don't take tension damage, but you have to add something, a turn to the worst, the scene. So maybe something happened to the car, maybe something happened to your luggage. I don't know.
But this was very perilous. What I did, right?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, how bad does it have to be? Because otherwise, I just say Charlie spilled her drink on herself. or
No, it
something.
has to actually be bad for the whole group. I mean, you could say that if you spill some beer on you, the stench is bad for the group, but I won't allow it anyway. So it has to be something more severe.
Some kind of damage to the car, so it won't start.
Okay, so
And half of the luggage is flying through the forest.
okay, so you
What?
lost a lot of your
What?
luggage, and the car
What?
probably
I hope it will
is.
come back.
It will still limp to Pinewood Lodge, but at that point, it's gonna cease to work. So you the car limps to your destination, and then I don't know. There's a lot of steam coming from the engine, and
Oh dear,
at
quite
least.
literally.
Oh dear, yeah. Okay, Charlie, that's close to a dad joke, but I will still allow it. So you get your heroic point as well.
Sweet.
Okay, so you guys, you reached Pinewood Lodge. Whose uncles is it? Because of course this is the lodge is nobody of you can afford it, but somebody's Uncle Dave is gonna be the owner of that lodge.
Yeah, it's my uncle. So I have a
Okay.
weird family.
Yeah, that's why they actually come with you. I mean, who would go with a goth if
Yeah,
they
of
have any
course.
choice? Okay,
And they tried
so
to kill me.
so okay, so you arrived. It's obviously I mean the lights of the car are still kind of working. It's a movie. It doesn't have to make a lot of sense. So you just can see that the Pinewood Lodge is of course it's dark. There's no power, no lights, nothing.
I love it.
But
Is there a generator?
maybe. Probably. As you're looking for a generator, you can see that there's a power line going from the main building, which is, by the way, quite luxurious. It's a 2-story high. It's not a lodge. It's actually more like a mansion, even. It's a 2-story high wooden building still, but very nice and spacious. And you see a power line going from the main building down to the lake, and there's a small hut, and there's probably a generator in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. I've been here a couple of times before, so I'll find it and gonna fix it.
Okay.
Do we have any flashlights or something running around in the car? Or did we lose them too?
You can if you're looking for I mean, you kind of you wanted to go camping, sorta. So I would expect that you probably packed it originally. I would say roll a preparedness roll and see if you thought of a flashlight.
All right.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah.
You can add wits to whatever you to your result. By the way, her result is a 3, 1, and a 4. So what do you have in wits?
A 5.
A 5. Yeah, that's more than enough. So 3 successes. Yeah, of course you you thought of a flashlight. Why wouldn't you? So you have a flashlight. And River is gonna go down and try to get the generator going. What is the rest of the group doing?
I say we're gonna split up. I'm gonna check what's happening with the car, and you guys gonna check if we can get into the lodge if the door is locked.
Okay. I mean, you're in a way you're splitting up
already
anyway.
split up.
But yeah. So, do the other guys? Do you follow Alex's lead? Do you actually just try and see if you can get into the lodge?
Well, I would think that River has got the keys, right?
You
So
can't ask him because he's already
yeah,
half the way down to
I
the
mean,
lake, to the small hut.
I'm talking to Alex. I'm like, really? Like, is your injury that severe? River probably has the keys. But let's have a look around the house. Maybe we can find another way in, or maybe we can see how big and luxurious the house is on the inside.
We can
Maybe
wait.
we can find a scary relative of River's, like some kind of, I don't know, river ghost thingy, and I turn on the flashlight and hold it under my chin so it makes scary lights flicker over my face, like, ooh, spooky, I am River's older sister. I'm going to out introvert all of you. Ooh.
Okay, so speaking of which, since you are still playing Ghost Story with your flashlight, River, you don't have a flashlight, do you?
Don't have, so I think.
No, but you know the way. Okay, so so you guys split up. Okay, so Charlie and Chris are searching for some way to enter the lodge, and River is going down to the generator hut, and Alex is staying at the car. Alex had the hidden agenda. Let's split up, and I think that's why he was insisting on keeping the party split. Splitting with the party, all as I said, is gonna be a stupid idea because it's gonna trigger a tangent event. The tangent event itself is gonna affect the smaller parties that in this case would be Alex and River, because they're both alone, while Chris and Charlie are. Yeah. Okay. So we start with River. River, you you made your way down to the small hut at the lake, and there's this tiny little shack. What do you do?
At first, do all cables go in there or hanging some cables around?
No, that's the power line, and it basically goes into the hut.
Okay, so I open it up and have a look inside.
Of course, it's locked.
Oh no! Of course, I don't have my toolkit with me, so I'm looking around for.
Don't you have your toolkit with you? I mean, maybe you thought of it.
Yeah, I can check. My trousers, so maybe I'm clever enough to take it with me. So I think you want to preparedness, right?
Yeah, preparedness roll and wits.
So, and wits with the 5, so I have 2 success.
Good, and that means you have to add something, turn to the worse for the group, but you have your toolkit. We're talking about lockpicks, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Okay.
So, of course, who has not a lock-picking toolkit with his?
Yeah, I mean,
of course, I'm the freak. Yeah, so I'm the freak, so I have it with me. I open it up, and
so what's the bad thing?
The bad thing is
the turn to the worse.
The turn to the worse is if I open it up, there's a squirrel jumping inside and damage everything inside.
Yeah.
So I think this won't work anymore.
So at least the generator probably needs some fixing. Okay. Yeah. So while that happens, though, while the squirrel is or the raccoon or whatever is jumping past you, you kind of look past him or after him, and you see a larger animal that is prowling in the darkness, and you see the gleaming eyes focusing on you, and that's you, Alex. While you are unpacking or taking the rest of the luggage that wasn't scattered in the woods down from the ceiling, unbeknownst to you, just behind you, there's also a pair of those gleaming eyes, and you hear a growling noise.
Yeah. I turn around. I look closer.
Yeah. You're looking into the face of a pretty nasty wolf that's probably attracted by the blood that is all over the car. I mean, you kind of killed a deer, and the whole car is smelling like dead deer, and somebody thought that this would be a snack for him or her. So, but you're sadly between the wolf and his snack, and the wolf kind of thinks that you're actually more tasty than the car with a little bit of blood on it. What do
He
you do?
thinks, okay, I'm gonna try to jump onto the car. I
Okay.
want to jump onto the. Yeah.
You can still also just jump in the car. The car's still, I mean, just as a reminder, I mean, the car's still there. Whatever you want to do is you have to roll on. You're the jock, which means in that case, jumping, doing something which is athletic, is your clicker skill. So you can roll on your clicker skill, and you can add dexterity or fitness. Do you jump on the car, or do you jump?
I'm gonna try to jump inside and close the door.
Okay, so then it's dexterity.
Dexterity. I have a 5 in there.
Good.
And I can do what with another talent? Nothing.
You can use dexterity to raise your dice. So you roll with your 5 dice.
Unfortunately, I cannot roll here on my.
Already
Yeah.
done.
So Tony rolled for you. He rolled 2 3s, 2 4s, and a 1. This is a tension event. Therefore, the 1 has to become a 4. You have to spend all the points into raising that 1 to a 4. But you said you have 5 points, which means that you have a total of 5 4s, which is a very good and exceptional success. You may add something which is beneficial, a turn to the better for the whole of the group to the scene, while you jump into the car and shut the car door behind you. The wolf smashes against the car once, but then kind of vanishes into the distance or into the darkness and gave up. You get another heroic point for getting out of this situation unscathed. And River, by the way, you guys, Chris and Charlie, you do hear the commotion and that there's something going on. I mean, you're maybe 10 meters away from whatever's happening right now.
And from my glorious dice roll, which Tony did, thank you, Tony, very much. The benefit, I choose the benefit for the group,
sure.
or you do?
Yeah, no, you do. So the wolf leaving is not the beneficial stuff. That's just the end of your tension event. You can add something which is beneficial for the situation. You can't contradict something which is already established. So you can't say, "Oh, the generator is actually working."
Okay.
But you could say something like, "But there are tools in the shed, so he can fix it."
And can I save it, or do I have to play it now?
No, you have to add it now.
I have to add it now. Okay, then I'm looking for. Then I want to have my grandfather's pump gun with ammunition.
No.
Veto. Okay.
No.
I tried, guys. I tried.
It's not that type of movie. If you really want to have a weapon, you brought your baseball bat with you. If that's what you want, I would grant you, if you want to have a weapon, I would grant you a baseball bat because you're the jock. You probably brought it with you.
I changed my mind. I'm gonna take the toolbox to maybe repair the generator. I take.
So, you have a toolbox, or is the toolbox in the shed?
The toolbox is in the shed.
Okay. So, River, there's this pair of gleaming eyes. What do you do?
Grab the toolbox.
Well, I have the. I say to this glooming eyes. I have the lock picking, and I don't mind to use it, and think it's really stupid. So I think I fell back and tried to crawl away.
You're gonna try to. I mean, there's still this shed behind you, right? You opened the door. The raccoon came out.
The shed is behind me. Okay, so I okay. I didn't.
So, yeah. You could
yeah,
just.
so- yeah. I turn around and try to jump into.
Okay, so same thing for you. A roll, but you're a goth, so jumping and
No.
being athletic is not your forte, to keep it mildly, which means you have to roll on talents to see, unless there's something we don't know about you yet, River,
Yeah.
that we should know.
Yeah, you should know that I've been here many times with my uncle and my father, and I was trained here outside for climbing and for cross running, and so I'm not that bad as you think in athletic things. So
Okay, so this is your background now. We all know something new about River. River actually spent a lot of time exercising in the wilderness. Yeah, roll on your background.
So I
2, 4, 1, 4.
and
Dexterity.
Yeah, that's a 5. So I think that's complete.
Yeah, that's also 4 successes, which makes you can also add something beneficial for the group. And you kind of jump into the shed, close the door behind you. This wolf, however, doesn't go away. It's just like, yeah, pacing in front of the door, waiting for you to actually get out there, because it seems he or she is pretty hungry. So, Chris and Charlie, as I said, the whole situation didn't go unnoticed for you. You guys, I mean, Alex's situation seems to be resolved, but you can see down the path to the lake that River is kind of in a pretty bad spot. I mean, he's in the small shed, and there's a wolf kind of even pressing against the door, and River probably has to put all his weight against the door so that the wolf doesn't get in there. So what do you do? By the way, River, I will still say your tension event for now is resolved, right? So you get a second heroic point.
Yes.
So,
Oh.
Chris, Charlie?
2 lone wolves! No, wait, they're not alone anymore. Anyway, get over there! Hello, wolf! Hello! And I've waved with flashlight.
You're waving with a flashlight? Okay.
Yeah. Screw off, wolf! This is our wolf! We can't have him!
I'm gonna take a look around and see whether I can find some weapon-like thing, like a baseball bat or an axe. Maybe they're doing some wood chopping or something.
Okay, wait a second. The first thing is Charlie had the hidden agenda, I'm over here, which means draw the attention of something harmful to yourself to save somebody else, which means the wolf, of course, reacts to this waving flashlight and thinks Charlie is looking pretty damn delicious, and is actually, racing towards you, while Chris is trying to see if there is an axe or anything else you could grab, which in this case would be a luck roll.
Okay. So 2d4. No.
Yeah, 2d4. You.
But I could use my heroic point, right? Okay, let's first roll. Okay.
You could use.
Yeah.
You could use that, but
Well, let's see. 2d4. A 3 and a 4. And can I add anything to that? Perception or?
You're muted, I think.
Yep. Am I muted?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
We cannot hear you.
Someone tell him. Can you sign your answer?
Yeah. Write it on a piece of paper.
Write it in the chat using emojis.
Yeah.
Okay. Nod your head if you can
Do an
hear.
interpretive dance.
Yes, exactly.
He can hear us. Everything crushed there.
Oh no. So, in a surprising twist of events, our
Yeah,
dungeon
those-
master was eaten by wolves.
Yeah, oh no. We broke the fourth wall.
Yeah, we did.
Now, what am I going to do with my 2 heroic points now?
Save him.
Gotta go back to the gas station. My car's broken.
Automatic rifles for all of us. Yeah, but you can't hear.
See you. Working is good. Hearing, no. Talking.
Hört ja nix. Okay, wait.
Jetzt ist er weg.
Wahrscheinlich.
Okay, he's gone. We're gonna stick to English.
Okay. He's gonna restart, I guess. The whole thing. So I just
So-
rolled a 3 and a 4 with my luck roll, and then can I add something to that, or like
Yeah, but two is not enough. So
Yeah.
you
not enough?
you fail.
What, 2 dice or?
You need 3 dice or what?
Yeah, at least 3 dice, 3 success to have success.
To do something. Okay, but at least nothing bad is gonna happen.
Yeah, but no, the thing is, like, with how many dice did I have to roll? I rolled with 2. That's not enough. With 4, like, how many?
Well, that's determined by your luck modifier. So, what do you have in luck?
2.
Then you just suck at luck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every time.
Ah.
Like my talents, so I'm so untalented.
So, you come here often, or?
I
You
like
still-
it here. Too many deers and wolves.
Are you still bleeding profoundly from your head wound this entire time? Your entire face is covered in blood.
And I think it's really nice here in this chat. So it's dark. You don't see anything.
You're just gonna hold.
Join
try
me,
to
so.
keep the door shut. That the wolf's not going to get in. I haven't heard anything else from the game master that the wolf is.
It's still
letting you
outside.
Yeah.
So
Maybe there's a wrench in the toolbox that you could use.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Or maybe here's some, like a net or something I can throw out and the wolf is.
Maybe we could use the time to build some kind of primitive weapon, like in Star Trek with the Gorn. Is
Give me
there
a
any
watermelon.
sulfur and rocks?
So I think here's some gums and here's some
Yeah, MacGyver.
bomb.
By the time Nicholas returns to the chat, we've built an entire arsenal of primitive weapons like
Tower defense.
bow and arrow, some explosives.
I want a sword.
I just switched over until our game master is back. We don't see him. Okay, he is back in the waiting room, so he should be back in a minute, probably, hopefully. This time he can hear us. Yeah. So yeah, I just switched back during the time. So
Okay.
didn't want to interrupt you, Zoe.
No problem.
No worries.
No issue.
So to summarize, we've got explosives. We've got a sword.
The joys of being live.
Yay.
So, where were we?
My luck roll.
Eggs.
Yeah.
You had your
A
eggs.
3 and a 4. Do I have any modifiers that I could add to that?
Your dexterity.
My dexterity, but I only
your
rolled
wits. Your wits. Sorry, that was your wits. And you found your eggs. So you stand there with your eggs while the wolf is charging Charlie.
Okay.
And question is, what are you doing with the eggs?
Oh God. Well, my first instinct would be to
Run away.
to run away. Well, actually, that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna, hand over the axe to her, and I'm gonna be like, okay, good luck, because
Okay.
I really suck at athletics, and I don't want to hurt an animal. So
Okay. So, Charlie, she's throwing you the eggs while the wolf is charging you towards you. And what do you do?
Well, my first.
I mean, you do have 2 heroic points, right? I'm just
Right. Well, my first initial reaction was also to just, okay, I'm going to run away, but if I'm getting an axe thrown my direction, then I probably don't have the time to catch it and notice it and then also run away. So screw it, I go into defense position and I try to hit the wolf when it charges at me.
Okay, so is there anything we don't know about you, or do you want to use your talents for that?
I think my talents are fine.
Okay.
I can't think of anything that's like realistic high school student that has fought wolves in the past. I'm just
for swinging stuff. I mean, you might want to add something, but anyway, if you're fine with whatever you have, just roll on your talents.
I'm rolling on my talents. That's 4d4. 3, 1, 3, 2. Can I? Okay, reverse is not good.
Dexterity.
So... Dexterity. Okay, I have 4
Dexterity.
dexterity, so I can make this 3 successes.
Yeah, 3 successes are more than enough. So you swing while the wolf is trying to jump at you, and you just hit in midair. The wolf is falling to the side, crying out loud, running away, scampering away, and you resolve the situation. Well done.
I howl at the wolf. Did anyone see that? Did anyone see that? And I turn around and I see that everyone has left.
So, River, while you're in that hut, you see that there's there are tools. You kind of fixed the generator, and the lights of the lodge, or the whole lodge, is more or less being illuminated because Uncle Dave actually likes to show off. Yes. So there are a lot of tiny lamps and scattered all around. So the whole place is well lit, and you guys collect your luggage. As always, as you know, River, Uncle Dave just left the key under the doormat, and you open up the lodge, and it's a very nice and cozy place. There's a huge open kitchen, which leads to a living or comfy area, which is a huge couch and a nice fireplace. And there are stairs to a gallery upstairs, which has all the sleeping rooms. There's a master bedroom and 2 tinier guest bedrooms. Each bedroom has 2 beds in them. So, who's taking which room?
I'm gonna take the biggest room.
So, Alex is going to take the master bedroom, obviously.
So I'll take the room with the computer. So the office of my uncle will be my room. So I have to check emails and
It's mid 90s. I'm not sure if there's actually internet up here. We can try and see if there's actually internet.
Not here.
You think so? Okay, let's do a roll.
It's my uncle. Look at his house. Of course he has.
Yeah, okay. You're right. So let's just establish. Okay, so Uncle Dave is doing something on Wall Street. So he needs internet connection even in this remote place to kind of check on his stocks and do his dirty work. Because we're in the 90s, being on Wall Street is bad. Or whatever. So anyway, so okay, you take the computer room, and Charlie and Chris, there's one more room left with 2 beds. I'm guessing you're gonna put your stuff in there.
Yeah, for the girls.
And it's basically it's in the it's pretty late at night, but you guys are also starving because you haven't eaten for quite a while now.
Okay, I'm hungry. Let's go and check if there's any books to eat. I'm sorry. There's any meat in the fridge or kitchen. Let's go.
Do we still have our groceries, like the snacks we got from the gas station?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you put them in the car, so I'm pretty sure they're still there. Or maybe I'm pretty sure that even you brought them with you and just threw them on the counter in the kitchen.
Okay, but that's nothing like a healthy and good filling meal. I'll go and check the fridge.
Filling meal.
Stand behind you while you check the fridge and snack on the chips like directly into your ear.
So I mean, the thing is that there was no power, and although there's a certain suspension of disbelief, I don't think the audience would actually buy if there's something in the fridge. But you could try and see if there are some, I don't know, canned food stuff around.
Okay.
If you like. Do you want to roll a preparedness roll?
Sure. Let me roll it. Okay.
Yeah, you do you.
I'm pretty sure I brought something, and
No, not you brought. Preparedness also means like if it's in an area where it might be. So.
2, 3, 1, 2.
Since you're searching for it, I would say perception. You have to spend at least 1 point to raise the 0 because it's not a tension event. You don't have to put all the points in there.
Okay. Perception, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, then I just have 2 successes.
Okay, you have to add something, a turn to the worse for the situation, but you find assorted canned stuff, like, I don't know, beans, and it's also canned spork, whatever. Corn, yeah, stuff like that.
Okay. So in that case, I would say we have a gas stove, not an electrical one. And even though we try to get it to work, the stove won't work. So
okay,
we can't heat our can up.
There's still a nice and cozy fireplace you haven't lit yet.
Oh, nice. Guys, have you seen the fireplace right over there? Well, I guess we have to do it the old-fashioned way. So I'm going to open up the can, pour whatever is inside. I hope it's not cat food.
No, as I said, baked beans,
in a
something
pot.
like that.
And I'm gonna head over to the fireplace. And is there any firewood already in the fireplace?
Yeah, sure. It's stacked with firewood.
Okay, so so I'll just light a fire, and I'm gonna heat up the canned beans.
Okay. What about the rest of the people? What are you guys doing while Chris is cooking something?
I would grab some snacks since I'm very hungry and walk around and look out of the window and look in the first floor we are right now.
No,
ground floor.
You're on the ground floor right now.
Ground
right?
floor, yeah, and look up and look around on the ground floor. What else's rooms are there?
Are you searching for anything specific, or just?
I'm just waiting to eat something until the food is ready. I'm just gonna.
You run around with
look around.
with a bag of chips and just eating them.
Exactly. Yeah.
While you're running around. Okay. Roll a perception roll.
Perception is.
You have to. You roll on awareness and add perception.
Awareness is 4 and perception is 3.
3, 2, 3, 2.
So, what's your
awareness is 4 and perception is 3.
So you can have 2 successes. You have to add something. Turn to the worse to the whole situation. And while you're looking around, the ground floor basically has a spacious bathroom. There is a small library. There is underneath the stairs. There is also a door which leads probably to a staircase that leads into the cellar. And but there's nothing of real interest. I mean, nothing that strikes any. I mean, there are a lot of pictures of Uncle Dave, his family, and a couple of pictures with River and his dad, and so nothing out of the ordinary, you would say.
Okay, the bad thing I'm going to add is that the food's going to burn.
I think actually that's not bad enough. I mean, that is kind of not nice, but I don't think that would make a good horror movie. Oh, Jesus, the baked beans were burned. The end.
I mean, it's already horrible, like, on an emotional perspective.
Yeah, of course. Of course it is. You just survived to wolves.
Then I would like to have birds crashing into the windows.
Oh yeah, I can live with that. So while there's this huge this huge panoramic window that's actually 2 stories high, and you can also take a look from the gallery down through the window into the woods, and it's getting a bit foggy, and you can't see very far anymore, and all of a sudden a couple of birds, like I don't know, murder of crows basically, just crashes into the window. The window is hard enough, but most of them, some of them fall down and are just disoriented, and some others are just plain dead. And, there's something strange happening.
I dropped the pot with beans. Like, I can't go on cooking like nothing happened. I panic and drop the pot with the beans.
No, don't.
Yeah,
you're in the kitchen. You
just said an entire flock of birds crash into the window.
So I came around and oh no, this is happening.
Again.
What do you mean?
Again and again and again.
What do you mean again?
How could this be happening?
What are you guys doing?
Actually, some very rare species of birds live in this area. This is horrible. Like, this isn't hunting season. We're going to get in trouble for getting all these birds killed. It's probably because we turned on the lights and they're not used to that.
I mean,
So anybody
this is
going to
illegal.
check out what's happening out there?
I go over to Alex and tell him, so you know how you look like, so let's have a look outside.
You know how I look like? You want to be racist or what?
No, but it's fine if you have a look there.
Let's go.
So as a reminder, you guys found an egg. The egg still exists, right? So do you want to go with a weapon or without a weapon?
Alex don't need a weapon.
Alex is the
You
weapon.
make sure you have the eggs with you.
Okay, so River and Alex, you guys are gonna check out what on Earth made all those birds. All
And
those
Charlie and
crows.
Chris, if something happens, just follow us. Just come after it. But
If
for
you hear
first-
us screaming out loud in agony, just come and join us. So,
Already, Charlie's kind of feeling very offended because he was the one who just killed a wolf. She
Yeah.
was the one who just killed a wolf and told everyone about it like 5 times already. And they just still do the whole macho thing and go out to attack the murder of crows or whatever by themselves. So she's just sitting like there like, fine then, I won't save you a second time.
okay, so we're splitting up the group again, I guess. Chris and Charlie. I mean, there's a lot of. It's because you said you basically spilled the beans. Haha. I'm a dad.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to do that. Of course, there's a lot of. Also, it's burning in the fireplace, so it's not very nice in there. I mean, there's a lot of. Fog inside and outside of the lodge.
You mean smoke? Like
Yeah,
in Valheim?
it's really.
Pay
I mean,
attention.
it's gaining some smoke. I mean, you basically spilled the whole pot of beans
Oh
onto
no.
the fire, so it's not smelling very good, and it's But anyway, so
Baked beans, I
let's-
guess, huh?
yeah, smoked beans. So Alex and River, you guys, as you go outside, you see that the fog is getting thicker and thicker, and also there's a huge or a strong gust of wind, which is pretty chilly and cold, and doesn't really fit to the actual up to now rather lush summer night. Late summer night, anyways. So what do? You can't see. Basically, you can't see far. Like maybe 5-6 meters, if even that far. It's pretty thick fog.
So
I'm gonna look over to River and say, okay, here we are. And I didn't pay much attention in school, but in late summer when it's supposed to be warm, we have fog outside and wind. Is it always here in your uncle's lodge like this?
no, normally this is not happening. So the crows are fine, but the fog and the chill, I don't think so.
What you remember, River, is that your uncle he kind of was always pretty upset about the Native Americans, and he also that actually kind of lived in the area, and he also often was complaining. I mean, he basically bought the land, but they kind of insist that it belongs to them, just culturally. So
Oh no, a racist uncle.
of course he's working
Who
on
would have
Wall
thought
Street
in the 90s?
in the 90s. How shocking is this? So you do remember that he kind of was always complaining about them, but they can't do fog, that's for sure. So you don't even know what to do with this information I just gave you. But what I do know is that either Alex or River, you can take one of you guys can make a perception roll and try to make out what you can see in the distance in the fog.
Perception 3, Tony.
Yeah, I take over.
Take over.
So double 3, 2, and 1. So what can I add?
We're going to go, and this is, by the way, now we're entering the finale. Everything is going to be a tension event, which means zeros have to be made into 4s unless, and otherwise they're gonna,
Get worse.
Yeah. So which means the 1, it's 2 3s, 1 2, and 1 1. The 1 has to allocate 3 points to become a 4. And how many points do you have in
So
perception?
there's 1 left, so 2 success.
So 2 successes, which means you can you squint your eyes and you think you can see something coming towards you through the fog, and you have to add something. I mean, it's already a pretty bad situation, but you have to add a turn to the worse.
Yeah, I see there, and I hear, I think, a lot of voices and footsteps coming nearer.
Okay, so one pair of footsteps is actually, it seems massive in comparison. You hear like the rest is like more like whispering in the wind, and probably some, I don't know, it's something ethereal. It doesn't seem to be a completely corporal, but one thing actually is pretty corporal, and it has massive steps, and it's lunging towards you guys. And while you're still trying to figure out what's coming towards you, you see this ginormous monstrosity coming out of the fog, something like a deer skull and a pretty werewolf type body underneath it, with gleaming red eyes and huge fangs, which is this version of Vendigo, for people who were wondering. And it's trying to Alex, it's trying to lunge at you. It's trying to give you 5. So
high five. I'm gonna I'm gonna jump back.
Okay. Okay. So roll on dexterity. Not dexterity, talents. No, jock. Your jock. Roll on your jock. Click and add dexterity to it.
5.
So dexterity is 5, and your jock is 5. So let's see what the dice say. Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh.
Okay,
Yeah.
so basically you're able to jump out of harm's way, back on the terrace or patio of the lodge, and are already half through the door. And you can also add something positive for the rest of the group.
I want us to be together again here. So
Thank you.
So, I mean, you guys have to get away in a way, right? Just to get things a bit straightened up. You can.
I thought I wanted to fight against this beast now with the axe from River. Okay,
Just
to get away, then the positive thing is the beast is, I don't know, tripping, falling.
What about
okay, okay, that I can work with that. It kind of was pretty sure it's going to hit you, so it kind of gets off balance and trips a little bit, which gives River a window of opportunity to also jump into the lodge. So I mean, you're not safe because the window might have stopped a couple of crows, but it won't stop this thing. So all you guys have to do is try to get away as fast as possible.
River, come on, jump!
So you're inside now. What's the course of action for the whole group? What are you guys doing?
Me and River. We're gonna run away to the kitchen where the others are. Okay.
Yeah, of course. As I said, you get together. You're all behind the kitchen counter. This thing just burst through the window, basically just trying to get a hold of you guys. So what are you? What's your course of action?
Let's go and hide in the cellar, guys. The cellar is made of solid concrete and stones. And maybe we can find some weapons in there or something.
Weapons against this thing?
You never know what the uncle from River was up to.
River, is there anywhere we could hide or run to? Is there any neighbors?
It's basically just Uncle Dave's palace over here.
Surprisingly.
Oh, what the hell? Let's hide in the cellar.
Yeah.
We better find some gasoline. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie follows to hide in the cellar.
Yeah. Let's go down.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys, go down the cellar, which is it is actually it is made of concrete. At least the walls are in stone. And there's just this clutter in there. Are you searching for something specific?
Can we say that we brought the axe?
Yeah, of course you can brought the axe.
Because
Is there emergency cell phone?
No. Not in the cellar. I mean, the idea itself was quite okay. The monster has some problems squeezing the door, but it's still possible. So it's kind of clawing down just behind you guys.
Is there a chainsaw?
Oh, now we're talking.
So you wanna take a look for a chainsaw?
Yep.
Okay, so then luck and perception, please.
You guys. I have to look at luck. Okay, 2d4, so it's not anymore.
No, that won't work.
Okay.
She's the one who theoretically knows how a chainsaw works.
Yeah, I just need someone else to find it.
Can I help look for it, or does it add penalty to the dice?
Oh, awesome.
Oh, holy crap.
That's 2 1s. Yeah, there is
and
no
what
chainsaw.
Perception? Then I have 1 success. If we're gonna perception, then I can add 3 too. So 1 success.
Yeah. So you definitely don't find a chainsaw. You can make 1 success, but the other one will basically erase the success, which is a flat out 0.
Can I spend my heroic point?
You should have thought of that beforehand, actually.
Oh,
but
okay.
I will allow it. So you do the I can do this heroic point.
Yeah, I can do this.
And you actually spot a chainsaw, and it's lying around. It's
You
maybe it's a bit
guys
rusty.
over there.
You pointing at
Quick,
it?
grab it. I can't
Alex,
because
take it.
I'm a
Alex,
nerd.
I'm gonna take
run
it.
out.
So this cellar is basically a meat grinder, right? Okay, whatever this thing is also in there now. It has a bit of problems moving, but it still can just swipe left and right, and it's basically hitting everybody at least once, and pushing and throwing you against the walls of the cellar. So everybody's going to take attention damage.
Okay.
Right.
So unless somebody wants to use a certain power he has. I'm looking at you, Alex.
Yeah, Alex is just a flesh wound.
Okay, so you don't take the second
Yeah.
damage.
Exactly.
Okay.
And
Yeah. And you
I
are?
want to grab the chainsaw and attack the beast.
Okay. So what is the rest of the guys doing while Alex is the guy who is somebody who has to do it and gains his third heroic point because he's gonna stay in here fighting this thing with no luck of survival because this thing is obviously supernatural. So what are the other guys doing?
So do I see some door or some hole we can crawl into?
Oh yeah, they're tiny windows. It's not completely submerged. They're tiny windows you probably could squeeze through. While Alex is trying to face off the beast.
Okay, so if
and
you
keep it in check long enough.
we can run out.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So, okay.
I'm gonna try and draw the attention of the beast to myself because then maybe Alex has got a better chance. And River still has the axe, right? So use your chance. So I'm gonna wave my arms and try to.
So okay, but who's going to the window through the window first? Because somebody has to go through the window.
Charlie then. Charlie runs through the window.
Okay, Charlie's like, fuck this. F this, sorry. And just runs out. Okay, so that's that. I'm sorry, Chris, you're still waving there, trying to be a hero, which you are, so you get another heroic point. And Alex.
River wants to do something.
What do you want to do, River?
He wants to grab Chris, right? Who's waving.
Yeah.
Grab his hand and pull her out.
Yeah. Okay, so you're basically trying to throw her out as well.
Yeah.
While Alex is basically trying to kill this beast, he gets a swipe with one of the big claws and is being thrown against the wall again. You also, River, get a swipe from the other claw, but you can still push Chris out of the window, which is still waving. So Chris and Charlie, you guys are outside already. River, you take another damage.
Yes.
Alex, you take another damage, unless you still have 2 heroic points.
I do have 2 heroic points. I'm gonna take them.
Okay, so you are still having just flesh wounds.
Yeah.
River, what are you doing? What? And you guys outside, you can also think what you're gonna do to ensure that you probably get out safely out of this whole mess. I will go with River. What are you doing?
I jump out as well.
Okay, so you jump out as well. Alex, now it's just you and whatever this thing is.
I know.
So I need to. I'm guessing you want to get out of the cellar as well. At least try to find a window of opportunity.
First of all, I want to kill it. If I cannot manage to kill it, or I have the feeling that I cannot, I'm gonna jump out.
Every wound you make with your chainsaw is just healing up again. So it kind of seems not that that's going to be anything you can survive. So thing is, I need a last roll of you, Alex, because you have to try and see if you can actually jump out of the window, because you have to get past this thing, which basically is just concentrating on you now.
I'm gonna roll on what?
Just jock. 5 dice.
5, yeah.
Oh, very good. That's going to be 3 successes. So you basically jump through the window. This thing is in there, and you guys just run like crazy through the woods, and the end credits roll. And thank you for... I sensed the need for a huge fireball. Very good. Thank you everyone for watching, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching.
Luke Gygax to talk about the legacy of his father, what it was like to grow up in that house while D&D was
Ja, ich wollte ganz am Ende noch die Romanze
I see
reinbringen.
my father as
the
driving force.
Und ich wollte dich eigentlich irgendwie zurücklassen.
Ja, ich glaube, wir kriegen noch so ein cooles Chainsaw-Massacre
and
rein.
changed our culture. I don't think that many people know that. And I want to make sure that this expanding, this amazingly expanding new audience of gamers who are attracted to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons because it's so great and playable, that they know about the roots and history of our game, and the way my father, as well as all the other folks who were involved in the beginning, whether that's the three Daves, Dave Arneson, Dave Wesley, Dave McGarry, and Jeff Perrin, who were all collaborators in that zeitgeist that kind of brought all the ingredients together, and my dad gathered them up, packaged them, and transmitted that idea to other people so they could replicate it in those first 3 little booklets of original Dungeons and Dragons. I just don't want people to. I want people to be able to trace their roots, their game, back to those origins and understand it a little bit better and gain a little bit of appreciation.
Why do you think D&D had such a massive impact, not only on the game industry but also pop culture at the time?
Well, it caught on at the right time. It's the Vietnam War is just ending. There's a lot of malaise, and what better than to escape from the world into a world of fantasy where you can be a hero and you can change the world that way, and that's exciting. So I think there was something there in that. But what's the critical factors for Dungeons and Dragons is that it was a totally different game. Role-playing games didn't exist. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was a fantasy war game played with miniatures. They didn't even know what the title they were going to call it, and it broke the mold. If you were going to play a war game, it was you're looking back in time on a historical situation generally, and it's prescribed. These are the forces that are there. Here's your commanders. It's not a person that you're playing. You're playing units. Or even if you're playing something, it's a fixed character. You're the shoe in the Monopoly board going around. What Dungeons and Dragons did is it said, okay, well, we don't have a board. We don't have a beginning and an end. And oh, by the way, you're going to play a character, and the game can go on one session. You could just have one session, or you could have a game that goes on years. And there's the idea of this referee, who later becomes the dungeon master, is building this world. They're bringing their own fantasy world together. There's these guidelines that are here, but really it's coming from the dungeon master, the referee at that time. That person is going to create this world, and then the other people who are players get to contribute to it, and you kind of weave this fabric of a story that becomes the campaign, that becomes this world that you play in and you share. And I think that was very unique. There's no boundaries, there's no board, there's not a set beginning and ending. What other game had that? I think that's the revolution. I think that's why it appealed to people. And it still does today.
What kind of dungeon master was your dad?
He was a good dungeon master, but I think he was more earlier. He was definitely more. Let's get to the all right. You're down. You're at the beginning of the dungeon. Let's go. And I'm gonna describe things to you. You definitely. Well, I guess I'm taking all this sort of stuff is for granted that this is how everybody did it. I remember reading through B2 recently when I wrote one of the forewords for it for Goodman Games, and they redid it. And I remember reading the instructions on how to run the dungeon was like listening to my dad talk, because I was like, well, wait, this is exactly how he did things. I think he gave advice like, don't let them see the map. Be somewhat vague if they don't know the exact measurements. Keep in mind there could be various things like that. So when you were down there, it was up to you. Part of the game was the exploration portion of it. So you had to figure out this dungeon, the design of it, find any areas that looked suspicious. Like maybe, well, why is there this 60 by 60 area that there's no apparent entrance to, but there's a whole bunch of passages all over everywhere else. This kind of stands out. This is atypical. You would have to figure that out and go, okay, maybe there's a secret door there, or, you have to do a little bit of the exploration of the unknown, figure out kind of the puzzle or the rhyme or reason to it, what's hidden down here, because there's going to be things hidden. So that was part of the game. And also, not just throwing the dice, but talking about what you're going to do and describing a technique or a tactic, because there wasn't skills that you could fall back on. So if you wanted to do something, you kind of had to say, well, this is what we're going to do. Or you don't really have a skill in this area, but if you can tell me what you're going to do, maybe I'll give you a little bit of a bonus to figure it out. So I think those were some of the parameters that were the expectations that you would have when you were playing. You had to be thinking, you had to be on your toes. You couldn't, you just had to be aware of your surroundings and everything that was going on when you were there. So typically, if you're in a dungeon adventure, you'd be like, okay, you descend down the stairs and you force open the door because you had to roll to open doors because they're all swollen dungeon doors. And then you go, you step out into a 10-foot wide corridor to the east and west. Your torchlight sheds, 20 feet down the passageway in each direction, and you could look around and describe it, but then it would be 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, door to the south, passage continues, west, or whatever the case may be. And you're mapping and figuring it out, and when you defeated a creature, you had to look for the treasure. It wasn't always just, it has, this magic item there. You had to be, it was an investigation. It's the problem solving. It's puzzle. It's solving a puzzle. So that was the expectation. There wasn't a lot of freebies. I guess he was a parsimonious dungeon master. So yeah, when you earned it, when you got something when you were playing with my dad, you earned it. And it felt good. And to lose those items or use them frivolously, you thought about that because you weren't sure if you were going to get just anywhere a potion of whatever it may be, extra healing or flying. You couldn't go buy that stuff. There was no buying magic items. If you wanted to sell magic items, people would buy them from you, and then they'd go disappear. You'd never see them again, right? But yeah, there was no magic store and things like that. So I guess there's old school in that sense a lot of times. Later on, when he was writing for other things other than Dungeons and Dragons things, and the expectation had changed, that folks wanted more a setting and descriptions and things like that. Well, sure, he did that, and he would. It wasn't always my most fun playtests when we were playtesting all the various shops in the bazaar or something like that. It's like, can we get to like? No, you got to check out this part of the merchant sector. Like, oh man, okay, but it adds those more layers and a little bit more of the folks who want the interactions and the shopping and some more of the role playing and talking between the dungeon master and discovering things that way, that sort of stuff. So it evolved over time, but in the early days going through Greyhawk, it was more puzzle solving, problem solving, strategy, figuring it out.
What was it like for you to share that with your father? To watch D&D evolve and also to have a one-on-one D&D campaign, as opposed to how a lot of people play, which is in a group. But I actually I run a game for my wife, and that's incredibly fun, and a lot gets done very quickly. Yeah. What was that like growing up?
Okay.
Well, for me it was normal because that was what my dad did. So I thought it was unusual when I'd go to someone's house and their dad didn't play games and maybe was gruff and was working in the wood shop or downstairs with tools and stuff. I never did any of that. My dad was not a handyman, so that was unusual to me.
Welcome to the Dark Eye. Quick start introductory to one of the German largest fantasy role-playing games. I have a group of people here with me to try out the Dark Eye and also our new Foundry integration of our rule set, which was just released some weeks ago. And for the English audience, the compendium, the English compendium for the core rules, will be released in the next weeks. So welcome to our stream, and I'm your game master Tayo, and I would like everyone to say hello from the rest of the group. So start with Daniel and then go around.
Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm here to replace another player who couldn't make it just in time, and I'm at the German convention, and there's nothing else. So.
Okay. Vanessa.
Hi, I'm Jay from Austin, Texas, playing Garon.
Vanessa?
Hi, I'm Vanessa. I'm from Germany and I'm playing Lariel.
Ginny?
Hi, I'm Ginny. I'm playing the warrior Thava, but I seem to be running into technical difficulties. So I hope I get these resolved in a second. Nice to meet you.
And Manu?
Hello, Manuel. I'm playing Garand, a half elf, and I enjoy the trip.
Okay. So, yes. Aventuria is a fantasy role-playing game, has been around for a long time, has its own world. The world of Aventuria is a pretty extensive world that has a long history. And we are, this is the continent of Aventuria that is visible, and we are actually playing in the middle area, in the Midden Realms. And so we be around in the central part near the realm forest that is in these parts here. So to make the introduction to this easy, you have been traveling on the road to Garrus for some time. People are gathering up in the to build groups of travel. So you seem to have all the same direction, and you're have been traveling for a few days together. So it has been raining the last few days, and you had found some farms where you were able to take a night's rest. And when you woke up this morning and you're starting to go for the current day's trip, the sun was shining and you're pretty good mood and you're making quite a good way there. As you come into the later morning and then closer to noon, you see in the distance a small village that you see along the road. So you think, well, that's very good. You can make your noon break there, and you're make headway to that site. And if you're while you're coming closer, you're seeing something. You see something from another road coming towards the village. Can you please give me all a perception check? You click on in the chat. You have a little box there. You can click on that, and it will give you the ability to roll your dice. So the Dark Eye is a system where you roll under. So all your bad dice that you're using, that you cannot use for D&D, because they always roll the ones. These are pretty good here. So you have every D20 that you roll, you want to roll low. Every D6 that you roll, you want to roll high. So what we just did was a perception check. The skill checks in the Dark Eye are put together out of 3 attributes. And you roll 3 d20s against them. So you try to roll low. And then there are parts like you have a specific skill rating in them, how good you are at something that you can use to buy down. So for example, Lariel just rolled a success there. And she has 4 skill points left. So when I'm looking at Lariel's character sheet, I think she had a perception of 8, so she used some of her points to equalize the rolls that she rolled over. And so she has a sagacity of 10, which is kind of like what you know. It's kind of like the intelligence, wisdom mixture. INT is not intelligence, it's intuition. So that is something that people easily get confused with. So even though she rolled a 14, so she rolled over, she were able to use 4 points to equalize the roll and then still had a success. So Miriban also rolled a success there and also used some of her points to equalize one of her rolls. So what you notice in the distance is apparently most likely a small person that moves towards the village. It's much closer to the village than you are. You're still about 15 minutes away, but the person moves very slow. You cannot see if it's a woman or a man, but she's working, have an uneven gauge, and seems to be not moving very well there. So what are you doing? If you want to take any actions, please just jump in and disrupt me. Am I talking?
I spot a person in the distance there. Does anybody else see that person there?
I don't see anybody.
Okay.
I'm only a placeholder. Don't
Okay.
be afraid.
Okay. Yeah, you're slowly coming closer, and the person then vanishes within the houses of the village. It's not a too big village, but it has some it blocks a little bit of vision. As you come closer, the village opens up. The street goes into the village and it opens up to a marketplace. And at the marketplace, you see in front of the tavern, what you see a person, a woman, sitting on the lower steps of the stairs, and she seems to be she looks hurt. And there's another person who's on the upper steps, and he looks a little bit better. He looks a little bit better dressed than the rest of people. There are some people running out, so you're not yet so far that you can really hear what they are talking, but there seems to be some people are getting running away from the tavern, and I see one person running away and some shouts going out that for a person. And yeah, you're coming closer. How do you engage, or how do you approach them?
I'll ready my crossbow.
Okay.
Who's the diplomat? Who's the diplomat of the party? It's not me.
So you're, yeah.
I run to the woman and ask what happened.
So as you come closer, you hear you start hearing her talking to the person who's on top of the things, and the person on top seems to be directing people, saying one person, "Hey, get some bandages." That's what the first thing that you heard. And there were so many. She seems to be crying. She has a leather apron on. She looks pretty sturdy, but she also has some wounds on her. And there were so many. They just took him, and I couldn't do anything. I tried to fight them off, but they took Severin. And the person on the platform, on the porch, yeah, please calm down, please. We will get some word out. We will get some word out to the Duke, and see that he sends us some men to go behind them, and then he notices you coming closer, and Caroline is approaching. You said you are approaching this, and hello. What do you? Welcome here. We just have a little situation here. And he sees you with your crossbow in your hand. I said, "Oh, dear, you seem to be very very well equipped there. There's nothing happening here at the moment. You don't have to raise your weapon.
How can we help?
Well, our Smith, she was in the forest with her son, and they were getting some some wood for the smithy, and they were attacked by a band of orcs that actually captured her son and took him away with them. And
I hate orcs.
oh well, that's yes. They were normally not that common around here, but they were they have. We heard that to the north of here is a group of band of bandits that were mainly orcs that were doing some. They were robbing some travelers on the road, and but yeah, we didn't know that they were so close here.
Is there a reward?
I heard that the Duke actually had put up some money on the head of the leader of this band of orcs, Kuruk. He was. I think there were some. I'm not 100% sure how much he was put on it, but I heard something about some money for killing those the leader of those band.
What do you
How
think?
many orcs have you seen?
We have not seen orcs for a while here. But
How
so
many
the-
was
I
on
just-
this
I
attack
think
of?
she was saying yes. I think there were about 5 or 6. I don't remember really. I tried to fight the first ones off when they came, but then when there were 3 on me, I was not able to fight them off, and I just tried to get away. And they threw a net over my son and pulled him away. So I wasn't able to do anything really there. And he seems to be in quite.
How many orcs did attack the travelers?
Oh, they were talking about a band. I heard about 12 or 13 robbers there, but there also seemed to be some goblins there, and but that is yeah. We don't know if this is actually the band of orcs there, but that's what we heard, that there was some group of this size.
Okay. Did you see the direction where they come from?
Yeah, they were coming from deeper in the wood. I mean, there's a river close to there, and there's a ravine. Both of them had bridges on them, so they must have come out of the forest, deeper of the forest, and might have put up a camp there.
How far away is that from here?
So the person, he actually introduces him as the mayor of this little town, Irixford. Well, it's about I think to get to the place where the wood where the foresting, it was about half an hour, maybe a little bit longer by foot, and then from there he doesn't know. It is close to noon. And most likely what you can see, I mean, she is pretty hurt, so she wasn't that fast coming back. So if he says he takes about half an hour to get there, she might have taken an hour or something like that or longer that to come back. So by now also there's a person in a green robe, so it's a blessed one, so a priest of the Perine, coming closer and taking out his bandages and starting to dress the wounds of the smiths. Yes.
Well, it's kind of late in the day today. Should we stay here tonight and go in the morning, or go now?
I have the fear that I don't want them to move away with my son. The Smith looks pretty much. She really wants us to go now. The mayor says, yeah. I mean, we didn't see them here before. We don't know if they will keep their camp close to here, and if they move off into the forest, there's basically no chance to really find them for a longer time. So leaving now would be.
L'Ariel, you're the scout. Can you follow them?
I think we should help them. Who knows what the orcs will do to him if we wait?
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, I didn't get the last thing part. So
Who knows what the orcs will do to him if we wait?
no.
The orcs might eat him or something like that.
So they heard that they heard that they are actually selling these to the Orkland as slaves. They are actually capturing people to send them up to the Orklands, and so that is the main fear that they.
Let's hunt some orc. Who's in?
Yeah, I could use some target practice.
Okay. So, they will actually bring you out a little bit of food for leaving already. We and get you some tips that there's actually they say, well, yeah, if when you're coming there, there was an old building also with a bridge there. It has not been used for a while, so you might need to see if that's still working. If that didn't work, so it might be that the orcs also took another way around it to get deeper into the forest. And so yeah, but the conditions of the weather in the last days that had rained a lot actually will make tracking the orcs most likely much easier, also within the forest. So that should be to your advantage. Okay. Okay. So you're getting ready to leave for the forest. They describe you the way to take the other road and then go down their road about 20 minutes, and then the road takes a right basically to go parallel to the forest, but there's a path that goes into the forest that you can follow. So you're if you have any other things that you want to do, you can do them, or then you can be on your way there.
Everybody check their equipment. Anything anybody needs to buy?
Okay.
Is the Blessed One still here?
The Blessed One is still there. She's still busy with the smith.
I approach her to talk to her, but I make sure not to distract her too much from her wound dressing.
Yeah, she's nearly done with that. So yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Does your temple also sell fast-working wound remedies, like a potion or something?
She's delving around in one of her bags and looking for and she has I actually carry one of healing potion on me, so this should help, and it still takes a little bit until it's working, but you can take this. So she gives you one healing potion. Let me look if I find that. If I find that item.
While that's going on, I'm checking in the end to make sure they've got a couple of wineskins for us. Almost as important as healing potions.
Yes, you will get the proprietor of the tavern actually gives you a wineskin. So I will actually give you the healing potion into your character when I find it again. So okay. So yeah. So after you have got those things, you're you're starting your way towards the forest, and the way that the Smith described how she. Yeah.
Has any one of us a soil or a torch with? Perhaps we need it.
You have, every one of you has should have a base. You have rope, and you have a basic wilderness set with you. I think the character
Okay.
sheets actually don't hold it here, but you actually have some.
Actually,
rope.
you can go drag a couple of torches, and I put a couple of wineskins in mine from the equipment in the journal.
Okay. So they give you the stuff because they are very happy that you're here and you're helping them. So after you have gathered this, you're heading out towards the forest there, and it's not very hard to follow the follow the path. You see in between, you see some blood on the floor where she came from, and you after these 20 minutes of walk that you're doing, you're reaching this bend that they described, and the little path that goes through a small part of meadows towards the forest. And you come closer to the forest, and when you enter the forest, the ground actually changes, and it's not as easily to see the direct steps anymore. But this is definitely a path that was traveled before quite regularly, even with a pull cart or something like that. So you can see some things there, and in between you see some splatters of blood, and so things. Okay, yeah, it's definitely this way. So you follow that, and then after about 15 minutes that you are at the on the way there, you come to a place that looks a little bit more like an area where people were doing some woodwork, doing some woodcraft, not woodcrafting, but
Logging?
Logging, yes. So this in this area, you actually I loaded the map. I normally don't play the Dark Eye so much as a move and attack stuff. It's more like to represent the situation. So when we have later a combat there, who is directly engaged with an enemy and who is not, we will have not much about how much squares you can move, or how things are. It's more like a representation of the situation there. When you come there, it is pretty obvious as you move, and I actually will take, well, if I can, I will actually take your characters a little bit, and move you all a little bit over here. So I would like everyone to please roll again a perception roll as you're coming into this clearing. So, we still need Arbosh and Layariel to do the rolls. We have already you have already 2 successes, and even one with a quality level of 2. So everyone sees that there is a bunch of footprints there, but what you notice there is Miriban, you see that there must have been there must have been several orcs that were hiding behind trees, that were also you find some arrows. So there seem to be also some ranged fighters in that, and you can definitely see the place where the smith took her stand, and she was and they you see pretty close to that. You see some markings on the floor that looks like something was pulled over the floor. So it might have been a net, and it pretty much matches up to what you heard about that. Close to one of the trees, you also found 2 backpacks that are left there. That seem to be with a little food for the day or something like that, and that seemed to be from the smith and her son while she was working out here.
Can I trace the net over the floor in a specific direction?
Yes, you see that the orcs left into that direction and went deeper into the woods into that direction. So the footprints are pretty easy to see. So the information that you basically gain, in addition to what anyone can see, because it was a fight scene, so there's nothing hidden about that, is that there have been about 7 orcs that have been there, and you think about 2 or 3 of them must have been archers from the positioning that you see the footprints in.
Okay. For everyone else, I inform you. I think about 3 of the 7 orcs are armed with bows and arrows, so be careful of an ambush. And we need to go in this direction.
So
we should spread out and make sure that we have someone on the flanks.
Yeah, but don't spread too far.
idea.
Otherwise, the flanks will be cut off.
Okay.
I will cover him.
I'll take point.
Okay.
Does anyone need to ready any spells or anything, just in case?
You can hold spells. At the moment, you don't really see anyone directly here. And
how old are the tracks?
The tracks are. It's hard to. They're definitely from today. I mean, you know that it happened today. It is some hours old. Say maybe 2 hours old, maybe 3 hours old. There's not much. There's not much head. There's not much wind going on here. There's not much parts going on here that would tell you that would decay the tracks very easily. So,
all right, let's march.
So, I will actually what's that? Okay. So say hi to Robert Casland, who is in the chat. Thank you for coming by. Robert is one of our big fans and was very, very enthusiastic about the Dark Eye. Very enthusiastic about Dark Eye when he was at Gen Con. There's some very nice videos around.
Hi, Robert.
Hi, Robert. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Robert.
Hi.
So, let me see that it works, that I move you over to the next scene. Okay. So, you're trekking through the woods, and you come towards a slope. for the viewers, this actually is the introductory module that is prepared for the game master to have specific parts in there that they can directly use to initiate rolls, for example. So your and there are also parts in there that you can use as something like pre-made text to read to the players. So the while you're trekking to the woods there, you come down, you come through the point where you go down a slope. The Orcs Pass seem to have put some damage to these to the area, and it's a little bit harder to go through this go down this slope. So I request of you to everyone make a body control check that then shows if we are Arbush. Okay, so we have a lot of failures here. One part in the Dark Eye is that you can use fate points that you have on your character. Everyone has between 1 and 4 in this group to re-roll one or more dice of your skill check. To do this, you can right-click on your on the little card that your result was in, and say repeat roll with 1 fate point. You will then get a selection of how many dice you want to re-roll. You can roll 1, 2, or 3 dice. So normally you select the dice that were that you basically failed on, and you can then the result changes inside of the little card. So we have the
I feel better.
Yes. Except Arbush. I think everyone. Vanessa, are you able to do a reroll there, or?
I'm trying to, but it's not really working.
Wow, it also rolled a willpower test. That's not the one that. Try to click on the body control again, the little icon in the chat there. See if that.
The chat is not really working that well either for me.
Okay, I will roll.
No, I tried again now, but it's not working exactly.
I have 2 Cerulans here on the desk. Someone is missing. I'm sorry, I put the wrong characters here. Where is who is missing? I think Lariel is missing actually. So I will remove one of the Cerulans from here. So that's I'm sorry about that. It's the wrong character. Okay, so let me try to do the body control for you. Okay, which is a success. Everyone except Arbush made the roll to get down the slope, and we are now. So let me back to this. So when a character fails in this case, they will get 2d6 of damage. So this is the so Arbush would take 11 points of damage. In the Dark Eye, armor is used to reduce the damage you're taken. Arbush is pretty well. Oh, did I? No, that's not Arbush. Sorry. Who? No, Eugenie is Arbush. Where is? Okay, I'm sorry. Preparation was bad. Where's Arbush? I put Arbush out. So there. Arbush has a protection of 4, so he will only take 7 points of damage. So since I only made it as a single roll, I have to change the hit points directly in the character sheet to reflect that. Okay, so you're coming down the slope. Arbush, with his weight of his armor, is sliding down a little landslide and getting pummeled by some stones. The others are able to navigate the slope in a more or less good way and come down without taking any damage from it. Yeah. Okay. So as you're looking around, it seems so that the orcs have taken to the left, and there is you see on the other side of the gorge something like it looks like there's a camp or something like that. You see some smoke going to the air, and it's basically the direction is blocked by a gorge and a steep stone wall. So there is an old drawbridge that was here for whatever reason installed over this gorge, and the orcs have manipulated this switch. You can either look around and see if you find some other way to get over it, or you can try to fix it to see if you're able to get it working again.
Is there any way to use the fallen tree over there to bridge the gap?
You can try to fell a tree and try
to. There's a fallen tree up to the northeast.
Yeah, that is pretty. That would take quite some time, and it's pretty heavy to carry a tree there. I mean, you can try and do that.
I thought Arbush was strong.
I would try to look around and see if I can find another way across.
So you're finding that there's some parts that are a little bit easier to possibly climb across, but it's not. You will have to climb with some rope and trying to use the wall on the side.
I brought rope.
Yeah. So let me adjust this.
Can we tell which way they went? Are there any tracks or any evidence?
So they seem to have crossed here with a drawbridge and then try to lock it in place so that it's that is not easily manipulated, not easily activated again. So
can Caroline climb over and maybe undo whatever they did?
Yeah. You can you're actually on the side where the drawbridge is hung, so you have the mechanics here. You can do a mechanics roll and see if you can fix the drawbridge to get back in. So and others might be able to help you with that. If you have a mechanics skill, you might be able to help him. If there are 2 other people.
I'm afraid I might break it.
Well, that breaking would be, if you botch it, I mean, it's always possible. But then it might be an easier way over that bridge. So.
Well, don't we help by also rolling mechanics?
Yes. So you can use there should be up to 3 people who can join into the mechanics role, and I don't know if anyone else here has mechanics.
I do actually.
Yeah, you have mechanics. I don't know if anyone else of. Okay, so anyone who has it should definitely roll on it. So you have 1 quality level there.
Success.
That doesn't look good. That's and
I
does
just broke the entire thing.
No, it's not a botch. So it's just, you just didn't really help there. So the normally cumulative group checks will require you to get up to a quality level of 10. To reduce the time here, this one has not been put in disrepair so hard that it requires that. So you will reach 5 quality levels to do that, and it takes you about 10 minutes per try to get to that thing. So that was a survival test. That was not a.
No, I know. I figured I'd try survival to see if it could help out at all. You know a lot of things when you're out in the woods.
Yeah. So please repeat for the second one, for a second round of mechanics test to try to fix the mechanics of the bridge. So both of you, Chalva and Garon, you can know. And if anyone else wants to try
again,
so do you have another quality level there? And so we have now 2. So you have now been about 20 minutes working there, and it's slowly working. You have the feeling it goes forward, but yeah, it's not yet unstuck.
Well, that one not so good, but I've got a fate point handy, so.
Yeah, you can just re-roll the 16. Just select the 16 and then re-roll it. And that was a 2. So yeah, I got 2 qualities, and so we had 4. So we're now 30 minutes that you worked on this, and so but it's already moving. It's very close to you. You already can feel it that it's going down. So
there we go.
And then with a big slam, the bridge goes down, and most likely will not go up again. But it's now in place, and you can cross the river at this point. So let me take all this because I'm sorry, I forgot to take all your characters to move them closer here. So you all cross over to the other side. Let me see that it's working. And you look around. It seems like the orcs actually waited here for a little bit. You see some discarded chicken bones on the floor. They seem to have, while someone was apparently trying to fudge around with the mechanics of the bridge, they seem to have they seem to been waiting here. You see some more footsteps here and so on, and then you're moving on to the second here. You are moving deeper. You can follow the tracks still. The tracks are more orderly at this point, and you can, but you can still easily follow them. When you're going for about another 10 minutes, you come to a point where it seems like the tracks split up. So I want you, so I would like to do, for the people who have tracking, do a tracking roll in this point. Yeah, we have a lot of successes here. Wow. Yeah, so it seems to be like 3 orcs went. Yeah, sorry. Someone said something. Okay, 3 orcs went into that direction, but the orcs that are pulling the net with them, or at least carrying the net. They don't pull it all most times, but you can see the footsteps have deeper imprints. So they actually went to the north here, and you already start as you come closer to when you don't change what you do. When you come closer to there, you actually start hearing in the distance a river. So as you come to the river, sorry?
We have no screen.
You have no screen?
I have the former screen.
You have the former screen.
I can see the river now.
Okay, you should be able to move your screen a little bit, and then you should be able to see the river.
Okay, thanks. It
Okay.
will be changed.
Yeah. So, as you come to the river, you're there was a wooden bridge installed, and they try to make a short work at least to part of the bridge to be able to cut off followers on this. So they cut the rope, and the second half of the bridge is still standing. So there might be the river is not too fast, so you would be able to swim through it most likely. But you also can try to see if you can get other ways to cross here.
Can we see anybody on the other side of the bridge?
There's nothing, but to the when you're looking into the distance into that direction, you see smoke coming behind the trees, and behind a little hill, which is not too far off, maybe 20 minutes of walk or so. So that seems to be the camp there.
Is it a campfire or like something's on fire?
No, like a campfire. You see someone, yeah, possibly making some dinner or whatever. But
all right, well, I'll try to ford. I'm only wearing leather armor, so I'll try to ford the river.
I also try to swim about the river because I have no heavy armor.
Okay, the only person who has problems with that is Arbosh.
We're gonna throw a rope and drag him over after we get on the other side.
Okay. For the people who are trying to swim, please do a check on swimming.
If I look around here, maybe see another way to cross or something.
I mean, the distance to the middle part of the bridge. The distance to the middle part of the bridge here, one second, here, isn't too wide. I mean, this is about maybe 5 yards. So you're 5 meters. They are you would be able to get there, trying to get a rope there or trying to get something. So these middle part pretty look sturdy. What they basically cut was a bridge, and
I'll take out my rope and throw it to one of the pylons on the other side so everybody can use that to come across.
Yeah.
Can't we also jump the gap if it's like 5 meters?
Jumping.
Yeah, you can try jumping the gap. It's naturally you put more strain on the bridge there. It's not built for being jumped at, but that might work. But it might also break it at some point. But you can also try to you can try to jump. It will be a little bit harder. So I would say that gives you a penalty of 1 on the body control jumping. If you want to try,
Right, so it's a body control check.
it's a body control check with a difficulty of -1. So
Okay.
I'm going to try to swim across.
okay.
Meanwhile, I'm not the rope that Geron tossed over to the pilot.
Okay. So who's jumping? So
I
you jumped. You were successful. So you were able to get to the other side and on the bridge. So who didn't swim? So Arbush didn't swim, I guess. Oops, I'm painting stuff. Sorry, that's one of the things in Foundry when you're not switching back to selection, then you paint stuff. Okay, that looks really good. You're going through there. Miriban and Arbosh. So I will move L'Ariel over there because you swum through. So what are you doing?
I tie the rope that Geron tossed over to the pylon on the side so that we have the pylons now connected with the rope, right, Geron?
Yes.
And then I use my own rope, tie it to the other pylon, and toss my end over to him. So that we
Okay.
have 2 ropes connecting the pylon.
Okay. So yeah, this will actually be, you still need to do a body control roll, but you actually get, it will be +3. So you have I will give you so you can click on the chat, but you get a bonus of +3 because it's pretty easy to get over there.
Mages aren't used to moving around very much.
No, that's actually yes. So
Made it worse.
So you're yes, you made it worse.
Luckily I had my lasso handy. Maybe I can lasso them.
So you actually fall into the water and hit a little bit of an of a stone there. So you just get one damage, and you have to roll a swimming roll to go across.
Okay, swimming roll.
Under body.
Can I make a ropes roll to try and catch him with the rope?
You can try to you can lower a rope. Yes. So
there is a nature skill called ropes. I assume that's what that's for, right?
That is for tying ropes and for things. This was pretty easy, so I didn't ask for a roll on that. It's more like I want to tie this. I want to make sure that this boat is not going away. I want to tie the ropes here. I would need to do something like that. That is kind of where, or you want to tie someone. You want to restrain.
Well, I was going to try
someone.
to lasso them like my old cowboy skills, you know.
Cowboy skills is also a good thing. So if your cowboy skill throwing it down there, I actually give it to Miriban that she actually is able to catch onto these onto these ropes with drinking a little bit more water there and being a little bit surprised by the fall down and let's say, well, you're very lucky. You're taking only another point of damage for that, and able to hold on to the rope that he lowers down to you, grabbing onto it and then getting pulled over to the other side. Not the most gracious way to go over there, but that looked very dangerous for the dwarf. What happened there? Just dwarves really dislike water, right? So
her robes look a lot better like this, though.
Awash, what are you doing? Ginny? Are you seem to be muted? Okay. So let's see. I think you're actually Abush will argue for getting a little bit more like an extra rope over here to tie around his waist, and so that if he falls, that there are actually people on the other side holding him, that he doesn't touch the water. So after some minutes of preparing Abush to actually cross a river, and because one of the things is dwarves actually have the inability to swim, they can actually not make a test on swimming. So they or they get a disadvantage. He doesn't want to get into the water. So after doing that and a little bit back and forth, he is actually trying to go over the ropes, and you're able to with some tugging to be sure that he's not falling in. It's more his fear than really his skill to get over the ropes, but it's a combination out of that. So then
There we go. I pull him across.
You pull him across. That is great. So while you're doing this, you're slowly going into the direction of the camp. So let me change something here. So I removed the boundaries, so you're now able to go over the full map. And which now you see in the distance, you already saw the smoke coming up. You see there's a slope, not a steep slope, but it's the land is a little bit raised toward this toward the area where the camp is. And so you're how do you approach? What do you do there?
So let's put the fighters in the front, the mage behind us, and if the rogue and the elf can scout to the flanks, we could sneak up towards the camp.
We could also try to be quiet in general, all of us.
Yeah. I mean, the dwarf is kind of has his chainmail. It's not the quietest in the forest, but he's definitely able to do some things. So let me see. I can do this without. Oh.
Yeah, if whoever's the quietest could try and sneak on ahead of us to see what we have, we could make a better decision about which way to go in. Caroline, maybe give it a shot.
Yeah, I think Larariel and Caroline are pretty stealthy. So if you two want to, you can try to sneak closer and do a stealth roll and try to see what's happening up there.
I will go to the in front of the fire and searching, because I think I have good skills in crouching.
Okay.
I would also try to get a little bit closer, but I can't do a roll right now because nothing is working here.
Okay. So let me so I will do the stealth roll for Larariel and see how we are. So you do pretty well with you do it. Get 2 successes. So you're getting.
Oh.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
Caroline might want to use a fate point there.
I can't see anything.
That looks good. 1 second. You can't see anything.
No, I also can't see anything in chat. It shows me things from 4 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago.
Okay, yes, you made the roll with a 10, 7, and 2. You had 2 quality levels of quality for the stealth roll, and we have also Cerulan coming closer to there and getting into position. You actually, let me prepare this side. So we have so why is that only written as orc? This is Kuruk. Okay. We try to change this token. Kirk, and they are definitely not neutral. So you see there are 4 orcs at the camp. One of them looks much more sturdy than the other ones, or seems to have also the better equipment. So that is most likely their leader. And then you see the boy bound to a tree in the end, in the back end of the camp. He seems to be gagged and bound, and but he seemed to be alive. The orcs have not noticed you yet. They heard a little snap and looked around, but that apparently they didn't.
Where is the boy? Is he all the way to the north, or is he inside the?
He is at the end. This is little. He is. Oh, so here. Come on, please. Why can't I paint? Drawing configuration. That's weird. I cannot draw. He has a token. He has a token at the tree at the end of the. I think it's a little boy. I hope. Is it visible to you?
It's probably not in my line of sight yet.
Oh, okay.
I didn't move up to. I didn't want to disturb the people sneaking.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it possible for us to sneak around and get to him without the orcs noticing?
It's pretty open view up there. It's kind of like it's a little bit on a raised plateau. That is more grass, that is more meadow than things. You can get within about. I mean, there's some bushes behind him, about 20 meters, 20 yards behind him that you can try to get to, but that will be pretty hard to get him. It's harder to really get to him without them noticing. If they are engaged in a combat, that might look differently. They might not notice that someone going behind them. But,
so come on, warriors, let's engage the orcs, and Carolyn can get the boy.
Okay.
Yes, I can try it.
Okay, so now. All
right. So where's the main leader? Is the one by the fire?
Yes, the main leader is the one by the fire. He should have the name Kirk on him.
All right.
And
Arbash, you're the I think the toughest fighter. So maybe you take him, and I'll take the ones to the north, and then Miraban and whoever else is with us can back up Arbash.
So one thing that you notice actually is you don't see any ranged people, any of the orcs carrying bows on them. So the most likely the ranged archers that you saw the arrows of earlier are either not here, or the bows are somewhere that you can't see at this time. So I would like every one of you, because we are now you can decide where you want to go until you basically get into the situation of they noticing you, and then we switch over into the combat mode. So
I will.
So
I
myself,
here.
how about myself and Miraban will go to the north. Folks that are up there, and then Arbash and everyone else can go for the leader that's down towards the bottom, and then Caroline's going to go for the boy. Does that sound
Yes,
good?
I go on the hillside.
I would like try to keep a little bit distant so I can shoot with my bow.
Okay.
You're our backup for when the ranged folks appear.
Yeah, and
You and
also,
you and
also-
Mirabot should be on the ranged folks, since I think you're the. I've got my light crossbow, but I'm only going to get one shot off. So
okay, so you most likely, I will move Yariel. I will move you to the trees. So basically, that you have some cover from the trees, and then but also can shoot into the so. Well,
I'm going to move as close as I can without, giving myself away in the trees over on this side, and then try to shoot my light crossbow into that first one that's up to the top in the north.
Okay, so if you then in your client in your Foundry client on the top on the right top right, you see a little fist. If you right click on that, you will open the combat tracker. You can also left click, then it's in the side window. Please, everyone, click on their die for initiative.
Combat? Okay.
The screen just went black, like entirely black.
Yeah.
So now it's not working anymore. Not that it was before.
Show up.
Okay, I will click on the two that are left. Well, Chalva, I think I still have wrong tokens in here. So 1 second. Vanessa, you should actually be able to reload your screen if you don't see it. I don't see
Yeah,
it.
doing that right now.
Okay.
I'm reloading.
Sorry. And Cerlon. Why was that? Okay, I think. Okay, let's do that. Chalva is actually not with us. Why can't I count? Maybe I can't count. What
I have reloaded, so I will try now if I can roll.
Okay, let's.
What do you mean 12 is not with us?
Who is Mirvan, Arbush, Garon, Cerlon? I don't see. Okay.
Java, we're missing Java. Right?
Who's missing?
There's an extra Caroline down at the bottom, I think. Right? No, there's Caroline.
There's Caroline.
Missing Java and Arbush. Java and Arbush, two I can't see.
Arbush is not there. Arbush is lagging behind. Arbush is lagging behind. There. Hello.
There's Arbush. Now I see Arbush. But I don't see Yelvis there still.
Yeah, I reloaded the map, but it still only shows a black screen. So I think you guys have to move me too.
Okay. Yes. Oh, that was wrong. How do I roll all? Arbush was not in the combat with us. Oh, now I added him. So, yes. We have. So, for Arbush, I just added you back into the combat tracker. You were not there in there. Can you click your initiative? Genia, or should I do it for you?
I thought I'm Java.
Oh, you're okay.
Yeah. Did you
Java.
reassign that? Because
Okay,
I
that was weird. That was
rolling
weird.
for her earlier.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't see her in the combat tracker either.
Then it's her, and Arbush goes out of the combat, and I will remove him. That was my. For some reason, you're showing up as Arbush on the player list, and I was confused. So now we are. I hope correct.
Yeah, that's weird.
So okay, now we have the order of the thing, so we can start with the combat. And Miraban is actually the first one. What do you want to do? So.
Jay as Geron made a decent plan, and I plan to follow it. And if I remember correctly, we are supposed to attack the 2 orcs up in the north. So
Okay.
I would throw a fire lance at the nearest orc in the north.
Okay,
Can I target them somehow? Ah, yes. Do you see the target marker I placed?
So, yes, I see. Well, I don't see. I don't think. I think. Yes, I see the target marker that you placed. Your cast. So what is basically happening is we will cast now, but your cast time is 2, so it takes 2 rounds for you to cast the spell. So you can roll. You can go to your sheet and roll the Ignifaxios. Was a success. So within 2 rounds, a casting time of 2, it will then you have 1 quality level, so you will then make 2d6 plus 2 damage to them, but that is in 2 rounds. Please keep that in mind, because. So now we're coming to Garon. What are you doing?
So I've targeted the second one
Okay,
up there.
move your character close to him if you're going into.
I'm going to use my crossbow.
Oh, you move your crossbow. Okay, yes, okay.
I should be able to shoot from here, right?
Yes, you will be able to shoot from there. Oh, your success. They are surprised, so I will give them not a reaction to actually defend. So you're doing 9 points of damage to that orc. And then we come to Lyariel, and you were able to prepare your bow, so you can shoot in the first round. Who are you shooting at?
Who's taking who again?
You've got the ones to the, well, you could take either, if you got enough to kill the one I just shot with the crossbow, you should probably take him out to the north, or you could take, a new target to the south. You've got enough range, I think, for either.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go for one of them in the south.
So there's one is the leader, and the other one seems to be another orc that is the more south one. Which one of you two you pick out?
I'll take the other one.
Okay. So let me do this for you. And you're shooting with the bow.
Oh, I couldn't put a dot on mine.
So you hit him. He has no reaction. So you're making 8 points of damage. Okay. So now we come to the first orc. And this orc will actually move towards Garon. And since it's the first person you can see, and trying to attack him. Let's see. Well, actually, you're all ranged combat, so he's actually they are moving up for this round. So this is actually this one. Oh, did I move the wrong one? No, that's one. Okay. So now, Caroline is. What do? You want to sneak around, right? Caroline? You wanted to sneak?
Yes, I want to sneak around.
Okay.
In this direction.
Give me a stealth roll.
Okay. Okay. So where is the stealth roll?
Oh well, I can actually give you the so you can click on
Thank
that.
you.
That wasn't competitive stealth. Oh yeah, you make that doesn't matter. So can I turn it off? Else we will have some reaction information. Okay, so you're making a stealth roll towards the towards the end. So move yourself up to basically half the distance, about here.
Here.
So
Okay.
about that distance. And Tjalva, where do you want to engage?
I charge for the leader.
You charge for the leader. So I would say you will get
Yeah.
about here.
As the token movement collides with a wall. What?
Yeah, I think it collides with the wall. So I move you ahead. So because it's so I don't think you have a ranged attack. So you will be able just
I
to
only
move
have
there.
close combat.
Yeah. So you will be able to hit him as soon as he comes close. And now Kirk is the last one who's left, and he actually moves in and starts to attack you. So now let me try to do that. Okay. Oh, he rolled a botch. So he rolled a 20. He succeeded in the confirmation roll, so he didn't get a critical fumble, but he did nothing else there. So now we are going to the next round. So this is round 2. Miraban, your spell actually hits to the orc that you targeted. And you can roll when you open up in the little card of your spell as you rolled. You can open the little plus sign and then click on the 2d20, 2d6. Sorry, 2d20 would be hard. And roll damage for that.
Okay, let's see.
Or just read 2d6 plus 2. That's basically what you roll.
There's the plus sign. Just this, right?
Yes. So you have 8 plus 2, so you make 10 points of damage to the orc that you targeted. He has one. He has a little bit of armor, but so he is down to. Okay.
And I have to mark down 8 magic points. Yes.
Yes, you have to reduce your power by 8 magic points. Okay. So now we're coming to Garon.
So I'm going to target. I'm switching to my blade and moving to engage with the first orc that's here.
Okay. So yeah, move. So and then put it into your target. So double right click, and then you roll your attack roll. Yes. So he is now defending himself with his saber, with a parry roll, and he is not successful. So you make 9 points of damage to him. So he already is pretty hurt. So what is hard to see here when you're looking, but a little bit with the target markers, he has a little icon on the top which has a 2. So he has 2 levels of pain. That means all of his rolls have a modifier of -2 to what he's trying to do. So Yariel, you have to reload your bow this round, so you will not be able to shoot. And then we have the orc that is directly at Garon, and naturally he will directly engage Garon with his attack. As soon as I'm able to target Garon. And attacks with a saber. Well, he gets a -2. But he actually makes it, so you can... What? Do I have 2 people? Sorry, it's only Garon that is attacked by that. I don't know why it had both of them in there.
So should I parry?
Yeah, you should click on reaction and then select which weapon you're using for the defense, and then say roll. So yes, you taking 3 points of damage. you can right-click on the little thing there and say apply damage as DP. SDP stands for suffered damage points, which would ignore your armor.
Sorry,
But
click on what thing to do that?
on the in the chat, you see the little orc wins with this damage, and you can right-click on the thing there, like you do a fate point, and you say apply SDP.
Huh? It's not.
Okay, then maybe I have to do that. Okay, so
No,
I did it, so it applied to
Great.
your character. Okay, now we will come to the next orc. This is this up here, and he actually moves in, and he also wants to attack you. So I'm attacking him there. Taking that orc, combat, saber. Also hits. Wow. Now you can do a defense, but you have to, when you do the reaction, it is your second defense. So
I can't use the sword. I can either dodge or use it on unarmed defense.
No, you get a minus to that, and then there's one field where you can basically put in. You can either roll like this, and we just do a -3 on the roll. But there's also a field where you can basically say how many times have you already defended.
I don't see that field, but I'll just do my longsword defense again. We'll subtract, right?
Yes.
Oh, now I see. Okay, defenses each -3. This is my first one or second one.
Yeah,
it's my second one, right?
Yeah, second one. Yeah.
Got it.
And if it's wrong, we can still fix it. So it would be you rolled a 12. Yeah, it's would have been a failure anyway. So you're taking 1 damage. So now we come to the third orc, which is down here. He moves in towards Tjalva and attacks twice. Tjalva. Combat. Okay, you had a success. So you can now click on reaction and
the tremendous impact of
you're defended against him. So, Cerulean.
Nice.
You which way you want to go? Do you want to just try to go indirectly now, or do you want to go more around and come from behind? What do you think?
I will come around.
Okay. Move your character about 8 squares into that direction. And still see that. So, Tjalva, it's your turn to attack. Select the target and then roll your attack. Can double right click. Does it work for you? Yes, you have it selected. Yeah, looks good.
I have to target select that, and now
You use
if
your
I click
weapon.
again,
No, you have to go to your character sheet and go to the combat tab and click on the attack die of your weapon. But it needs to be selected. The orc was unselected again. Okay, that was a botch, but you made this confirmation roll, so you have not a critical failure. And so now we come to the last one. We come to Kirk, who is doing his attack against you. And he's actually successful, so you have to defend. But you have, so you go in reaction, you select the orc nose and you select your shield to defend. But then you have to actually, yes, that you make, even with the -3. Okay, So now we come to the next round.
Close
So
call.
Miriban, you're up.
Is my staff long enough to attack from 2 fields away?
No, it's a close combat. You're not. I mean, can poke them maybe a little bit, but not really hit them on this distance. It's not a distance weapon.
I mean, from here.
You can walk. You can get close to them to hit them, but you will have to engage with them into melee range. Sorry.
Because can you move my token over the marked spot because there is a wall somewhere?
Okay.
Yeah. From here,
we will have to move here. You will have to move here to get into engage.
there and try to be able to combat with my staff.
Okay. That is. Oh. Yes. So we have now 6 points of damage, and the. Did I assign it to the right orc? I think so. Okay. We are coming to the end of our stream here, so we will go a little bit longer on this roll here. But if there are any questions that you have, if you are any things that might be a good point to bring them up.
I think we've got everybody engaged, so Caroline can run in, grab the boy, and make it off.
Yes, that is a very good thing. So you're
I tried.
Caroline, give me one other stealth roll. So you're getting in with no one noticing you, and so
Can
you
you
can
start
cut them
the
off.
stealth roll?
I can start the stealth roll. Give me one moment here. So there's a stealth roll.
Oh.
I think that you should re-roll because that would be a critical failure.
Yeah.
So do you still have a fate point?
Yes, I use it.
Okay, then please do a right click on the things, repeat roll, and then you do. Well, it didn't. You would have selected both of them. So
okay,
just roll another d20.
GM intervention.
GM intervention, yes. Just roll another d20, and then we are. Can you just give a /d20? Just do a. Roll and then.
Wait a second. D20. Okay, I tried.
I will take over. I'll make the things. So you make it 10. So we will do a quick edit on your thing. So that was not a 10. That was not, you rolled it to an 8. That was not. Okay, you're making it in with a success and coming close to Severin. You're able to hush him down so he doesn't really scream out or something when someone comes from behind and cuts him loose. And you're able to take him out. And the orcs are pretty hardy, so you're able to get the one that you already damaged quite a bit. But then you see that Carolyn actually is able to move out Severin. And you're going slowly to. You're slowly going to disengage from them, and they actually don't follow you that fast. They're actually kind of. They're also pretty hurt. One of them has fallen, and so they are not. They are not too keen. I'd say 2 of them have fallen because they are all both pretty damaged, and they actually also disengage by themselves and kind of make for the woods. So I would say thank you for playing. I hope you had a lot of fun. I hope people watching got a little bit of a view on how the Dark Eye runs with Foundry. And yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, everybody. It's been great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for mastering and playing. It's a very interesting system.
Bye.
Okay, I think we still have a little bit, but I don't hear anything. Yes? Good.
That sort of caretaker responsibility. I think of it a lot more like there's this playground called Dungeons and Dragons that people have been coming to have fun with their friends for years. But the people coming are going to change. Every generation has its own likes, dislikes, what they're dealing with, and so that playground has to remain relevant, but it has to remain Dungeons and Dragons.
In the last couple of years, D&D has made its presence so strong and so known in my life and in the lives of so many people. You know, the popularity of D&D has been tremendous in the last couple of years, and I feel like I am sort of an exemplary individual of that rise. Not that I'm exceptional, but that I am a wonderful example of what D&D has brought into its fold in recent years. And anybody who's a D&D fan can tell you stories about how positively it's impacted them and the kinds of things that have changed in their lives as a result of Dungeons and Dragons. And I felt that very strongly too, and happened to have the right combination of skills and luck to be able to make it my job.
D&D is infinitely expandable because of that core nature, that it's a storytelling platform. Anything within its high fantasy framework is really possible. And so for us, often the question isn't, how can we expand, but in which ways are we not going to expand? Because the danger could be that we expand so far with the design of the game, layering on rules, giving you, a bajillion new options, etc., that we could get to the point where everyone loses sight of what's that core experience? Why did we come to D&D in the first place? Why do we keep coming back to D&D? Why does it forge so many friendships when people gather around the D&D table? So for us, often the question is, all right, we have these 20 directions we could go in. We need to pick just a couple of them. Which ones?
So it's all about what are the fundamental things that speak to us as humans that this game fulfills, that cross boundaries of generation, not just generations, but gender and culture and all that stuff.
You always want to be able to retain old players and make sure that they have the content that makes them interested in staying, while also recruiting new players, attracting new players. So there's this balancing act that exists. But unlike in video games, the swath between old players and new players is pretty much as wide as you can imagine it. People of all ages and all races and all backgrounds are playing Dungeons and Dragons now. And so you have such a huge crowd of people that you want to try to appeal to. And in addition, you want to try to get the new people.
Hi again.
Hi.
We're back.
We are here again.
And it's the end of our streaming program, the last slot. We're here to say goodbye.
We have to be. We have to be exactly. It's the end of the European streaming program.
Yes. Exactly. And we thought maybe we can do a wrap-up session and talk about what happened in the European streaming program.
Yeah.
Just to give those who couldn't watch it just a small overview, and hopefully you'll tune in next time and see us when we do this again. So, Jens, do you want to start with a few highlights that you saw in these last events?
I think we can put the program of the last days in I think 4 chapters.
Yeah.
One is the art chapter. One is the really cool demos. One is workshops and interviews. And one is Jovial Joust. So these are the 4 of our gaming table. These are the 4 legs our European gaming table is standing on.
Correct.
This is let's start with the demo rounds, I think. There were so cool games, and I happened to participate in one that was really, really cool and fun. I played in Vaesen, a Nordic horror role-playing game settled in Sweden, and it's really cool. Really simple rules, fast, cool, great. We just saw The Dark Eye, that also was brilliant. I think they did a really good job, and there were many of you watching this wonderful game that is famous. This strange situation. There's one country in the world where it seems to be the biggest role play ever played, and the rest of the world doesn't even see that. And this is fascinating. And you got the chance to view this wonderful fantasy game. What else did we have for?
Well, The Dark Eye is actually quite funny because it's a very German, I would say.
It is the most German role-playing game.
Every little detail, every little village, every inhabitant is described in there. That is so German, I think.
Yeah, and a friend of mine once had a great comparison for this game. There are children's stories in Germany about the robber Hotzenplotz. And this is just a small town where everything's okay. There's the grandma, there's Hans and Gretel, and there's this robber, and everything is in peace, and everything's okay and neat and cozy. And he said that The Dark Eye is the most Hotzenplotzy role-playing game in the world. So it's like a nice garden to live in. Yeah, and what games did we else have?
So we had some 5th edition materials that were developed to run in 5th edition rule set, basically. And we had one from Penny Dragon Games in Ireland, and we had one from Italy that was Kisata. And those were really fabulous. Well, one was a setting, and one was gaming materials, especially magic items that you could use. And we were really fascinated with how those games were run, because the groups were so into this game that they really didn't want to stop. We kind of had to pry them away from, from the stream, but we did it.
Yeah, there was a question in the set. The Swedish game was called Vaesen. I just typed it in the chat, which is Swedish for creatures, you have to say. Magical creatures.
Right. Apart from that, we also had a Fading Suns game. Which was really, really good. I really liked that one, and it was so well explained. All of these games were basically demo games. We only gave them 90 minutes, and you know how little you can do in 90 minutes. But we said, okay, we don't want to bore our audience. We want you to run a fun game, 90 minutes packed with action. And the Fading Suns game really did that well. There was like a big fight against pirates, space pirates.
Cool.
Or something like that. I didn't watch the entire thing, but it was quite fascinating.
Yeah, and Fading Suns is such a classic coming back. One of the really old science fiction games that just started, I think, last year with the newest edition of that. So it's the rebirth of a classic. And that was really fun to watch.
And we had another horror game called Don't Split Up today. And that one was also very interesting. It's from a small German publisher. And it has very unique rules mechanics. Basically, by doing certain actions in the game, you trigger certain points in the story or certain events of the story, if I understood that right. And that was kind of cool. Basically, you can purposefully do things to mess with the story and make things much, much worse for your group. And I think that's kind of fun.
Yeah, a player empowerment is something which seems to be kind of a trend in role playing. So you see many systems that empower the players to be more like part of the story. It's no longer just GM and on the one side and players on the other side, as one is the producer and the GM as the producer and the players as the consumers of the story. And you more often see in young games these mechanics where players can have influence on what is happening, or not only rolling dice, but direct influence on the story. I really like that idea.
Absolutely. So what were our other categories? So you named 4.
Jovial Joust.
Jovial Joust.
Yeah, this was such a fun thing.
Right. We have to continue that, actually. This is something we want to continue.
My own community, I have my own streams and a quite big community. And they said, Jens, you do have to do this trivia thing. This must be a thing in the future. And they ask if there is any possibility. They've seen this fancy looking thing presenting you the questions, doing the games. Is there any possibility to get a grip on that?
Well, actually, we need to talk about that later. But yes, we want to share this trivia game with people. We want to invite teams to play it, and we could schedule a big match. Either if there are enough people in your community that are interested in competing, we can just ask them to create teams and compete, or we can just say your community gets together one team and competes against some other teams, because we have like convention teams
cool.
of organizers that also want to compete in this, and
yeah.
So who knows? That's
really great idea. Really great idea. And yeah, there's again one in the chat right now putting salt into my wounds, asking me if I ever met Gary Gygax, just because we found out that I once was just meters away from him. And have met him. So, and I was just oh my God, how could that happen to me? I was in the same town on the same convention and I missed him. This is such a bad thing for me.
Yeah.
And I know you, Guy. I'm coming back on you sometime. Yeah, the Jovial Joust was cool. We did it 2 times, right?
Correct.
Yesterday and today.
Yesterday and today, yes. Absolutely. We did that, and we're going to do that again with different communities. We'd love to do that, actually. I think it's a great way to bring communities together. And here, the comment. Did you see that? Jens, you can get back at him by beating him at Jovial Joust.
Oh my gosh, this totally... I have to be honest. I was sitting here watching the questions coming there, and there were so many questions when I just thought, well, okay, I have a 25% chance of getting that because there are 4 answers for me. And this is all. Sometimes I was lucky that I can say, well, this is it not. But the other 3, I have no clue at all. But yeah, of course, I would join. I would totally take this.
Process of elimination is always good in this game, so you can raise your chances. Definitely. Yeah. So we'll do that. But you mentioned Gary Gygax, and
yes,
have I failed to tell you that I played in one of his games once?
I can recall that maybe through the last 3 days you mentioned that about. Let me count.
I just. Salt in your wounds, I know.
But your character died.
What I was going to say was, let's look at the pictures we have of Gary. Okay?
Yeah,
because
great.
We asked our artists to draw some pictures, and we just bring them up on the screen now here. So, hiding our ugly faces and bringing this beautiful art on the screen, if we can. So you'll see what the artists did.
Okay, let's see if our wonderful. We are once again calling the ghosts of the internet.
All right,
almighty ghost of the internet, show us.
So let's quickly go through them.
There they are. We see them. Yeah.
This one is actually a picture of Gary Gygax as a Tiamat behind the screen, because as a Tiamat with 5 heads, he can do all the things that the Dungeon Master needs to do at once, which is rolling the dice, describing the scene, drinking, eating, and looking up the rules.
Wonderful picture of the wonderful Shiraki.
Yes,
exactly. Wonderful paintress. Can I say so? Paintress, is it right?
Paintress.
Is it the female form of female painter artist? Wonderful. And a friend of mine, she is playing in a Pathfinder campaign together with me. And this is wonderful. And you viewers got the chance to make these GM scream in front of Gary.
Yes, actually, some people said, well, I have the impression that the GM screen is actually a mirror, because what you can see on the cover of the GM screen is the terrified players of Gary's game. And it's kind of small there, but you can see they are terrified, and one of them is not even alive anymore, just a skeleton sitting there.
Yeah, cool. I see that. This is cool.
That was
Love
a wonderful thing to draw. Let's go to the next one.
Yes.
This one here. Do you
Let's
wanna
see.
take this one?
I take this one. Wait a second.
This one is done by Nivaris.
Nivaris, and I was part of the show when she did this. This is a statue in the MoMA, but the MoMA is not the Museum of Modern Arts, but the Museum of Monster Arts. And there is Gary on this posture as his fabulous character Elminster with the magician's robe. But as we all happen to know that Gary was an enthusiast when it came to his shirts, he nearly always wore Hawaiian shirts. And so the stream decided that the magician's robe of Elminster should have the pattern of a Hawaiian shirt. And the chat called this, because it has to be a magical item, it's the slimifying magician robe +5 of happiness. And magical item he's wearing there. And we can't decide. There are 2 possibilities. Possibility 1 is that there was a terrible mistake, a natural one, in his spell, so he got this dragon tail. Or possibility 2, there is a dragon hiding behind Gary Gygax, just posing in the same way as Gary, not to be trapped in the museum. And this was such a fun thing to do. And there was such a great interaction with the community looking at this picture. And this is something I have to say, that the community is really active through the last days. They never let us hang. So you were always there, guys, always helping us, always supporting us. And when we had a question, you always answered and delivered. And there were so many people from so many countries. We had yesterday a chat with a role player from the Philippines. We had a chat with role players from the US, from Sweden, from Iceland. There were role players from Iceland watching our program, and this is really great. So,
Jens, I'm pushing you forward because we are running out of time. We have 15 minutes left.
I'm just so.
And then we need to hand over to our friends in America.
Yeah.
So here we go. This one was done by Janina Robben, who is a very talented artist. And
she is.
And you can see Gary really creating the magic by writing in this book. You can see a drow coming out of the book. The little detail there on the lower left, that's a mimic inkwell. Yes, you can see.
Yeah, cool.
There's a little fairy hiding in the back in the dungeon. There's a lot of stuff in that bookshelf there. You can see the hand of Vecna and the eye of Vecna over there, and a lot of other cool things.
Yeah, this is really cool. I absolutely love the lighting on this picture.
Me too. The community decided not to have this picture in color, but just to color the magic effect out of that. I think she did that brilliantly.
Really, really amazing.
Here's another one.
Yeah, and this is by the wonderful Melanie Fantagraphie, who came out of the lab business and happened to do lots of arts. And the brilliant thing about this is that the audience decided which monsters to put in. And we did the Mind Flayer in this picture in a role-play style because she never has seen a Mind Flayer. And together with the chat, we described her as GMs, what she is seeing. And without ever seeing any picture of the Mind Flayer, this is what she painted, which totally shows the power of imagination because she absolutely nailed it. This is a Mind Flayer from the books.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the next picture here.
Yes.
This one. I think that one was drawn today. That's why it's not finished yet. The artist is still going to finish it, but we need to give her a little more time.
Yes.
Can you also tell us a few things about this one?
Yeah, this is of Dorothee Wittstock. She started off by doing fan art and now does lots of artworks, commissions, all things of all kinds of art. And what the chat decided was what to see on the gaming table. And as you see, it's not quite ready yet. But the first thing that came up was a chicken. And we said, well, why a chicken? And then they said, we want to see a golem giant thing going on being attacked by a chicken. And so she incorporated it. And you see this chicken fighting against this big thing standing in front of it. And there was a crazy story going on, which I think leads us to the next picture. Because we then went a bit crazy in this story, and we imagined a new role play, maybe a 5e edition. It's yeah, it's about Chikmara, the god queen of Goatkins, because the chat was not quite sure which is the most evil creature in the universe. Will it be goats or will it be chicken? And so what happened to come out of the community watching us was a chicken goat chimera called Chikmara, the god queen of Goatkins, fighting the Vool warrior Mech Sheep. And a fan just sent this in, and this is one just watching the stream, painting this picture because he or she, I don't know, was so inspired by what happened. People in the chat demand that we should form stats for D&D stats for Chikmara.
Let's have a monster building workshop next time.
Next time. Next year on GaryCon.
We'll build stats and everything. But this is just a great example of how the community was working with us here. And we love this fan art.
Yes.
Thank you guys for sending it. We just wanted to show it to you because that's the greatest compliment you can give to us by basically being part of this and just sending stuff like this, creating stuff, sharing your creativity. And that's really, really cool. We were really, really pleased to see this. Okay,
I had a hell of a time, I have to say.
Okay.
So
let's take these pictures away again from the screen. Let's go back to our faces, and let's talk about the fourth thing that we had.
Yeah, workshops and interviews. And I had two of them to moderate. One was music in the usage of music and atmosphere sounds in role-playing. And there were three wonderful musicians who do role-playing music, starting off by Ralf Kurzsiefer, who's done a lot of music for The Dark Eye, Erdenstern, a wonderful band doing role-playing music since forever. They started when I was just 17, I think, and doing music ever since. And Bismarck and Snow White. And this was so interactive because there was a Bismarck on a piano standing there, and the chat describing a scene, and he instant composing the music for this scene. And this was really great, and showed how we can enhance our roleplay experience by using music and sounds. And this was a really cool one. And you had one with Bernard Hennen.
Authors, Bernard Hennen and Robert Corvus, and they talked about developing personality in characters, and going from the two-dimensional character to something deeper. And they showed us what they did and which tools they used to really create interesting characters. And they also taught us a little about what would be different in a character that you develop for a book and the character you develop for a role-playing game. But there are a lot of elements that are actually the same.
Yes.
And really take into your game and make your game much better. That was really interesting. And you had the interview with one of the top Swedish developers who developed Symbaroum.
And I out myself as a total fanboy. One might have seen that during this interview. They are great. They are just great. They're doing so wonderful games, and we try to get a thumb on the situation why Sweden, a country with 10 million people living there, has so much influence on pop culture, and why this quite small country happens to be more influential than the city of London, who has more than 10 million citizens. And this was really cool, and it was a fun time to talk about Symbaroum, a really cool dark fantasy game from Sweden, from the guys of Free League.
Exactly. I know that our picture is gone at the moment, but we'll be right back because we're adding one more surprise guest here. And we wanted to talk about the future now before we hand over to our American friends. So as soon as we're back in there, you'll see him. But the thing is, we are actually on the GaryCon stream because we have a partnership between two conventions, between GaryCon and a convention called Dreieichkon. And you can see that Jens and I are, we stand up. You can see us, yeah?
I stand up.
You will be able to see us when we are back in the picture.
That means we will just have to stand till the picture is back on.
Yeah, we have to stand up.
Okay, so we are in the picture.
There we are. You can see us. You can see our shirts. You can see this logo. So yes, that is the convention Dreieichkon.
Team Dwarf forever. I'm sorry for that.
One of the biggest role-playing conventions in Germany, and we are trying to develop partnerships and bring people together. And here we go. The guests we have in here is Christian Diana, who's the big boss of Dreieichkon and who was working tirelessly in the background to make all of this possible, get the guests into the stream, sort out any problems. And you must be tired now, Christian, aren't you?
I'm a little bit tired. Hello from Germany to the GaryCon fans and GaryCon convention fans.
Hi, welcome from the fans to the one of the godfathers of the German role-playing scene.
Exactly. So what we are, basically we had so much fun doing this, and we thought it would be great to bring the European role-playing community closer with the American role-playing community, because this is what it's all about. I mean, Gary loved gaming, and Gary, remembering Gary means meeting together with friends and playing games and talking about games and celebrating games. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. And what can we do better than using games to bridge the gap across the world with gamers from all over. And we loved this idea, and that's why we were on board. And we would love to do more in the future. Christian, can you just in 1 minute really quickly tell us what we are planning for our convention in November?
We plan to make an international convention with publishers from all of Europe and from the States. And I want to make a very personal point. This convention, I was 1999, and I met him. Gary,
I hate you. You all suck. I hate you all. I was on the same convention, and I didn't go there, and the whole chat is now laughing at me and making fun of me.
It's for me personally a very great moment, because 22 years after I met him, we have the cooperation between GaryCon and ReichCon. And we will see us in November again at the third weekend. And we hope you will be with us.
Yeah, we have so many cool things planned, and we are hoping to get some of you over to visit us or look at our streams and stuff, something like that. We would welcome the world in a little town, which is it's a tiny town of Dreieich near Frankfurt. But we'll be big, and we'll be on the world stage with our program there, and we would love to see a lot of people from all over the world, because gaming really brings people together, and we see that here. GaryCon is probably one of the best conventions for reaching out across the world and doing that.
Yes.
And we are astonished how that is working, and what a great community of gamers we found here. And we'd love to continue something like that.
And we are very proud about this partnership between two conventions, one in the United States and one in Germany.
And this also answers the question that was asked several times in the chat of all the international guys out there. Will there be the possibility, but because they've seen Dreieich, well, what is that? And it was a topic over and over again. And the question was, will I be able, as an English-speaking person, to join DreieichCon? And of course you are, because like Christian said, it will be international, or will it?
Exactly.
Christian.
You are absolutely welcome from all over the world.
Right. So any last words? Because we need to stop, and we need to hand over to our friends in America. They are probably already getting really nervous that we steal all of their streaming time, but we will be. I told them we'll be on time. So you have 10 seconds for your last words. Go.
We see us in November.
Yes.
Bye.
Okay. See you guys, and thank you for all of you. Bye.
Thank you, Luke. We had a blast here. We'll be back.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.